Hello guys, welcome or welcome back to Modern Web. Today we will continue our MERN blogging website and build some more pages on top of what we already have. This is part 4 of MERN blogging website. So if you haven't watched part 1, 2 or 3, I highly recommend you go and watch those parts before watching this one. You can find the playlist link in the description or comments. So in the last part we made the home page, but now if I click any of these blog, you will see that now I will get the blog page, and inside this blog page I will see the banner, the title and the author detail, as well as the content and the similar blog recommendations where I can click on that to navigate through the blogs. And I can even like the blog and I can dislike the blog. As you can see, it is giving me error saying please log in to like this blog. So if I just quickly log in to my account. Now, if I access any of the blog pages and try to like it, you can see I can like this and I can even dislike it again. And if I want to, let's say, leave a comment on this, I can click on this to view this comment section. And here I can say like, this is an awesome blog, and I can just press comment to add a comment. I can then add a reply to this comment saying reply to this comment, and I can comment that, and this will get a reply to this comment. And I can even hide the reply and show the reply like this. And if I don't want to comment, then I can just press on this delete button to delete the comment as well. So after that we will also see how we can add the edit functionality. So if you are the author of the blog, you can click on this edit button to edit the blog, and you can come and you can change anything you want. Let's say I want to remove the question mark and I want to add 2 at the end. I can do that and click on the publish to publish the changes, and that will reflect over here. As you can see, the title got changes to 2. And if I talk about the blog content, if I open my this first blog, you will see that I am getting the fully working blog content page where I am getting the heading, the paragraph, the image, and these formatted text with lists and code. So all of these we are going to make in this today video. In the next and final part, we will work on our final pages like dashboard page to manage blogs and notification. We will work on setting pages also so that user can update the profile details. So if you don't want to miss that, make sure to subscribe the channel, and if you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and also leave a comment if you have any doubts or feedback. So without wasting more time, let's start the video. If you want full code of this project, which include every features even before I create their parts, you can download the full project source code from Patreon or buy me a coffee. Link is in the description.
So in the last video, we worked on our homepage and we made these block cards, which are just getting from the database. So whenever you click on these cards, it will just redirect to you this 404 page. But instead of getting the 404 page, what I want is I want to read the blog. So I want a blog page here. But well, it's not actually redirecting you to 404 page. It's actually redirecting you to the route where the blog page should render. But since we don't have any blog page, that's why we are rendering 404. So instead of rendering this 404, we need to create a route in our app.jsx which will tell that this is a valid route for blog page, so that we can render our blog page instead of rendering this 404 page. So to create blog route, what you can do is just open your app.jsx where we have all the routes over here. Let me enable my word wrap so you can see it clearly. So just above this page not found route, add another route which will be for our blog page, and the path here you can give will be blog, and after that we will use this colon and id in order to create this link dynamic. So whatever comes after this blog slash forward slash, we will consider it as a dynamic blog page. So I will say colon, and I will say here blog id. You can call whatever you want. You just need to use this in order to access the variable or the value of this dynamic value in the code. So if you want to access the information what is written in the address bar, you have to use blog id then, because it is here blog id. So what I want here is I want to render, for now I will render an h1. h1 like this, and I will say this is a blog page. And if I save, I should see this is a blog page instead of getting this 404 page. So let it refresh, and you can see now I'm getting this. This is a blog page, which means we are able to get the blog page. So instead of getting this h1, I want to render an actual blog page component, just like we did for the profile page and the search page or the home page. So to do that, just make a component and we will call that component blog page, and just like that. And it is giving me red lines because I don't have that component, so I have to create that and import it in the app.js in order to render it. So inside the pages folder you will see you have this blog.page.jsx, so just open that, and over here let's just quickly make that blog page functional component like this, and this will for now return an h1 saying this is a blog page from separate from component JSX file, and make sure you export this as well as a default function, so you don't have to use curly brackets in order to import it. And over here I will just add import statement saying import the blog page from components, not the blog editor. I should include import blog page from the pages slash blog.page. So if I save, I should see an h1 over here. Let it refresh, and you can see it is saying this is a blog page from component j6 file, which means the root is working and we are able to render our external functional component, which is this blog page. So now instead of working on this h1, let's work on this blog page. So the first thing I want to do here is before rendering any sort of UI, I want to fetch the actual blog ID from the address bar, and I have to then access the data from the database so that I can render the UI. So let's do that. So to access the ID from the address bar, the blog ID, what we will do is I will create a variable over here and I will destructure something from use params hook. And if you remember, this use param hook is from React Router DOM, which provides you an object with all the parameters in the dashboard in the address bar. And since it's an object, I want a key from that object, which is blog ID. So this way I can access the blog ID, which is just this dynamic blog ID that we will receive whenever we go to any blog page. So now instead of rendering this, if I say this is a blog page, and I will say for, and in the brackets if I just say blog ID, you will see that now I will see the blog ID, which is cooking with a top-notch kitchen, which means I am on a blog page with this ID of the blog. So if I go back and let's say I click on this finance 101, and now you will see that the blog ID is finance 101, which means we are getting the blog ID dynamically for all different blogs. So now let's work in our server.js file so that we can make a request or we can send this blog ID to the server so that we can get the blog data. Instead of just having this blog ID, we need the title, the banner and everything from the database, right? So let's work on the server. So open your server.js file and let's go to the end. Just above this server listening, what I will do, I will create another route here, and that will be a post request. And what the route I want a route get blog. So whenever whenever the server receive a post method request on this get blog, it will run a callback with a request and a response. And what I will do in this, I will first retrieve the blog ID from the request. So I will say let in order to destructure the variable from the request.body, and the variable that I want to destructure is blog ID. So once I get the blog ID, what I will do is I will access the blog ID. I will access the blog using this blog ID. So in order to search the blog, I have to use blog in order to search in blogs collection. And in order to find one, I will say find one. But instead of using the find one in order to find the document, I will use find one and update over here. And what this method will do is it will find the document with the query that I will give it to, and then it will update the parameters that I want to update inside the document, and then it will give me back the document with the updated values. And what I want to update over here is, if I go to my blog schema, in the schemas folder, you will see that in the blog I have this activity which has this total likes, total comments, total read, and total parent comments. So here you will see I have total reads. So what I want is, whenever we will make request in the get blog, I want to increment this total read, because I am requesting a blog in order to read, right? So I want to update this value by one, like I want to add one whenever I will request a blog data, so that we can increment the total read in order to take to track the read count. So that's why I'm using find one and update. So over here I will first pass the query in order to find the document, and the query, it will be just blog id, and that means the blog id should equals to blog id. It's just mean that. So instead of doing this, you can just remove it, and uh, it is just the same. So after that, I have to save what it needs to update. So over here I will say dollar $inc in order to increment the value, and over here I have to give in this object what key that I want to increment and by how much I want that value to be increment. So over here I will say activity dot total post, not total post, it's total reads, and I will just say incremented by incremental value. And this increment value variable we don't have, so let me just copy it over here and let me paste right here. Let's create this variable, and for now I will set it equals to 1. And why I create this a separate variable, you will know later in this video. So just for now, let's make a variable and just set it equals to 1, which just basically means that whenever you will find this blog id document, just increment this total read by 1. And once you are done with it, what you want to do is you want to populate some stuffs over there. As you can see in the schema, I have this author which is of object id, so I need the author detail over here using this id, so I have to populate it. So I will say dot populate in order to populate the key, and the key that I want to populate is the author. And what data I want personal underscore info dot full name, then add a space and say personal underscore info dot username, and I want its profile picture, so I will say personal underscore info dot profile image, like this. And what I else need is, I don't need anything else, so I can just leave it like this. And then I will select, so use select method in order to select the fields that I want from the blog document. And the field that I want is, I want the title of the blog, I want the description of the blog, the content of it, let me type it correctly. And after that I need banner, I need activity, I need the date of publish, so I will say published at, and I need its blog ID, I need tags, and I need just like that, I need tags, and I need a blog ID. After that, once we are done, we can receive the document in the dot then. And once I got the document, what I will do is I will return a response with a status of 200 because everything is good. And I will say JSON. In the JSON I will just send the blog like this, and if we get any error, let's catch any error using catch block. Over here let's listen for an error, and if we get any error, just return a response with a status of 500, and I will send a JSON with an error, and the error will be error dot message, just like this. So basically what we are doing is, you need to make a a post request to this get blog root and send this blog id to it. So when you send the blog id, what it will do, it will just add one to its first of all, it will find the document using the blog ID, and then it will update this total read by adding 1 in it, and then it will populate the author and give us these three values, which is the name of the author, the username of the author, and the profile image of the author. And once it's done by populating, it will then select the fields that I want from the document, which is title, description, content, banner, activity, and these three more. And after that, it can just return the blog back to the front end. So now let's test it. So what I will do is I will go to my request.rest, and I will say get blog over here, and instead of sending username, I will say blog underscore id, but I don't have any id right now, right? So you can just come to the front end and just copy this id which we were rendering over here, and paste that id over here. And if I send request, you will see in the response the status code is 200, and I got a blog which has this activity which contains the total read and total like. And you will see that even though I have updated total read by 1, like, it is still 0, it is not 1. And why is that? Because if you click send request now you will see it is 1. And if I click send request now you will see the total read is 2. So what it is basically doing is the find one and update by default do not provide you the updated document. It will add the number in your document, like it will update the document and convert it back to 3, but it will return you the previous document which will have the previous value, which is the 2. So by now the total read is currently 3, but you since you used find one and update, that's why you got the previous document which was 2. So if I make a request now, it will just add convert that 3 to 4, but the 3 is the old document, that's why it will give us that old document. So if I click send request over here, and actually it is not working, why it is. So let me close it, and if I click over here, you will see that now it is 3, and if I click over here, it is 4. So how you can get the accurate updated document? Well, we will see later in this video. Actually, we don't need the updated document in this get block case, so you don't have to worry about that. We will see later in the video, so don't worry about it. So now one another thing that I want to do is I want to update the total read of user as well. So if I go my schema folder and in the user, you will see I have account info in my users JS, and there I have this total post and total read key. So what I want is whenever I make a request in order to get the blog to read, I will add 1 to the read count of the blog, as well as I will add the read count 1. I will add 1 to the read count of this account info of the user, so that we can show a total number of read on this account. So for that, what I will do is I will say user dot find 1 to find the user, and since I want to update it, I will say and update like this. And on what basis I will find the user? I will say personal info dot username, because the username is unique in our blog project, so I can use username in order to fetch the find the user. And the username of the author is inside this blog, so you can just say blog dot author, and the author is an object which has this personal info, and inside the personal info you have the username of the author. So on this basis, it will find the user document from the users collection. And once it gets that, what I want to update is I want to increment. So I will say $inc and increment what? So in the object, I have to pass the key that I want to increment, and the key that I want to update is account underscore info dot total underscore reads. And what I will do, I will just add the increment value for whatever this variable is. So we will add that value to the account info dot total read. And once it is done by that, I don't need the response to send to the backend to front end, so I don't need to use dot then. But since this find one and update is a promise, I need to use dot catch in order to catch any error if we get, so that the server don't stop. And if we get any error while updating the user's account info dot total read, I will return a response with a status of 500, and I will send a JSON with an error, and the error will be error dot message, just like this. So if I save it, you won't see anything because I don't have a way to tell you. But actually, let's see. So over here, if I click on send request, you will see that the total read is 5 now. And let me just copy this over here, and let me go over here, and instead of making request to get block, let me make a request to get profile. And instead of sending the blog ID, let me send a username, and the username that I want to send is the Kunal. So this is the author of this blog. So now if I just comment this out and click on send request, over here you will see that in the total post I have 12 blogs written, and in the total read I have one, which means once I made the request through this get blog, it updated this total read by one. So if I just comment this now and actually make a request from this again, you will see now the total read is 6, and this should add 1 to this username, which means now the total read should be 2. So if I send request, now you will see the total read is 2, which means the server is working properly. So now our server is done. So now we can just send a request from front end in order to retrieve the data of the block. So let's do that. So now let's make request to the server in order to get the data of this blog using this blog ID. So for that, what I will do is I will make a function over here. I will say fetch blog, and I will make a function over here. So basically this fetch blog function will make a post request to the get blog root in order to get the data of the blog. So what I will do over here is I will say axios like this, and make sure import the axios, and I want to make a post request, so I will say post, and the root that I want to make request is first import .meta.n .wait underscore server domain. This is a variable inside our .env file, so this variable just store the localhost 3000, that is, and the root that I want to make request is cat blog like this, and the data that I want to send is the blog ID, which I want to send like this. So let me enable my word wrap so you can see it like this. And once I send the blog ID to the backend, I can catch the response in .then like this. And from there, I will destructure the blog by just saying first I will destructure the data from the response, and from the data, since it's an object, I will destructure the block key. And once I get the block key, what I will do is for now I will just console log the block to see whether or not it is working, and I will just add a catch in order to catch any error. So if we get any sort of error, I will just console log the error for now. And we have this function. Now we have to call this function. So how you can call this function? What I want is I want to call this function whenever I am done rendering this stuff for only one time, and then we won't run this function. So for that we will use effect, and this will run this function only for one time after the rendering. That's why just pass an empty array, and inside the use effect you can just call this fetch blog function like this. And if I save and open my console, let me expand this Chrome window. Okay, it is giving me error saying open on this invalid URL. Okay, the URL is invalid because I need to add slash over here. So just save it and let me clear the console. Now you can see in the response I got an object with the activity key which has total reads, total parent count, comments, like, comments, and the author which has the full name, profile image, username, banner, blog ID. Like, we got all the data that we need in order to render the blog page over here to show the user that yeah, you can read the blog now. So once I got the data, what I want is I want to store that data in a state so that I can use that state value while rendering the stuffs. So how can I do that? For that I have to of course make an state. So I will make a state over here. I will call that blog, and I will make the set blog function to set the blog state. To make a state, just use state hook, and what I will do here is I will say it to be null by default. And the reason I'm doing it, I will tell you later. So for now, just say it to be null. And what I will do over here is I will say set blog once I get the data from the backend, and I will just pass the blog inside of it, and I can remove the console logging. And over here I can, instead of rendering this, I can render blog dot title like this. So if I just save, you will see the title of the blog that I'm getting. It is Finance 101, a step-by-step guide. So basically we have a little bit of issue over here. And what is it? Well, we got the block data from the backend, and I have set the block state using the set block function, but this function will only run after this rendering, and this rendering does need these parameters in order to completely render, right? So well, it didn't give me error because I have used block.title, but obviously I'm not going to use in my code block dot to access all the keys, right? I will just explicitly type that key that I want to use because I will destructure things. So if I destructure over here all the keys that I need, so let me destructure that. If I say that I need title, I need content, I need banner, I need to destructure the author, which is an object, contains personal info, and from that object I need the full name, username, the profile image, and after the author destructure I need the published at timing. And if I just set it equals to blog, well, it will give me error. If you see, I'm not getting any error right now because I have this block data fetched from the backend in my state. Therefore I am able to destructure all of these data. But if I refresh it now, you will see I will get a lot of error, and this is because by default the block state is null, and since it is null it can't have title, content, banner, and since it doesn't have title, content or banner, I can't destructure it from there. And since I'm not able to destructure it, I won't go inside the rendering, and if I don't go inside the rendering, this won't go inside the use effect, and so on. It will not call the fetch block in order to update the state. So what I want to do over here is I want to create an empty structure over here, just like we created for the profile, in order to destructure things over here first, and then we can remove that block structure and replace it with the actual data structure that we get from the backend. So for that, just over here, let's say export, because I want to export that structure. I will say const block structure like this, and I will set it equals to an object. And what I will do here is I will say the title should be an empty string, description will be an empty string. Well, I don't need a description, do I? Okay, I do need a description, so I will say description, an empty string, content, an empty array, tag, an empty array, obviously. And the other thing that I need, for the other things I need activity, so I will just say activity, which will be an empty object. And actually I will say this object to have a personal info, and that personal info will be an empty object. And then I need a banner, an empty string. So if I just save that now, actually I need this published at as well, so I'll say published at, that will be an empty string as well, add a comma. And instead of saying null, now let's say block structure like this. And if I save it, it is giving me error because it is saying reading property undefined of personal info, because it's not an activity, it's author. And for the activity, well, I don't need the activity over here, so I can just remove it. So now you will see I didn't got any error, and I am able to get this title of the block because I have created an empty block structure which contains all the key that I want to restructure over here. But for now, at start they will be an empty stuff, and then I will just, once I get the data from the backend, I will remove this block structure from the state and I will replace it with the actual data so that we can destructure it without any errors. So I hope you understood that, and once we are done with this, now let's work on our UI, because now I have the blog data. So now we can start working on our blog UI. So now before working on the UI, let's make a state, and that state will be loading state. So we will show the loading state before we will use the loading state to show the loading animation before we get the data of the block. So what I will do here, I will make another state. I will call that loading, and the set function will be set loading, and I will set it equals to use state in order to use the use state hook, and by default it will be true because I want to show the loading animation, and I will hide it when I get the data, and I will set get data inside my block state. So I will just after set block I will call set loading, and I will just set it equals to false, and just copy that because even if we get any error I will just remove the loading animation. So once I am having this loading state, now I can remove this h1, and over here I can check for the condition whether or not I want to show the loading animation or not. So before doing that, I will add an animation wrapper over here, which will add the fade in effect to the blog page. And then I will add curly brackets inside it. I will write a condition. I will say loading in order to access the loading state. And if it is true, which means I need to show the loading animation. In that case, I will render the loader component that we already have in our project. And if the loading is false, which means we don't want to show the loading and the data is in the state, in that case I will just work in the blog UI. So over here I will create a div, and I will give it a div class name. I will call, let's say, to have a max width of 900 pixels. I will say to be center, and the center is a custom CSS class that is inside the index.css, and I will add a py of 10, which will have a 10 units of padding from top and bottom, and I will give maximum till large screen. I will give a padding from x to 5 VW like this. So it means below the larger screens I want a 5 VW padding from left and right. So inside this div, the first thing I will render is, and actually this loader is giving me error, and why is that? Because I haven't imported it. So let me import that loader over here, import loader from loader component, and this should not give me the line. Yeah. So in the div, the first thing I want to render over here is the banner of the blog. So I will just create an image over here, and in the source I will set it equals to the banner, and I will give some class name. I will say the class to be aspect video, so it will be in the video aspect. So if I just save, I should see the blog banner over here. You can see for an amount of time I got the loading animation, and then I got this banner which has the blog image. So after the blog image, of course I need the blog title and it's like the user information. So for that I will make a div over here, and I will let's give it a class name of mt12 to have a 12 units of margin top. Inside it, just make an h2 and not an h1, just make an h2 like this. Let's give no class to it, and I will just render title over here. So if I just save, I should see a title over here. Yeah, and you can see this h2 is looking like this. So why I didn't give any classes to it? Well, because this h2 is already selected in the index.css, which is applying this class. Because if you remember, if I type it h1, it will remove all the styles and it will just come as a text, not a heading. You will see that this is an h1, but still it is coming as a text because tailwind is removing all the classes from the heading. But I have already added the styles of h2 or h3 in the index.css, so you can just use h2 tag to create the heading 2 and h3 tag to create the heading 3. So after this, what I want is I want to show the user detail, like who is the author, the profile image of the author, the name and the username. So for that I will make a div, and I will give classes to it later. First of all, let's make another div inside it, and this div will contain the name and the profile image of the user. So I will create an image over here, and I will give a source, and the source will be profile underscore image, and this profile underscore image is over here that you can see it is getting the structure from the personal info, which is inside the author and which is inside the blog. So you will get this profile image. So if I save, I should see a profile image over here, and you will see this is the profile image, and it is too big because I don't have any styles. So let's add some styles. Let's start with this upper div. I will give a class name. I will say to have a flex box because I will have this div, and I will have another div which will be for like editing the blog or sharing the blog. So for that I need the flex box, and then I need the maximum till small screens. I will say like minimum, like this basically means below the smaller screens, what you have to do is you have to say the flex direction will be flex call, which means everything will come one below each other. And I will say justify dash between to have space between the elements on the children, and I will add margin y to be 8 units, so it will have a 8 unit of margin from top and bottom. Then let's give class name to this div, which is the container of the parent of this image, and it will be the parent of the profile name and the username. So over here I can give it a flex box because I need them to come side by side, and I will add a gap of 5 units with the items to be at start. And after the image, let me give this image also a class. I will say width to be 12 unit, height to be 12 unit, and rounded to be full so that it will be in a perfect circle. And if I save, let's see how it looks. Now you can see the profile image over right here. So after this, I will make a paragraph like this, and this paragraph will basically have a full name, which is the user's full name or the author's full name. And then actually let me make this like this, because what I will do over here is inside the paragraph I will add a BR tag. If you don't know what this BR tag in HTML is, well, this is for breaking the line. And after breaking the line, what I will do is I will create a link over here, and this link obviously is from the React router DOM, which lets you create a link where you can click and redirect the user. So I will say to, and first of all, deciding what the to will be, I will just add author author username over here. And what is this author username variable? Well, just copy it, and actually we will rename this username to author username. So I will just add a colon, and over here I will just say author username. uh, Actually no need of brackets. I will say author username. And why I'm saying this is because this username is inside our user auth context, which we will use in order to decide we need to give the editable permission of this blog or not. And since we can't have more than one variable with same name, that's why I'm renaming this username variable to author username, and I'm accessing that over here. So this text will represent the author username. So what I want is whenever you will click on this username, I want to redirect the user to the author's profile page, and the link will be slash user slash, and make sure you use template string because after this we need to give the username ID. So the username is author underscore username, just like this. And if I save, I should see a link and a text over here just after the image. Yeah, you can see I got this Kunal, which is the full name, and I got this another Kunal, which is the username. Both are same, but you will see that on the second line I'm getting hover effect because it is link which is clickable. So let me add a class name to it, and I will just say underline to have a little bit distinguish difference between the full name and the link. And I will add class name to this paragraph as well. I will say it to have capitalized class, which will make the first letter capital. So I will just save it, and actually let me add at the rate before this username, so like it will be more clear that this is a username. Yeah, just like this. And actually I don't want the underline to be in the at the rate, so what I will do is I will add at the rate just before this link, and this will just remove the underline from the at the rate. So if I see it now, yeah, now you can see the only this Kunal is underline, not the at the rate. So after this image, what I after this image and the paragraph, what I want is in this div, let me go out of this div, and what I want is I want a paragraph which will show the published date of this blog. So what I will do here, I will just say published on, and inside here I can just call getDate function, which we have created in the last part, And in the get day I can just pass the function or the variable which is this published at, which is the timestamp of when this blog was published. So if I just save, I should see the date of this blog publication. So now you can see it is saying published on 1 November, so that's the date. Let's give some class name to this as well. So I will give the text color to be text dark gray like this, and I will say opacity to be 75, and I will say maximum till small screens, the margin from top will be 6 pixels, 6 units, and I will say below small screens the margin from left will be 12 units as well, and on below a small screen the padding from left will be 5 units. So if I save, this will come exactly below this username and the name, and like this. So now you will see that there is the profile image, the name, the username, and we have this published on, which is just the date telling when this blog was published. So that's great. If I expand my window, you will see once we are above smaller screens, the publish date goes to the right. And if I'm on the smaller screen, the publish date comes to the below. So after this, what I want is I want a blog interaction. So let me collapse this so this won't create any issue. And what I will do here is I need a blog interaction, which means I need somewhat buttons over here from where I can like this blog, or I can leave comment, or if I am the author of this blog, I can edit it, or even I can share this blog. So for that, I will render over here blog interaction component, and we don't have this blog interaction component because that's why it is giving me the red line. So let's create this blog interaction, which we will create over here, which will handle the like and the comments and the edit and the share functionality. So let's go inside the components folder. You will find blog-interaction.component. Come over here and just make the blog interaction functional component like this, and for now just return over here in h1 saying this is a blog interaction component like this, and make sure you export this as well. So export this as default, say blog interaction, and now if I can just remove and type that again, it will import it automatically. So if I save it now, instead of getting any error, I should see a text like this. So you can see I'm getting this as a blog interaction component. So instead of just running this text now let's make the button so that we can interact with our blog. So in this blog interaction, what we want is, before rendering anything else, what I want is I want the access of this blog state, because I want this information over here from where I can get the like count or the comments count, which is inside the activity key. So how can I do that? For that, I will create a blog context, and I will wrap this whole thing inside that context, so that these all things, and like including this blog interaction, can access that context. And in that context I will store the blog state so that I can access the blog state over here using that context. So let's just create that context. So just below this blog structure I will create blog context just like this. And to create a context in React, you use create context hub, and you need to give a default value. So I will give an empty object as a default value, and make sure you export that as well like this. So once I got this a block context, so what I will do is over here I will create a block context dot provider, so that these children can accept or able to access the block state or any other state that we will add later. So I will just cut it and end it at the end, and I will just indent it inside. So over here in the provider value, what I will do, in the provider value I will pass an object, and this object will have two keys for now, and that will be blog, which will be equals to the block state, because the block this is our block state, and the set function of the block state is this set block. So I will just say set blog like this. So it will have blog and set blog, and once I have this blog and set blog in my context, I can access it over here using the use context hook. So what I will do here is I will say let, and I will restructure things later from the context, but let's import the context first. So first of all, I will say use context in order to use the context, and the context that I want to use is the blog context that is inside the blog page. And once I get the context, what I will do is I will get the blog, and from the blog what I will do is I will destructure the blog ID like this, and after that I will destructure activity plus I will destructure the keys from the activity, and the keys that I want is I want total likes. For now I will need total comments also, but we will add it later when we will work on the comments. And let me enable my word wrap so you can see it properly. After that I need the author of or actual the author of this blog. So for that what I will do is I will come over here, I will say author, and from the author I will destructure personal info, and from there I will destructure the username that I will rename it to author username like this. And I will also destructure set blog. Make sure you destructure them correctly because there are lots of curly brackets, so it can give you error if you don't destructure properly. So make sure this is how you do it. So once done so once done with this tree structuring, let's render some stuff over here so that we can see. So let me remove this h1, and what I will do over here is I will create some buttons. So I will just add an empty component, and inside it I will first add an HR, a self-closing HR, and I will give a class name, let's say border to be gray, and from margin Y have 2 units of margin from Y direction, and you will see an HR over here. I will just make a duplicate of it and save it so you can get another HR over here, and between these two HRs I will create a div which will contain all the interaction buttons. So I will create a div over here, and let me give it a class name. I will give it a flexbox, and the cap will be 6 unit, and inside this we will create buttons. So make a div over here, and this div will be the like container. So I will make a div, and let's give it a class name flex. The cap will be of 3 units, and items to be in center. Now inside this div I need a button, and this button basically will render an icon. So let's go to flat icon, and over here let me search for like, and let me just copy this and copy this and paste it over here, and just change the class to class name like this. And if I save, I should see the icon. Yeah, you can see the icon over here. So now let's style this button also. Let's give some class name to this button. So what I will do is I will say width to be 10, height to be 10, and will give rounded full, so it will have a border radius of 100%, and I will say flex so that I can have a flex box inside this button, and I will say items to be in center, and it have to be justify center, so the icon will align in the center of the button like this. And what I will do is I will add a bg gray with 80% opacity. So if I save that, you should a background over here like this. So this is our like button. So don't worry about the on click features of it, like when you click on it, it will like the blog. We will do this or add this feature later in this video. Right now I will just work on the UI. So after this button, what I will do is I will add a paragraph, and that paragraph will just show the total likes. So I will just say total likes, and this total likes is directly destructuring from this activity key that is inside this block context, right? And let's give some class to it. I will just say text to be of excel size, and the color will be text dark gray. If I save, I should see the like count over here, and the like count is 0 obviously because I'm not updating the like right now. So after this, what I will do, I will just copy this and paste it over here, and instead of rendering this button, I will render a comment icon over here. So instead of searching for like, I will search for comment, and I guess I will use this icon. So actually not this, the RR one. So what I will do, I will just copy this class name of the icon, or actually let me copy this whole thing because I have deleted everything, and I will say class name instead of class. And if I save, you will see the comment icon over here. But instead of getting or typing this total like over here, I will type total number of comments this blog has. But of course we don't have access to this total comments, so I have to restructure it from this activity, because if I go in my server or if I open my blog.js, you will see in the activity I have this total comments key. So I can destructure it over here by saying total underscore comments, and if I save, by default it is 0, so I should see 0 over here. And with this, these two buttons are done. After this, what we will do is we will create a div over here, and I will give it a class name. I will say flex, because whatever children we will add in side by side. Add a gap of 6 unit, and the items will be in center, and this div will contain the edit button and the share to Twitter button. So let's first add the share to Twitter button, and for that what I will do is I will create a link over here, which is from React Router DOM, like this, and basically this link will just render the Twitter icon. So let me search for Twitter icon over here. Let me type Twitter, and let me just copy this icon. You can use the X icon if you want, because it's now X, but when I coded this website it was Twitter. And inside it you can just paste this icon and change the class to class name, and you will see the Twitter icon over here. But I want it to come at the end, not over here. So what I will do is I will come over here. Let me just cut this and let me paste it right here. Actually no, actually what you have to do is just collapse these two things, and we will wrap these two things in one div like this. And over here I will add, this is the parent div which contains this whole button group, and this div which will have the Twitter. So I want this div to come at the end, so I will just add over here a class which will be justify between, to have space between. So this should come at the end, you can see right here. And what I will do is I will just cut this and paste this class name over here. And actually let me remove these divs, because I don't think so I need these divs, I just need the button. So let me remove every div, and I will have just these two buttons like this. Let's see what the result is. And yeah, this is what exactly I want two buttons side by side like this, and I want a Twitter icon over here. So I just changed some structure. So what it is like, we have these buttons and paragraph now inside only one div, and this div is different from the Twitter sharing div, which is this div. So we only have two divs inside the main div. So I think now it should make sense to you. So what I will add right now over here is I will add a hover effect to this icon. And how can I do that? First of all, let's just say text to be Excel size, so the icon will be a little bit bigger. And then to add hover effect in Tailwind, you just say hover, and in the columns you can give the class name that you want to change. Fine, you hover. So what I will just say is I will say text to be Twitter, and this text Twitter is actually this Twitter is a blue color mentioned in this tailwind.config.jsx JS. You can see this Twitter which has this Twitter color, so you can just access that color by just saying test Twitter. So if I save and hover over the Twitter, you will see that it's changing its color to blue, which is the Twitter color. So after this, what I want is whenever I click on this link, it should take me to the Twitter site where I can post this blog. So how can I do that? So for that, just add a 2 over here, and in the brackets add a template string. And what I will do over here is I will type https://twitter.com slash intent slash tweet, and then question mark, then text equal read, then I will say dollar title, and then I will say and without any space outside the curly brackets and URL equal in the brackets, actually in the brackets because I need to access one more variable over here. I will say location dot href like this, and if I save, actually let me expand this window so that you can see what this link is actually doing. And since I want the title of the blog over here, I have to destructure from this blog state like this so it won't give me error. And let me expand this window so that you can see what this on click is doing actually. So now you can see I'm on the desktop screen or laptop screen. Now if I click over here, you will see this is redirecting me to, well, it is giving me the login info, but if I was logged in, it will give me the option to just tweet this thing. So what it is basically doing, well, this is the link that is coming directly from the Twitter, and they just say that if you want to add the share thing, you can just go to twitter.com/intent/tweet, and after this question mark, you can give the values of what you want to add. So over here, I am saying the text, which means in the tweet, I need a text, and that text will be read. Okay, and after that read, I will have the title of the blog. So the text that you will have in your tweet will be read and the title of the blog. And after the end, I will say I'm saying URL. So I want a URL in my tweet, and the URL will be the location.href, which means the current location of the user. So right now I am on localhost 5173 slash blog slash this root. So whenever you click over here, it will just tweet with a text saying read and the title, which is this finance 101 and all that stuff, and then it will add a URL which will be the link of this localhost 5173, which means it will just give you the URL in order to uh, post this or retweet this blog in your Twitter account. So I hope this makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, just go to Google and like search here for Twitter share a link JS, something like that, and you can see I got something in my Stack Overflow. And if I come just over here, you can see that this will work for you. So this is exactly the same that we did, so you can just use that, it doesn't matter. So anyway, coming to the topic, so after the Twitter link, what I want over here is I want the edit button, so that if I am the author of the blog, I can click on the edit button in order to edit the blog if I want to. But first of all, I want to check whether or not I am the author of the blog, or and how can I do that? First of all, for that I have to get access I have to first access the login author username. So how can I do that? I will say let, and I will destructure things later, but I will set it equals to use context, and here I will use the user context. And from the user context, I will destructure the user auth, which contains username inside it. So from this, I can get the logged in username, and since I am getting the logged in username and I have the author username, and since the username is unique in our project, I can just check both of them, and if both of them are equal, then I can just show a button to edit the block. So over here I will add curly brackets to check for a condition, which will be username equal author username. So if username is equals to author username, in that case what I will do is I will create a link, and that link will just say edit, and in the else block I will just render nothing, and I can add 2 over here saying if I click on this, where it should redirect me to slash editor slash in dollar I will say blog underscore id, because I want the dynamic blog id over here, so that in the editor page I can display the already data that is present in the database, and now you can change that from the editor page. Well, you will understand this better when we will work on the editor page. Just for now you can type it like this, and let me just give it some class name. So I will say underline, and I will say when I will hover, the text change to purple, and this again is inside the tailwind config, so you don't have to worry about it. So now if I save and come over here, well, you won't see the edit button because right now I am not logged in. As you can see over here, I'm getting this sign in. So if I click on sign in, and let me just log in with the same account from which I created the blog. And now if I go on this finance 101, because whose author I am, you will see I get this edit button over, and if I take my mouse over it, it's changing its color to purple, and if I click on it, it is redirecting me to editor/finance page. But basically it is not giving me the editor page because we don't have this editor dynamic route in our app.jsx, which we will set up later, so don't worry. So basically this edit is working, and if I just log out and sign in with something else, let's say let me just create another account. Let's say Kunal2, and I will say kunal2@gmail.com, and let me sign up with this account. You can see this account is different, and I'm not the author of any of these blogs. So if I click on those the blogs, I won't see the edit button, so I can't access the editor page where I can edit this blog. So with this, the interaction UI is done, and now we have to work on other things, which will be the content of the blog. We have to display that, and we have to then load the similar blogs. Go back to our blog page in order to work on the blog page. So what I want is just copy this blog interaction, and I will paste again, and I will get another blog interaction just below this one. So right here. So what I want is in between these two blog interactions, I will render the blog content. So I will for now just add a comment saying blog content will go over here. So I'm not making the blog content right now because I'm just making the similar blogs first to give the recommendation, and then we can work on the content. So we will have a blog interaction at the end of the content as well, and at the start of the content as well, because if the blog is too long and if a user is reading it, so at the end the user don't have to go at the top in order to like or leave any comment. The user can just on the end click on the like button or comment it just by click on the comment button. So that's why I'm having these two blog interactions. So after the blog interaction, I need to render the similar blocks, and before rendering the similar blocks, I need to first get the similar blocks from the backend, right? So for that, what I will do is where I'm just calling this fetch blog, you can see it's making a post request to this get block. So once I make a request and get the block from the backend, what I will do, instead of just setting this block state, before setting these block state, I will make another request to the server in order to fetch the similar blocks from there. So I will say axios dot post request, and again the root will be import dot meta dot n dot read server domain, plus the root now it will be search dash blocks. And if I come to my server, you will see that this, where it is, this search blog is this post that we are using to filter the homepage blog, and to filter or to search the blog using the search page, and to show the blog in the profile page. We are using this search blog in all those three routes, but now we want this search blog routes in order to get the similar blog as well. So how can I do that? First of all, I will come over here, and in the body what I will send is I will send the tag, and the tag that I will send is will be the first tag of this block. So I will say tags, and actually I don't have tag access, so in here I will just say tags, and this tags will be an array. So from there I will say the first element, give me the first element of the tags array. So I will just say index 0, and the second key that I will send to the backend will be limit, which tell the limit of the response. And by default I want only 6 similar blocks. I don't want more than that, I don't want less than that, or I don't want any pagination, anything else. I just want 6 blocks, similar blocks. So I will just add a limit of 6, and then uh, I can leave it like this. And if you come over here, well, this is designed for tag, but this is not designed for limit key. So we will work on this search blog route once we are done with this request. So what I will do is just after this, I will say dot then in order to get the response. And once I get the response, I will destructure the data like this. And once I get the data, I will set the data inside another state which we will call similar block state. So I will make a const variable over here and I will say similar blocks, and I will say the set function will be set similar blocks, and let's create that as a state. So I will say u equals to use state. By default that will be null, and over here I will just say set similar state similar block, and I will just pass this data dot blocks because this search is returning a blocks key inside an object. So this blocks key I need. So you will see that I don't get any error. So if I just say that console log me the data dot blocks, and let's see what I'm actually getting. So if I expand the window and if I refresh, let's see what data I'm getting. So you can see in the array I'm getting two data, and we have two blocks. One is this cooking with a top notch, and I have this second which has this finance test. So basically this tag is not working. If it was working, it would not give me this finance, like this cooking one. It should give me this finance, right? So now let's go to our server and let's make this search block work on the search blocks root in order to get the accurate data. So let's come over here, and what I will do over here is once I get the tag, actually before that let me see what this tag actually is. So what if I just console log the tags array also over here. Let's see what this tag is because this should work. And if I come over here, well, you can see the tags is an empty array. That's why it is not working. Why the tags are is an empty array? Well, let's see. Because I'm destructuring it from the blocks, but actually, to fix this issue, what we can do is we can actually remove these tags from the block structure, and you can also remove the tags from this block, so you don't have to restructure it, and just set the block at the top and remove the console logging, and this will work. So if I just console log the block right now, and if I expand my window, you will see I will get an array. Let me wait. So you will see that I got an array with two items, and this time the two arrays two blocks that I got has the finance key in it. You can see both of the blocks has this finance tag inside it, and I didn't got more because first of all the limit is set in the search block is maximum 2. You can see the max limit is 2, and the second reason is I don't have more than two blocks with this finance tag. But you will see there is one problem, and before facing that let me just add this limit thing inside this search block so that we can actual set the limit to 6. So I will just restructure the limit inside over here, and while setting the max limit equals to 2, I will say that if we have a limit, which means it is not undefined. So if you provide a limit while requesting to search block, then it will be having a limit, otherwise it will be undefined and then it will fall in the else block. So if we have a limit, then we will say the max limit to be limit, otherwise in the else block I will say it to be true. So by default it will be 2, but if we have any limit that we have given from the front end, then we will set that max limit over here. And if I save it, you won't see any changes because we don't have more than two blocks. But what I want to do here is you will see that since I only have two finance related blocks, I got two of them, but from these two of them I am on the one block. I am on one block. You can see one block is how can you make the most, and second block is finance 101, a step by step guide. So I am actually on the finance 101 step by step guide blog page. So I don't want to recommend this same blog inside my similar blog. I want that will recommend another blog. I will just remove this blog. I want to remove this blog from this array. So how can I do that? For that, what I will do is I will just shrink this, and over here after this tag and the limit, I will send one more key to the backend, and that key will be eliminate underscore block, because we want to eliminate this block from this block struct data. And what I will say here, I will say blog underscore id, and this blog id is just the blog page id. So what I'm saying is I am sending this eliminate blog key to the backend with this blog id. So over here in the search block I can destructure that eliminate uh, key, I can say eliminate blog. Let me just copy this properly over here, otherwise it will give error. So I have this eliminate blog over here. So inside the tag, what I will say is after tags and draft, I will add another key. I will say eliminate blog. And actually you don't have to say eliminate block because you can't eliminate like this. What I want is I want the blocks whose blog id is not equals to the blog id which is inside this blog eliminate block. So for that, what I will say is I will say blog id equals to an object, and in this object I will use Mongo's one method which is $ne, which is not equal. So not equal, and what it should not equals to this eliminate block. So basically this line means block id should not equals to this eliminate block, which is the id that we get from the front end that we want to eliminate the block. So if I just save this and now refresh my page, now I should get only one item in the array, and if I expand this you will see that its tag is finance, and this is the how can you make, which is not this finance one. So since I have only two, I got only one blog, and I am not getting this blog because I am on this blog page. So with this the similar blog we are done with the fetching stuff. Now we just need to render the UI over here. So let me just remove the console log first and let me make some spacing over here. So once you have set the data blog inside the similar blocks state, what we can do is after the interaction, let's add a curly bracket to check for the condition whether or not we have similar block, and if we have similar block, let's render that similar block over here. So I will say similar blocks is not equals to null, and similar blocks has something in it by saying dot length. So basically not null and dot length basically means run or render whatever, render only when we have something in my similar blocks array. So if I have something, then I will render an empty component with an h1 saying similar blocks like this, and I can give some class name to it. I can say text to be 2xl, margin top will be 14 and margin from bottom will be 10, and I will say font to be of medium size. And actually let's add the else block first and then we will create the UI. So if we like if we don't have anything in the similar block array, or like it is null, then in that case I will render nothing. So I will just add an empty string, and if I just save this, you should see a similar block h1 over here because I have one item in the array. So that's why I'm getting the similar block. And now after this I just want to like map through the similar blocks array in order to render the block card just the way we did for the home page. So over here what I will do is let me disable my word wrap so that I can go over here so that you can clearly see what I'm actually doing. So over here I will make curly brackets to write JavaScript, and I will say similar blocks dot map to map through them, and I will get blog and the index from there. And once I got the blog, I will first destructure the author. I will say let author. From that author I will destructure the personal info, and from there I will destructure the full name, the username that will be equals to profile underscore username. And actually you don't need to destructure it because we can just pass this. So just destructure the personal info, and I will just set it equals to the blog so that we can access the personal info directly. And what I will say is I will return an animation wrapper like this, and I will give it a key, not key value, key. The key will be the index, and I will give transition to it. So add transition, and the transition will be, first of all I will give the duration which will be 1 second, and I will give then a delay which will be I into 0.08 like this. And inside the animation wrapper what I will do is I will create the blog post card. This is the same thing that we did in the last part where we were working on the home page, search page, and the profile page. So if you don't get that make sure you watch that first and then watch this. So over here I have to give the content prop, and the content prop I can just give the ball blog, and in the author I can give just the personal info. So I can just give personal info, and if I just save, I should see the blog over here, one blog, because I only am receiving one blog from the backend. And now you can see I'm getting only one blog with this title. And if I click over here, this should redirect me to the blog page, and it has actually redirected me to the blog page, but you will see that nothing is changed, and that is because whenever the blog id is changing, we are not updating the state. So how can you do that? So for that, you have to come over here in the use effect, and in the array you have to say blog underscore id. So whenever this blog id changes, which is you are getting from the parameters from the address bar. So like in the home in the blog page, you click on another blog to redirect somewhere, anywhere, like on any other blog page, it will change the blog id from the address bar, which will call this use effect. And here, first of all, I have to reset all the states. So I will just call reset states function, and I don't have that, so I will create over here const reset state like this. And this reset state will reset all the states, and then it will run the fetch block. So what I will do here is I will just see what the blocks, what the states I have. I have these three states, so I will just reset them. So I will say set block to be block structure, and set similar blocks to be, what you can say, null, because the default value was null. And I will say set loading to true because I want to show the loading animation. So if I just save this, and first of all, if I refresh, you will see that I will get another blog page over here because I am on this blog page now, and I'm getting a similar blog page recommendation of this finance 101, which we was before. So now if I click on this, this will reset the state, and now this will give me another blog with these things. And if I click over here, it will go to that blog, and it will give me this blog because it has the finance key and it is related to this blog. And if I click over here, this will redirect me to this, and this way you will be able to make dynamic blog pages for the same route. And it doesn't matter the blog id is changing because you are resetting the state whenever the blog id is changing. So now it's perfectly fine, and actually we are done with our similar blogs as well. So now let's work on this content of the blog, and let's display whatever content we have inside the blog page. Before we work on the content of the blog page, I would suggest you to just go on the editor's page and create a new blog. And in this blog, just click on this add, and just add the h1 h2 any list and image heading code, like whatever options you have here, just add all those stuff or all those elements inside one blog, so that we can open that blog page, and then we can work on the content so that we can be sure that every element is being rendered correctly. So do that and then follow the video. Okay, so I have created this blog over here, and you can see in the title I'm just saying blog with all the content, which means I have all the content inside this. Like I have the images, I have h2 h3, I have quote, I have unordered list, the ordered list, and I have the bold text, italic, the markers, and the coded formatted texts. And I have everything which the editor allow you to add. So I have everything over here, so that when I work on this content to render, I can see that everything is being correctly rendered. So if I come to if I just expand the window and come in my console, and let me just come over here, and let me just console.log you the blog.content. And if I just save this, you should see what I'm getting in the content of the blog. So if I just save it, and let me just refresh it, you will see that this is giving me an array, and this array is an object, and inside this object I have this blocks, time and version. Well, I don't need to worry about the time and the version. I just want this blocks information. And if I expand this blocks, you can see I have 15 objects inside this, and each of the objects has some data in it. Like you can see in the data, it is like level 2, and this is the heading, and type is header. So type header means it is in heading, and level 2, which means it is h3. And if I go over here, like you can see I have another header over here. If I expand this, you will see that its type is header, but its level is 3, which means this is h3. So in the code, we will use if and else in order to check whether or not the type is header or the paragraph or image or list or code. And according to that, we will render the suitable component that we want to render. So let me just make the window small, and let me remove the comments from here, and instead of that let me render a div here. And what I will do is, let's give some class name to it. I will say margin from y direction, which means top and bottom, give 12 units, and I will say font should be LSU, and I will give the blog page content. Well, this blog page content is a custom class inside your index.css to give some more extra classes, so just save that and you don't have to worry about it. So if I save, you will see that there is a little bit more space now. So what I will do is I will add this what you can say a curly bracket, and here I will say content, and this content you are can see I'm destructuring directly from this blog. Let me make this word wrap enable. So this content is directly coming from this blog, so you don't have to access it using blog.comment content. And since the blog.content was an array, let me go over here, and I want its first item because it was an array with one item only, so I will say 0 to get the first item. And since it was an object, I want to access the block, so I will say dot blocks in order to access the blocks. And this block will give me the array with all the blocks. And you see that you saw I had 15 items inside the blocks, right? So what I will do, I will map through this blocks item and get individual block like this and the index. And what I will do is I will return a div like this. So let me close this div. First of all, let's give this a key of the index. And what I will store in this div, well, first of all, let's give a class. I will say margin from y direction will be 4 units, and on the medium strings, margin from y direction will be 8 units. And inside this div, what I will render is I will render block content. And I don't have this component right now, but what this block content will do, it will take this block, which take this block as a prop. So let me add this block over here, which is this. So this block is the object which contains the type of the block, which can be header, paragraph, image, or list, or the code. And it also contains the level of the heading or the string that is inside the paragraph or the URL of the image. So the information that we need in order to convert or create a content a component is inside this block, and we are just giving this block object inside this block this blog content, so that in this component I can render that. So let's work on this component because I don't have that. So in the components folder, you will see in the second line I have this blog dash content dot component.js. So just open that and make a component function over here. Let's call it blog content like this, and let's return for now in h1 saying this is a blog content, and let's receive the block as a prop over here, and let's export this as a default function also. And let me import it here. So let's add import blog content, let's save that, and let's go over here. And if I save, I should see an h1 saying this is a block content. So let me see. So now you can see I got this is a block content, this is a block content. I got these h1 for 15 times because I have 15 blocks. So instead of rendering this simple text, now I want to render the component that is suitable for the type of the block we have. So let's first render the heading. So what I will do is I will remove this h1 actually, and actually I will remove this whole return, and I will say let, and I will destructure two things from this block. What are these two things? I want to destructure the type so that I can know what type of block I have, and the data, like what data I have inside the block. So first of all, I will check whether or not it's a paragraph. So I will say if the type is equals to paragraph, which means it's a p tag I have to render. So in that case, what I will do, I will return a paragraph, and instead of passing the data over here, what I will do is I will go over here and I will say dangerously style inner HTML. Well, this dangerously set inner HTML is React prop, and actually React won't allow you to use this, but you can use this in this case in order to maintain the HTML level of the text. If you don't use this and just pass like over here, you will just say data and dot uh, text, it won't work. Well, actually it will work, but it will give you error. Let's see what it is. So let me just remove it for now, and let me say data dot text. You will see that over here I have this mark attribute with this class and code attribute with this class, this class and this. So well, actually I don't want these tags in my text, right? I don't want these tags in my paragraph. That's why I'm not accessing it like this. I want to access it from this prop so that this paragraph can treat this data, which is an HTML. So it can treat us as a HTML instead of treating us as a text. And then it will treat this code tag and the mark tag as the actual tag instead of the plain text. So over here, I will add an object, and this object will have underscore underscore HTML key, and oh, this will be equals to data dot text. And if I just say that, now you will see, now instead of getting the plain tags, now I got the styling. So in this paragraph I got this mark line, I got this code line, I got this bold, I got this italic, and I got this link. Even if I click on it, it will redirect to me to where it is set to. And let me just say for else, so let me make the else block over here. And for now, what I will do in the else block, I will return in h1 saying this is a block. Just save that. So you will see what else is not being rendered. So you will see that this is not being rendered, this is not being rendered, this is being rendered because it's a paragraph. So after the paragraph, what I need to check is if the type is equals to the header, because if it is a header, then we want to render an h2 or h3 depending on the levels of the data. So what I will do is I will check for another condition here. I will say data dot level is equals to 3, which means I have to render an h3. So in that case, what I will do, I will return h3, not h1. I will return h3 like this, and I will give class name. I will say text to be 3xl, font to be bold, and in the attribute I will give dangerously set in HTML, and the same thing that I did for this paragraph I will do for this. And let me enable my word wrap like this. So if I save, well, you will see that I will only get the heading 3 over here. You can see heading 3 list type, but I didn't got the h2 because I'm not returning for that. So over here, let's return the h2. So I will just copy this whole h3 and paste it here, remove or replace this h3 with h2. And what I will do is I will change the font size to 4xl instead of 3xl. So if I save it now, you will see I got heading 2, I got paragraph, I got a paragraph with the mark line and the coded text and the bold text, italic and the link, and I got the heading 3. Now I want to render the images. So what I will do, I will add another if condition here, and let me add some spaces so it will look more cleaner. So in the if block, I will say if the type is equals to image. So if it is a image, what I will do, I will return an image component, and that image component will basically take the URL of the image, and in the prop I will say data dot file dot URL, and I will say in the caption prop that I will say data dot caption. It's not a string, it's a variable, so I will say data dot caption like this. So I don't have this image component right now, so I will create it inside this folder. So I will just say const over here, and then I will say image equal, and I will make this function component. But here I will receive two props, and those two props are URL and caption. And inside it, once I get this, I will return a div, and inside this div I will return an image. Inside this image, I'll just return an src, and that src will be URL that we will get from the prop, and we will return any caption if we have. So it doesn't matter, it is not required that you have to have a caption for every image. So that's why I'm adding this curly bracket to check for a condition whether or not I have caption. So I will say caption dot length. So length, if I have any sort of caption, then I will render a paragraph with a class, actually with a paragraph, and I will just render caption in between this paragraph, and I will give some class name to it. I will say width to be full, text to be centered, my to be 3, so it will have 3 units margin from top and bottom. And I will say on the medium screen the margin bottom will be 12, and I will say text to be of base size and text to be of dark gray. And in the else case of this caption, I will say just don't render anything. So if I don't have any caption for the image, I won't render anything. And now if you come over here, you can see now I'm able to render the h2. I can render paragraph, and I can also render image with the caption. So you can see this is the caption image with the caption. And even if I don't provide the caption over here, and I will just provide an empty string, and if I save, I won't see the caption here. I will just get the image. So this is how you can create the components checking their types. So we are left with two more types, and those are the quotes and the list. So let's work on those. So I will check for the quote now. So I will say if the type is equals to quote, in that case I will return the quote component, and this quote component will take a quote prop which will be data dot text, which will be the text of the code, and it will take a caption prop in order to have the caption data. So I will just say data dot caption like this, and obviously I don't have that, so I will create it over here. So I will say quote, and I will create this as a function component. This will return obviously something, but let me declare the props over here, and the props were quote and caption like this. So what the quote component will return? Well, it will return a div, and inside that div I will have a paragraph, and that paragraph will just render the quote. And after that I will check for a condition saying if caption has any length, then I will render a paragraph which will just show the caption like this. And I can give it some class name. I can say width to be full, text to be purple, and text to be base like this. And in the else block I can give an empty string. Let's give some stylings to this paragraph and the div also. So let's give class name over here, give text excel size leading, which is the line height, set it to 10 unit. On the medium screen, change the text to 2 excel size, and let's style this div. So let me give class name to it. Let's say background to be purple but with an opacity of 10 only, and padding of 3 units from all direction, but padding from left will be 5 units, and I will give a border of left 4 units, and border color will be purple like this. So if I just save it, now I should see quote also. So if I scroll down, you will see this is the code I'm getting, which is this is a code for this blog, and the caption is this quote caption, because that is I have in my data. So I only left with two things. You can see this is a block and this is a block, because these two are the lists that I want to render. So I can remove this else now, and I can come over here and check for if type is equals to list. So if the type is equals to list, then I will render the list. In that case I will just return a list component like this, and this will take style equal data dot style. Well, for the list you have a data dot style key which contains information of whether it is an unordered list or an ordered list. So we will use this in order to decide what we want to render. We want to render an OL or UL. So after this you can say items equal data dot items like this. And since we don't have this component, let's create that. So come over here, make list component like this, and over here let me make those props. So I will say style and items, and this list basically will return an OL And inside this OL, what I will do is I will render this items. Okay, actually the place is closed, so let me open this again. So inside here I will add curly brackets in order to loop through this items to make an li. So I will say items dot map in order to map through this items, and from there I will get list item and their index, and once I get those I will then return an li with key, which will be the index, and the class name I will give the my 4 units, and I will say dangerously set in a HTML to list item. Well, actually you don't have to say, you say underscore underscore HTML, and that value will be equals to list item, which will be you can get from here. So if I save, it doesn't matter you are rendering an unordered list or ordered list, it will still give you this and this. You will see that I'm getting list 1, list 2, list 3, apple, mango, banana, but I'm not getting 1 2 3 over here, or maybe like the bullet points over here. So to set that in the OL attribute, what I will do, I will add some class name, and I will add curly bracket here because I will add class name according to this style, and for that we will add some condition over here. So I will first add a template literal to give some specific classes. I will say padding from left will be 5 units, and then in the curly brackets I will write the condition, and I will say if style is equals to ordered, which means it's an ordered it is an ordered list, not an unordered list. In that case I want 1 2 3 here, right? So in that case the class name that I will return will be list dash decimal. Otherwise I will return list dash disk if it is not ordered, which means it will be unordered. So if I save this, now you will see, since this was ordered list I got 1 2 3, but this was unordered list apple, mango, banana, that's why I got these bullet points instead of 1 2 3. And actually with this we are done with the content, and we are actually done with our blog page. You can see the I am getting the blog banner, the title, the author detail, the heading, and the content, and at the end I'm getting the similar blog recommendation where you can click in order to navigate. You will see that for this blog I have, this is the 10th blog, and if I click over here, this is the 5th blog. So for these blogs I didn't wrote any sort of content, that's why you are getting this. So now let's work on our like button, comments, and edit.
So now let's work on this edit button first. So if I click on this edit button, and since I am the author of this blog, I can only see this button and no one else can see this edit button, so you don't have to worry about that. So if I click on this edit button, you will see instead of getting the editor page, I am getting this page not found. And why is that? Because if I go to my app.jsx file, you will see in this I have a root which is slash editor, and on this slash editor root I am serving this editor component, but the slash editor root and slash editor slash anything comes after that, you can say like this, these two roots are different, and I have no root declared over here which state that this editor root should be dynamic and accept any string after that slash, and therefore it is lying inside this star path, and that's why it is rendering this page not found condition a component. So instead of that, what I will do is, first of all I will remove this and I will create another copy of this root, but what I will do in this path is I will add a forward slash after the editor, and I will say colon and then blog underscore id. So whatever comes after this forward slash, we will consider that as a blog id, and if we have a root which follow this syntax, then we will render this editor component. So if I just save this and I refresh, I should see a editor page instead of that 404 page. Okay, it is giving me error. So do one thing, let me go over here and let me restart my server. So npm run dev, and let me refresh it again over here, and if I click on the edit, you will see now I am getting the editor page instead of getting the, you can say, the 404 page. Now what I want is I want to retrieve the blog ID from this root, and I want to make a request to the server so that I can get the data from the server related to this blog, and then I can update the state of this editor blog so that I can update the banner value, the title, and the content value, so that these input fields will be filled instead of empty input field, so that you can edit the values and then publish or save it as a draft. So how can I do that? So first of all, for that, just close this and let's open editor.page.jsx, because this is the editor component that we are rendering over here, so we can retrieve the blog ID over here. So I will say let, and I will destructure the blog ID from use param hooks that is provided by the React Router DOM, and the parameter that I want to destructure is blog underscore ID, like this. And if I save, I will get the access of blog ID. So what I want now is first of all I have to create uh, a one more first of all, let me enable my word wrap, and then what I will do is I will create one more state over here, and I will call that loading, and the set function will be set loading, and I will set it equals to use state, and by default I will set the loading to true. And why I'm creating this loading state is because we are fetching the block data from the backend, so it will take some time. So for that time I will show a loading animation over here so that user knows that it is loading something, and once we got the data from the backend we will remove the loading animation. So that's why I'm creating this loading state. So what I will do here is I will create a use effect so that we can run a callback once it is done rendering this component. And over here I will say that if I don't have a blog ID, which means this blog ID. So if I don't have this blog ID, which means I am only on slash editor path but not in any specific blog editor. So in that case this will be undefined, and undefined will be false, and since that will be false I am adding exclamation to make it true. So what I will do here, I will just return from this use effect so that I won't go inside it. And what I will do here, I will set the loading function to false, so I will remove the loading animation, right? And what I will do here is over here I will add one more condition, and I will say that first of all I will do this, and before rendering this editor state I will check for the loading state so that I can show the loading animation. So I will say if there is loading happening, if it is the loading state is true, then I will render the loader like this. But if I don't have if the loading is false, in that case I will render these components according to this condition, and it is giving me a red line in this loader because I haven't imported it. So let me import that loader component over here, and now it will be fixed. So what I just did is first of all I'm checking for one condition, which is access token. So if the user is not logged in, I will redirect the user to sign in. If it is logged in, if the user is logged in, then I will check for loading, and if the loading animation like the loading state is true, then I will show the loader, and if the loading state is false, in that case I will set the editor states to editor, or we will check the condition whether or not I am on the editor or the publish form. So this is what I'm doing. And what I will do over here now is I will, in the use effect, first of all, if there is no blog ID, I am just removing the loading by this saying set loading false. So if I just save it, you won't see any changes. If I refresh, you will see a loading animation, and after it will get done by that, it will just give me the loading. Let me refresh it again, and well, actually it is not working. Let's see why it is not working. So if there is no block ID, then it should set loading to false, right? Well, basically it is showing the loading animation just because I'm not going inside this condition, because I do have the blog ID, and that's why I'm not setting the loading to false, and that's why it is showing me the loading animation. So if I go back to the blog page, and if I access my editor from this, right, and now you will see that I'm not getting the loading animation, and I'm just getting the editor because this is how it meant to be. And if I come back over here, and if I go to my editor page, now it will show me the loading animation. So what I will do now in this use effect is I will make a request to the backend in order to retrieve the block data, and then I will update my block state, which is over here. I will update this block state with that block state, the block data that we got from the backend, and then we will remove the loading animation. So how can I do that? So over here, what I will do, I will make a exist request, which will be a post request, and I will make a request to localhost 3000, which is stored in our .env file. So I will say import.meta.env.wait underscore server domain plus, and the root that I want to make a request is get blog like this, and I want to send some more data with it. And the data I want to send is first of all the blog ID like this. And if I come to my server, you will see that our get blog is only accepting the blog ID right now in order to find the blog and give it that back. But I will send two more things with this, and for those two keys I will send the draft, which will be true, which means I can get the draft blog data as well. By default you will see this won't give you the draft data, so that's why I'm adding this draft, so that it will give me the draft blog as well. And I will say the mode is edit. So the reason I am adding the mode is edit, so that if you request the data, the block data with a mode edit, then it won't increment this one value. So the increment value will be 0, and therefore the read count of user and the blog will not increase by 1, right? So for that I am adding these two keys, and I have to make these two keys destructure over here, and add their condition over here in order to get the data according to those two keys. But before that, let me come over here, and once I get the data from backend, I will just cache that data using .then, and I will destructure the data from there, whatever I got, and I will destructure the blog from the data, because we will see that in the response I'm just sending this blog inside an JSON, so I can destructure this block key. And once I have destructured that block key, what I will do is I will set the block state with the block that I just got, and I will just remove the loading animation by setting the loading to false. And if we got any error, I will use .cache in order to cache that in response. And what I will do is I will set the block to null, and I will set the loading to false. And if I just save it, well, you will see that now I got the block title. I'm not seeing the content, but if I click on the publish, well, it is giving me error. So let me fill anything here. And now if I click on publish, you will see that I have the tags as well and the description as well. So basically I am able to get the blog data over here. But now the only issue is that this editor is not working properly. I'm not able to get the content here. But before doing that, let me make work on the server in order to uh, act according to these two keys, which is this mode and this draft key. So let's come to the server inside this get block root, and let me destructure those two keys here. So the first key is draft and the second key is mode, like this. Now over here, what I will do here in the increment value is I will add a condition. I will say if the mode is not equals to edit, then the value of increment value will be 1, otherwise it will be 0. So since I am saying the mode equal edit from this request, what it will do is it will check in this condition that whether or not the mode is edit or what mode is edit or not. So if the mode is edit, it will just set the increment value to 0, and therefore the total read of this blog and the total read of this user won't increase by 1. So after this cache, what I will do, I will add one more condition, and I will say blog.draft and exclamation draft. And basically what this condition will do is it will check the draft value that I got from the front end is true or false, and it will check whether or not the draft of the actual blog is true and false. So basically if for instance, if I have a blog which is draft, so its draft value is true, but I'm requesting for a draft which is not a draft. Like from the front end I have set the draft to false, but the blog that I'm accessing is actually a draft. So in that case, you will see that the request I'm making is for not draft, but actually I am requesting the blog which is draft. So there is a true and a false, right? So I want both of the draft values, the request and the actual blog draft to be true. Otherwise, this should give an error to the front end saying you can't access your draft value because you are providing an invalid value, which is like you are requesting for a draft block, but you are saying you don't want a draft block, right? So in that case, I will respond with the status 500, and I will send a JSON with error key, and that error will be you cannot access draft block, like this. And if I save, now I don't have to do anything in my get blog root, and it is done. So if I come over here and let me just save this, well, if I save and refresh, you won't see any much changes because I am getting the blog data from the backend and I am setting it as a state, so you won't see any changes. But you will see that it is getting a blank page, and that is because of getting some errors. So just stop your server, clear it, and run the server again. And now if I check, now you will see instead of getting the blank page, I got the editor, which means that it's working. So actually everything is working. I'm getting the banner, I'm getting the header, and the title. I'm getting the short description tag values also, but I'm not getting the editor which contain the content of the blog. So how can I do that? For that, you have to go to the blog editor, and where I'm setting this new editor, you will see that I have this data where I'm setting it equals to content, right? So I have to change this in order to render the data I have. So what does data key actually do in editor.js is if you already have a particular data saved in a data structure which acceptable by editor.js, then you can pass that over here, and that will create a new editor with those data. But if you don't have any data, then you can leave it a blank, which I'm doing over here, which is this content is blank, and that's why it is creating a blank editor. So instead of giving this a blank content, what I will do, I will add a condition over here, and what that condition will be, I will say array dot is array to check whether or not this content is array, because remember, from the backend, the content value that I am receiving is an array with one object, and that object has the blocks value, and that blocks value we need here in order to render the data, the editor.js with existing data. So first of all, I am checking the array is dot is array. In order using this array dot is array method, I am checking whether or not the content is an array. So if the content is array, what I will do is I will just pass the content of zero index to this data. But if I don't have the content as an array, then I will just say the data would be an content, a content which will be an empty string or empty object, whatever we have declared over here. You can see the content is an empty array. So we will go over here. So if I just save this now and come over here, and if I refresh, now you will see, now I got the content actually, and you can see this is saying, this is heading, this is paragraph, this is image, I got the caption, I got the mark values and the code. So basically now I am able to get the blog content over here, and you will see this is the title, and this is not giving me, this is giving me a scroll bar, but you can fix it by just adding space over here, or just typing anything. It will just fix that scroll bar, so you don't have to worry about it. Now if I go to publish, you will see that I am getting the short description. I can change it to edited short description. I can come over here and I can remove the tag. I can say travel, and I can say test now, and I can publish it. But now you will see it said published and it created another block. You will see this was a block that I was editing, and this is the block that I got after saving it, because you can see the tag is now travel, but the tag before was test. So instead of recreating more blocks, what I want is I want to update the block that I already have. So how can I do that? Let's see that. Let me click on the edit so that I can get the edit page. And now what I will do over here is in the blog editor.component, first of all, I need the blog ID from the address bar. So for that, I will say let, and I will destructure the blog ID from use param hook that the React router provides. And once I got the blog ID, what I will do is I will come over here in my, you will see the handle save draft, and over here where I am creating the blog object to change the title, banner, description, content tag, and the draft is true. What I will do here is in the blog object, instead of sending the blog object, what I will send is I will say destructure the blog object, which means all of the keys will get destructured over here. And other than that, what I want is I want one more key which will be ID, and that ID will be under blog underscore ID. So if I have a blog ID, this will be the ID of the blog, and if I don't have a blog ID, this will basically undefined, and we will send the undefined ID to the backend. So we need to check in the backend whether or not the ID is undefined or what. So if the ID is undefined, we will do the thing that we already were doing. But if the ID is not undefined, but it is something, it is already existing in a database, then we will update the existing document. So how can I do that? So let's come to the server and let's go to create blog, which is over here. So I have to first destructure the ID from the request.body. And what I will do is before saving the blog over here, and actually before creating the blog, what I will do is I will add a condition which is saying if there is any ID. So if there is any ID, we will fall under this condition. But if the ID will be undefined, then we will fall inside this else condition. And in that else condition, I want to create a new block. So I will just cut all of the code and paste inside this else block like this, and just save that. And what I want is before creating a blog ID, what I will say is ID, and then I will add two bars like this, which would be or. So if I already have a ID which will be like some sort of blog ID, then the blog ID will be equals to this ID. Otherwise, if the ID will be undefined, then the blog ID will be equals to whatever we get from this string. So now I have the blog ID, and I have the condition where I can update the document. So what I will do over here is I will check the blog collection. So I will say blog in order to access the blog collection, and I want to find the particular blog with the ID that I already have over here, and I want to update their value. So what I will do is I will say find one and update. So I will say find one and update method. So just call this method, and the first parameter I have to pass is the condition on what basis I have to find the blog document. So the condition that I want to check for is the blog ID. So I will just say blog ID, because the blog ID is a key. You can see this, and this is already equals to the ID which is not which is actually a blog ID which is coming from the front end. So I can use this over here. And the second parameter that I have to give is what sort of values I want to update. So I will just say update the title, description, update the banner, the content, because I don't know what the user has updated. So I will just update each and every field. So I will say update title, description, banner, content, update the tags as well, update the draft. And what I will do here is I will add a condition saying if there is a draft, then give a draft value, otherwise it should be false. This basically is equals to this boolean, because if there is no draft, then the draft will be undefined, and that undefined will become true, false. And if there is a draft value which is like false, then true. So basically this is this draft, this condition and this boolean draft, both are same. You can use whatever you want to do. So after updating the document, what I will do is I will catch the response in .10, and I will say blog and now here I will return a response to the front end with a status of 200 and a JSON. and this JSON will basically have the ID of the blog. So I will say blog.blog underscore ID, and you can just say blog ID because we are not updating the blog ID. So we can actually use the blog ID over here, and I can remove this blog because I don't need that blog. And I can add a catch over here to see if any errors, if we get any error. And I got any error, I will just return a response with a 500 status code, and the JSON will be an error, and the error will be error dot message, or actually let's give it a string. Let's say failed to update total post number, and just save it. And now what I'm going to do is I'll just refresh this page again, and to see whether or not it is working, what I will do is I will create on save draft. So basically, if it is working, what it will do is currently this blog is published, but if I click on save draft and everything is working correctly, this will update the draft value of this blog from false to true, which means now this blog will be draft, not a published blog. So I won't be able to see the this draft in my home page or anywhere. So if I click on save draft, you will see it is saying saved, and now in the home page where I should get the all of the latest blogs, you will see now I am only getting this blog which is of travel tag, but that blog that I was editing was this blog with the test tag. So now I am not getting it because it is a draft blog, and if I click over here, I am getting this blog because it's a published blog. So basically this means the save draft is working, and now I have to work on the publish button in order to update the blog. So what I will do here is I will go on the publish, and in the travel let me just delete all of these, and let me say the tag for this will be, let's say I will add a tag, and let me say edited short description, and the blog ID, the blog title will be edited edited blog title, and I'm not updating the banner. So right now I have changed the title and the description and the tag of this blog. So now let's work on the publish button so that we can update this blog when I click on this publish. So how can I do that? For that, just go to publish form. So where is the publish form? Let me open the publish form component over here. And what I will do here is, first of all, I have to access the blog ID. So I will destructure the blog ID over here using the use params hook. And once I got the blog ID, what I will do is I will come inside this publish blog function, and where I am making a request to this create blog, I will send this blog object, and I will send the ID over here, which will be blog ID, and the draft will be false. Basically we have a draft equal false, so we don't have to do anything. The ID will be the blog ID, right? So if I just save this, and if I click on publish, this should update this blog because our server is set up for the blog having the ID already. So if I click on the publish, you will see it is saying publish, and now instead of getting a new blog that we were getting earlier, now you will see the title is edited blog title and the tag is tag. And if I click over here, this is the same exact blog that I had earlier. And if you don't like remember that is it or not, so if I just go to edited, and like if I just add a 2 over here and just go publish and click publish again, you will see now the title is edited blog title 2. So now our blog is editable, and you can edit your blog, or even you can unpublish your blog by just changing its draft value to save draft. By just clicking on the save draft button, you can unpublish the blog. So now let's work on this like button. So whenever user click on it, we will get a like interaction over here telling that you like this blog. Okay, so now let's start working on our like feature so that a user can like the blog post. So what can we do over here? So first of all, we need to add a on-click event to this button. So whenever the user clicks on it, then we want to trigger the on-click event, and there we will like increment the like count and change the color from gray to red and update the like count of the block. So let's do these things step by step. So let's first of all, let me go to this blog.page.jsx file, and in this page what I will do is I will create one more state. As you can see, I have these three states over here, one for the block state and one is for the similar blocks, and the third state I have is for tracking the loading animation. Now the fourth state that I want is what I will call this state. I will call this is liked by user, and this is liked by user state will be either true or it will be false. So if it is true, then it means the blocked is liked by the logged in user, but if is liked by user is false, then it's mean the logged in user has not liked this block. So we will keep that track inside the state, and the set function I will say set liked by user, and to make it state use state hook, and by default I will make it value to be false, so that when a user click on this I will just change this state value. But remember, over here if I come, I am rendering this blog interaction component in order to render these buttons. So these buttons are inside this component, so I can't directly access the state inside this button. So for that I have to pass this state and the set function of the state inside this context so that I can import it in the external files. So the state that I just created is liked by user, and the set function is set liked by user. And let me just save it and let's work on the interaction. So let me find the button that is the heart button over here, and we will add a on click event to it. So just add a enter over here and then on click. So whenever this button will get on clicked, whenever this button get clicked, what I will do is I will run handle like a function, and obviously we don't have that. So let me just copy this name and create this over here. So I will just say const and paste that name over here, and I will create this functional function handle like, and basically what it will do for now, it will change the like state which we have over here. It will just change the is liked by user by calling this set liked by user function. So first of all, in order to use it, I have to destructure it over here. So first of all, let me enable my word wrap, and after the set block I will add a comma to import those two functions. So I will say is liked by user for the is liked by state. Actually, let me just copy it so that I will not get any spelling errors. Let me copy the set function name also, and let me import it over here like this. Great. So inside this handle like, first of all, what I want to check is whether or not user is logged in, because I will only allow logged in user to like the post, and if the user is not logged in, then I won't allow the user to uh, sort of like this video. So what I will do over here is over here you can see from the user context I am importing this username, and after that I will import the access token as well. I will destructure this access token which I will have if the user is logged in. So if the user is logged in, I will have this access token in my session, and therefore it won't be undefined. So now in the helper like, I can just add a condition saying if and then I can pass access token, which means if we have a access token, then we will fall under this condition, means like the block. And for now over here I will console.log liked, and if I'm not logged in, then in the else block this means not logged in. So here what I will do is I will alert the user by telling you are not logged in. So first of all logged in, and then you can like the video. So how can I do that? First of all, for that I need to import two things. So I will add an import here, and I need first of all the toaster component, and I need the toast from React hot toast, and this toaster is the component which you can use to render the alert, and this toast is a function that you will use to call the alerts. So in order to use this toaster, you have to like add a toaster over here. So I will just add the toaster at the top, and what I will do is I will just, if the user is not logged in, I will say toast dot error to show a error and show an error, and the error will be please log in to like this blog and I will just save it. So as you can see, I'm getting this sign in button over here, which means I'm not logged in. So if I click on this, I should see an alert saying please log in to like this blog. So let's see it working or not. So if I click over here, you can see in the above in the top, I got this alert saying please log in to blog like this blog. So let me just log in quickly and let's see it's working or not. So let me add my email and let me add my password and click sign in. And since I'm signed in, you can see my profile icon over here. So let me go to this blog and let me open my console and expand the window. Great. Now if I click over here, you will see in the console I got liked in the console, so which means our handle click is actually working great. So instead of just console logging like, what I want to do is I want to update this is liked by user state by changing the set liked by user thing. So what I will do here is I will say set liked by user, and over here I will say previous value in order to get its current value. So you can call it previous value, current value, doesn't matter. This will just give you the current value of the state. And what I will do is I will return that and I will just interchange the current value. So I will just add exclamation at the beginning and I will just call the variable name. So what it will do, if the current value is false, then this exclamation false means true. So it will just set the set like to true. And if it's true, then exclamation true will make that into a false, and that will change is this state value to false from true. So this way you can interchange the true and false like this. And now what else I want is I want to go over here and I will add a condition saying is liked by user. So if the is liked by user is true, then in the turn-in operator, what I will do is I will have this total like, and you can see this total like is getting destructured from this activity, and we are using this total like over here in order to render this number count. So what I want is if it is liked by user, then what I will do is I will just plus 1 to this total like, and you can just do that by just adding two plus signs. And for the else case, which means it is not liked by the user, in that case I will deduct the like 1 from the like count. So I will say total likes and 2 times minus sign, and if I just save it, I should see a increment and decrement on clicking of this button. So if I click over here, okay, nothing happened. So let's see why nothing happened. Actually, let me console log the is liked by user to see its value actually over here. So if I click over here, you will see it is saying false, and if I click over here, it is saying true. So technically it is working, but it is not updating the total likes or total, it is not incrementing or decrementing that. So what I will do here is I will add exclamation sign, which means if is liked by user is true, which means now I am handling the like. So basically the condition was wrong. So what this condition now means is if I click on the button and the user has already liked it, in that case I will subtract 1 from it. And if I click on the button and the user has not liked this block, then I will add 1 to the like count. So now the condition is correct, so now it should work. So okay, it's still not working. Let's see why it is not working. Okay, yeah, I got the issue, and the reason it's not working is you can't change the total like or like total comments or any state value just by changing it over here. You need to update these block state as well, because remember, these total likes and total comments are coming from this activity, and ultimately this activity is coming from this block state. So I need to update this block state in order to re-render the whole page or the component that I want to re-render. So in that case, I have to use set block function in order to update the block. So what I will do here is I will first destructure the block state so that whatever key it has, it will just add that into this object. And the key that I want to update is the activity key, which will have a total like. So first of all, I will destructure the activity key as well. So it will update the like, it has total comments, total parent comments, and it has total like count. So it will just add those by default. And then I will say that add the total likes to equals to total likes, which is just changed over here. And you can see in the blog I am getting this red line because I don't have blog destructured over here. So I will just add blog at the beginning and add a comma. So now the whole blog data, the whole blog state is now destructured. So if I save it now, now it should update the total like count. So if I click over here, now you can see it is saying -1. If I click over here, it's saying 0 and -1. So the reason it is not working, because by default I have set the liked by user to false. So if I just set it to true, and actually let it have a false, and let me remove this exclamation sign from here, and let's see it is working. So currently I'm not liking this video, this post. So if I just click on this, okay, it is again showing me -1. Okay, so what's the issue over here? Let me add exclamation over here to see. Yeah, now you can see it is working. So by default, the is like state by user is like by user state will have a false value, and in this condition I will add an exclamation sign in the front. So if it is liked by user and then I'm clicking on the like button, then I have to remove the like. In that case, what I will do is I will remove it for one, and if it is already not liked by user and if I'm liking it, then I will add one to it. So now if I click over here, you will see now it is working. It was the issue of the refreshing, so that's why it was not working, because the states were not updating first, but now it is done. So now what I want is I want to change the color of this like, so that if I like this and you can see the count got 1, add 1 in the like count, I want it to become red, indicating that you liked this, you can say you like this blog. So how can I do that? First of all, I have to for that, what I will do is I will add some class name to this button using some condition. So I will add a curly bracket into the class names like this. And what I will do is after the justify center, I will close this and I will just remove this bg gray 80 from over here, and I will add a space after justify center. And now what I can do is I will add a plus, and in the brackets I will add the condition. So the condition will be is liked by user. So basically, if the user has liked the blog, this state will be true. So that means I need a red background over here. In that case, what I will do is I will just say bg. In that case, I will add quotes and I will say bg red, and I need the opacity of 20%, so I will say 20, and I will change the color of the icon by saying text to red. And in the else block, I will say if the is liked by states is not true, which means it is not liked by user. In that case, I will just give it a previous background, which will be bg gray with opacity 80%. And if I just save it, you see, since I have already liked it and it was 1, you will see that the button is now red. And if I click over here, the like count deducted 1, and now I have on a gray button. If I click over here, it got liked, and if I click, it got unliked. Now what I want is, instead of getting this icon, which is the stroke hearts icon, I want it to be fill a hard one. So how can I do that? So for that, let me go to flight icon and let me search for like over here. And if I open this, you can see this is the icon that I'm using. And if you see in the class, you will see that the class is fi-rr-heart. And if I go to the fill one, you will see that it has FISR heart. So to get the SR, you need to, instead of having RR, you have to be like SS. So how can I do that? Well, for that, in the class names, again, I will add curly brackets, so I can have like the condition inside it, and I will add a quotes after the FI and the space, and I will evaluate the condition over here, and I can just remove this class because I will add it later. So the condition will be simple as this. I will just add is liked by user. So if it is liked by user, then I will show this icon. So I will just copy this FISR hard, copy and paste it over here, and in the else block, if it is not liked by the user, then I will use this icon which is over here. So I will just copy this FIRR heart, and if I just save it, you will see I am getting the filled icon, the filled heart icon. And if I click over here to dislike the block, now you will see that this has got a stroke 1 no fill heart icon, and the like count decreased by 1. So if I click over here, it is liking the blog, and if I click over here, it is disliking the blog. But this, whatever we have done so far is, you can see it is remaining in front end, which means it doesn't matter you like the blog or not, it will stay on your browser only. It will not actually update the total count of the blog. So if you refresh the page, it will still be unliked. So for that, what we have to do is when we click on the handle like, we will make a request to our server telling the server what he has to do with this blog id. Either it has to like the blog or it has to dislike the blog. If the server has to like the blog, then it will update one, like it will add one to the total like count of this block. And if it has to dislike, then it will remove the one, like it will subtract the total like count with one by one from the total database, from the database. So how can I do that? For that, of course, I need one route where I can make request in order to process all this information. So let's make that. So let's go to your server.js, and what I will do is I will go at the very end and I will add over here, I will say server dot, I will say server dot post, so that if we make a post request where I will be sending the blog ID, and over here the root will be like blog. So we will make a post request to this like blog root from the front end. And what I want is I want to access this root only if I am logged in, right? So remember, if I go over here in my editor, you will see in the create blog, you will see that since I only wanted the logged in user to create the blog, I had this verify JWT middleware which was validating the user ID, the access token coming from the front end. So will do the same thing over here, because we want only logged in user to like the blog, otherwise we won't like the blog. So for that, I will just add a verified JWT as a middleware, and if this passed, which means we have a logged in user, in that case I will run a callback with a request and response. And over here, first of all, I will destructure, or I will restore the user id equals to this user id variable. So I can get the user id from request.user, because in the verify JWT I am setting this user equals to the current access like logged in user, which we can store over here. Right, now let's destructure the data that we are getting from the front end. So I will set it equals to body, and from front end what data we want is, I want first of all the id, and I want liked by user. So the underscore ID basically means the blog ID, and is liked by user is just telling whether it has to like the blog or it has to dislike the blog. So it will be like a boolean, it will be either true or false, and this underscore ID will be blog ID. So you can say it blog ID or underscore ID, it doesn't matter. So I will just say blog ID to be more clear. And what I will do is I will say let increment value equals to, if liked by user is false, then it will be true. So if it liked by user is false, then I will add one, otherwise I will remove one. So basically, if I say liked by user has false, then this false will become a true, false, and then this will become true. In that case, I will add one, and otherwise I will deduct one, like this. Now what I will do, I will say in the blocks collection, find that block. So how can I find that? I can say find one and update, like this, and I need the blog ID over here. Actually, in the find one, what we will do as we will pass as a query is we will check for the ID of the blog instead of checking the blog ID. Remember, this blog ID is generated by us, but this underscore ID is generated by MongoDB, and it is an object ID, and we will use this object ID in order to like find the document. So I have to rename this again to underscore ID so that I don't have to do like this, right? So I have changed this to underscore ID, and we can get this underscore ID in back in front end, because I am receiving it while I'm calling this get blog over here, because I'm not deducting it like over here. uh, I'm not removing the ID from the blog, that's why I can get it from the front end. So nothing to worry about it. So what I want to do after finding the document is I want to update the value, or like increment the value. So for that I have to say $inc to tell mongoose that whatever I will add in the brackets now, it has to do update that. So the field that I want to update is, you can say it is activity dot total likes. And if you don't know what these fields are, just go to your schema and you will find that since you want to update the total likes, it is under activity, so you can only access it using activity dot total likes like this in order to select that field. And then you have to say by how much you want to increment that. So over here I will just pass this increment well variable in order to like increment the value of the total like. And once it is done, I will just receive the data, the process data in the then block, and I will call that data as a block. So what I will do here is I will say that if is liked, actually it is liked by user, not is liked by user, so let me just call it is liked by user so that I can call it over here. So in this condition I'm just checking if it is liked by user. So if it is false, then I want to run this, which means I will add exclamation. So what this means, basically I am creating one more you will say that I am liking the blocks, because this is the previous block state which I am saying. Let me just add this over here. So basically is liked by user is will say that it is false. So that means the this root will add 1 in order to change that into true, and then from the front end, if I get true, then it will deduct 1 and it will change the like to false, so that you can dislike it, and it will have a false, then it will add 1 and it will change to. So you will see we are basically doing same thing that we did for the UI part, but this is we are doing to add or remove the numbers from the database. So in this condition, if it is false, which means if user has not liked the blog yet, what I will do is I will create a variable. I will call it let like equal, and I will say new notification. And if you don't know what this notification is, well, again I have this notification.js inside this schema folder, and not only we will have only user class, user collection and block collection, but we will have this notification collection as well. And if I open this collection, this schema, you will see that first of all it has a type key which is either like, comment or reply. So we will create the notification if any user likes a blog or comments on a blog or replies on a comment, then we will create a notification. And that's the same thing that I'm doing over here while liking the video, while liking the post. I want to create this notification, and then this blog key will have the blog id. This notification for will have the user's id, for whom this notification is for, and this user is the key which will have like who has done it. So if I am liking it and I am person A, then I will go inside it, and if the person B has written the blog, then the notification for will be person B, because B has written the blog, and since I am A and I am liking the blog, I will be inside this users. And this comment will be, if I am under comment, then this comment will be obviously the comment ID, and this reply will be for reply ID, and replied on comment will be like if you are replying on a particular comment, so that reply ID will go over here. So these things we will see when we will work on notification, the comments, so you don't have to worry about. So first of all, what I want to do is I want to create the notification basically. So inside this I will pass an object, and I will say the type to be like, because I am creating a like notification over here. And then I will say blog, and I will pass the blog ID. So I will say underscore ID, because remember this underscore ID is the blog object ID, not the one that we have generated. And then in the notification, let me type it correctly, notification for, I need the blog author. So I will say blog in order to access this blog data that we got from this collection. And then I will say author, and this blog.author basically is the object ID of the author. And and then I will say user, and inside this user key I need to pass this user ID which is actually liking the blog. So I will just copy it and I will paste it over here saying that this is the user who liked the blog. And then what I will do is, after this condition, I will say like dot save to save the data in my database. And once it is done saving that, I will just run the then blog, and inside that I can get the notification actually. So over here what I will do is I will return a response with a status of 200, and I will say send a JSON, and that JSON will be liked by user true, because now I have created a notification in my database setting that this blog is liked by this user. So if I just save it and come over here and actually let me now make a XES request to there. And actually before doing that, what can we do is let's check this by going to the request thread. And actually don't check it because then we need the verify. So let me just check it through the front end. So over here, let me make a request over there. So I will just call XEOS and then I will make a post request to that root. So first of all, I have to import the localhost. So for that I have to say import dot meta dot env dot feed underscore server underscore domain. So it will get the server domain, and then I will say the root is liked, and is it like, yeah, it is like, not liked. So like blog, and then what data I want to send is I want to send the underscore id, and then I want to send is liked by user. So if you come over here, well, I don't have this underscore id, right? So I have to destructure it from this block. So I will just add this underscore id over here to destructure it, and I will just set that equals to this. So is liked by user is the state, so you don't have to go like this, because remember this is liked by user is equals to this, and the thing that the variable that I'm destructuring is also is liked by user. They are both same, so I don't have to do that. So what else I want is I want to set the headers now, because I want to send the access token to the backend in order to verify the user before creating a notification or processing anything. So for that I have to set headers. So in the next object I have to say headers, and inside that headers, this header will be object, and here I have to say authorization, and in the authorization add the template literals, so that you can add bearer as a string and then the access token of the user, so like this. So now in the request you will be able to send the authorization with the access token, as well as these two keys, which is the id and these, like. So once it's done doing all that stuff, it will receive a data from there, and what I will do, I will just destructure the data, and actually let me put it inside the brackets, otherwise it will give error. So yeah, so what I will do, once I get the data, first of all let me just console log the data over here, and if I get any error, like any sort of error, then what I will do is again I will console log the error, so don't worry about it. So now if I expand my window and open my console, and if I click over here, remember I am not I have not liked this blog, so by default the total like count will be 0. So if I just refresh the blog, you will see it is still 0. But if I click over here, now I am making request to a backend, and you will see that I got error saying network error. Actually it is a network error. Let me see why is that. Okay, I am getting a, yeah, you can see in the server in the terminal I got this error saying notification is not defined, and this is because I haven't imported this notification in order to use it. So as you can see at the top, I have imported user and the blog, but I haven't imported the notification. So I have to import the notification as well from, not from this, I have to import the notification from the schema folder. So in the schema I will have a notification.js. So now since it is imported, if I open my terminal, yeah, there is no errors. So if I come over here and refresh, you will see that this got updated by 1, and if I click over here again, you will see the like count got 2, and in the response I got liked by user is 2. And now since this data is stored in the database, it doesn't matter, I refresh, this still will remain 2, and if I click on this again to like this, it will just increment the total like count by 1, and it will give me liked by user to true. So basically this is working, right? But now what I want is first of all, whenever I load this page, I want the liked count, like the liked state from the database. So I will make sure that this blog is already liked by the user or not. So if the blog is already liked by the user, I won't show the user this simple button to like the blog, but I will show the red button, say indicating that you already have liked this blog and now you can only dislike it. So how can I do that? For that, what I have to do is, first of all, let me minimize the window, and what I will do is, in before the handle like, I will add a use effect over here, and this use effect will run once it gets done with rendering all the pages for once. And in this use effect, I will make a request to the backend, sending the user ID and the blog ID, so that I can get the information whether or not this is liked by the user. So for that, what I will do, I will add a condition over here, first of all, saying username, which means if I am in the you can say logged in. So instead of checking for username, I can check for access token as well, because they will both will be undefined if I'm not logged in, but they will have some value if I'm logged in. So I will check for the access token, because it makes sense. So if I have access token, what I will do is I need to make a request to server to get like information. And before making request, of course, we need a root for that, because we don't have that root. We only have this like blog root which likes the blog, but I don't have any root which gives us the information. So for that, let's create a root over here. So just add here server dot post in order to make a post request to the server, and the root that I want to create is liked by user, like this. And this will obviously, first of all, verify the user from the access token, right? And then in the callback, it will run a callback with request and response. So what I will do is I will first structure the user ID from this request. So I will say let user underscore ID equal request dot user, and then I will say let blog underscore ID equal request dot body in order to get the blog ID. And actually you can use the blog ID, and this blog ID is the one that we have used to generate, like we have generated this blog ID. Or you can go with this method where you can actually find the document with underscore ID, which is the which is generated by MongoDB, and it is the object ID. So you can do these things whatever you like. I am doing blog ID for this is like, and I'm doing underscore ID for like blog, so that I can tell you you can do both ways, right? So what I will do here is I will check the like notification, and before checking it, let's go to the MongoDB and let's see whether or not I have that notification collections or not, and do I am I getting the likes notification. So you will see I have a notifications collection over here, and if I open this, you will see that I have this two you can say this two notification documents, and you will see they both have this type like and the blog ID, notification ID, user ID. So basically we have the like. So what I want to do here is I want to check whether or not, and actually this is not the blog ID. Actually, I just remember that in the notification we have this object ID, right? So we can only access it by underscore ID, not this blog ID. So the thing that I was talking before, just forget it, just add underscore ID, because that's we will be sending from the front end, because we don't have any text over here. We have this object ID which is generated from MongoDB, and that's my mistake, I forgot about it. Anyway, so what I will do here is I will say notification dot exist in order to check whether the document exists in our database or not. Because if we write a query and if it matches and we get a notification document, then which it means that there is a user who has liked this blog, and that's why it has a notification document inside the notification collection. Then we will send true in the front end. But if we don't get any document, which means we don't have any notification which is satisfying the user ID and the blog ID, in that case I will send false in the front end, saying that we don't have any document, which means user has not liked the blog. So over here, so the condition that I will write is in the object, I will say first of all check user with user ID, and the type should be like, because I'm checking for like, and I will say the blog should be underscore ID. So underscore ID is the blog ID, user underscore ID is the user ID, which has like we are checking for whether or not user has liked it, and this type is for checking the like notification all like notification. So after done with the exist, it will either return you true or false. So what I will do is I will just cache that response in 10 block. I will call it result, and whatever the result is, I will just return that. So I will say return response dot status 200 dot json, and in the JSON I will just say result. So if it is true, then I will get in front end an object with result key, and that will be like true. And if it is false, then I will get in front end a result object an object with result key, but it will have a false value like this. And if I get any errors, I will catch that using catch block, and inside of that I will do, I will just return a response with a status of 500 because that's the internal server error. And inside that I will just send a JSON with an error, and the error will be of course the error dot message like this. So now I have this root. So now let's make request to this root and sends our access token with the request and the blog ID in order to get the like information. So what I will do here is I will come over here and I will say Axios in order to make post request. So axios.post, and the domain that I want to make request is import.meta.env.v server domain like this. And the root that I want to make request is, let me just copy this, is like dash by dash user like this. And the data that I want to send is underscore id, and this underscore id will be equals to the underscore id that we destructure from the blog, so you don't have to type anything. Now we just have to set the headers in order to send the access token from the headers. So I will say headers like this, and inside this headers object I will say send the authorization, and we will do the same thing. So let me just copy this whole string and paste it over here like this. So once it's done making request over there, then it will get the result over here so that I can get that. So what I will do is I will first destructure the data, and from data I will destructure the result. So either it will be true or false. So over here I will just console log the result, and I will just save it. And if I get an error in the cache block, I will run the error. And what I will do in the if I get any error, uh, I will just console log that error over here. So basically this should work, and this should not give any error. So if I just open my console and refresh, and since I have liked this block, I should see like information like true or false. But you will see that it is giving me error, and this is let me first refresh it again. And actually let me check my server, and yeah, you will see in server I'm getting error. It is request and that should be response. So just save that. And now if I refresh, yeah, now you will see that in the result I got id, and this id is you can say the document id. You can say it is ending by 328 cd, and if I go in my notification, you will see that I have this document which has the same id 328 cd. So basically if this exist method finds an object, it will give you that object id, but if it doesn't find that object, it will just return you an empty object. And you can check that by just saying yes or no. Like if it is has id, it will be true, and if it is an empty object, it will be false, right? So instead of console logging the result, what I will do is I will set the boolean value of this inside this is like by state by just calling this set like function. So what I will do is I will first call the set like by use of function, and over here what I will do is I will say boolean, and over here I will just say result. So what this boolean function will do, it will convert the result into a boolean value. So if it is a condition or statement which is true, then the boolean function will return you true, otherwise the boolean function will return you false. So if I save this, you will see now I haven't clicked on it, but it is still red. And let me just close the console and minimize the window. And if I refresh, you will see that either like even though I haven't clicked on button, it is still red, and if I click it again, it is still red. And if I just like sign out from here, and let me go over here and join us today, and let me make another account. And actually I already have account, I guess. So let me logged in from that account. Let me sign in, and now you will see this is the different profile ID, which means I am not I'm logged in with different ID now. So if I go to the same ID, you will see the like count is still 3, but I am not getting the red beat button because I am not I haven't liked this blog. But now if I click over here, now the like count went to 4, which means it liked the blog. And if I refresh, even though I won't click the button, it is still red, which means it is working. Now there is one issue, and that's it. If I click over here to dislike it, of course in the front end it did the mathematics and it removed the 1 from the 4. But if I refresh, you will see that I got 3 over here. And if I refresh, well, if I click over here, now I got 2. But if I refresh, well, after refresh, you will notice that even though I have disliked this, I'm still getting this red color button. And that is because even though I have disliked this, I haven't deleted this notification document from this notification collections. So because of that, this is liked by user. Root is finding that document and giving us back, so that in the use effect, I am getting true, and I'm just setting the liked state to true. Even though I haven't liked this blog, I just dislike this. So what I have to do is, inside this like blog, if I am disliking this blog, which means if I am getting in the else block, in that case I will delete the notification document from the notifications class and collections. And how can I do that? So let's see. In the else state, what in the else condition, what I will do is, I will say notification in order to access the notification collection, and then I will say find one and delete. And this find one and delete method will basically find the document and delete it. So you need to pass the query on what basis you want to find it. So I will say user of that document will be user ID, and the blog of that document will be underscore ID, and the type of that notification will be like. So basically the same condition that we wrote in order to find the document, we are writing the same condition in order to find it and delete it. So this will just find it and delete it, so you don't have to do anything. Now you can just call .10 method in order to get the information that yeah, it is done deleting the notification. In that case, I will just return a response with a status of 200 and a JSON, and in that I will just say liked by user to false, because over here I am just saying true. So let me say false over here, and if I get any error, I will catch that using this catch method. So what I will do here, I will just return a response with a status of 500, and I will send a JSON with an error with error dot message. And let me save it, and let me do let me just delete my notifications collection, so that now we can see everything in one go, so that you won't see any number going crazy. You will see that everything is working. So let me go in the blocks and let me find the block that I'm currently on. This is edited block title 2. So let me find that over here quickly. It should be at the end, yeah, over here. And what I will do is, in the activity I will just set the total like count to 1, or actually let's say 400. Let's say it's 400, and let me update it, so it will have by default 400 like for now, so that we can check whether it is not working or not. So remember, I don't have any document in my notification collection, which means nobody has liked this blog. So if I refresh, I should not see a red button, and you can see I didn't got a red button, which means I didn't like this blog. And the like count of this blog is 400, which means it has 400 likes, and this is a number that I just updated in my database, so you don't have to worry about it. So now what I want is, suppose I like the blog. So now let me click on it, and now you will see the like count went to 401, and the button is changed to red color, which is indicating that you like the blog. So now if I come over here and in my MongoDB, if I refresh it, I got a notification collection, and in the notification collection I got an object which has the blog ID of the blog and the user ID which I am currently logged in. So if I refresh, you will see it is still red button showing because I have liked this blog. But now let's say I don't want to like it, because at the end till the end of this blog I am not liking the blog, so I'm just clicking on it, and you will see now the like count become 400 again, and the buttons change to gray color, which means I dislike the blog. So this should remove this document from this notification collection, right? So if I click on refresh, you will see the notification collection is empty because the result is 0. So if I come over here and refresh, since I have not liked this blog now, this should stay at this gray background, not the red. So if I refresh, you will see it is not giving me the red color, which means our like functionality of this blog is also done. So we are actually pretty much done with our blog functionality. We are done with the like interaction, the edit interaction, and the blog page. So now let's work on the comments so that we can allow the user, in order to interact with the blog more, we can allow the user to like leave a comment or either reply on a particular comment. So let's do that. So now let's start working on our comments. And the first thing that I want to create is the comments container where I will get the text area so that I can type anything and then I can comment it and then I can see the comment. So let's first make a section where I can get the comments text area and the comments card. So for that, before making that, what I will do is inside this blog.page.js, I will create two more states, and I will make one state over here, and that will be called comments wrapper, and the set function will be set comments wrapper, and I will set it equals to use state, and by default it will be false, but for now I will set it equals to true. And what this will basically do is we will check whether or not the comments wrapper is true or false, and according to that we will decide whether or not we have to show the comments container, which will contain the text area and the comments card, or we don't have to show it. So we will decide that based on this comments wrapper state. So you can name it like comment visibility or anything. I'm just saying comments wrapper. And the other state that I want is total parent comments loaded, and the set function for this will be set total parent comments loaded like this, and by default its state value, not use effect, is state value will be 0. So basically this total parent comments loaded will hold the currently load comments count. So like if I have 10 comments but I have a pagination there, so I can only get 5 at max. So like if I have total comments 10 but still I have 5 loaded, this total parent comment loaded will be equals to 5. But the reason I am calling it total parent comments but not total comments is because I will store here the number of parent comment stored, because you can say from the total 10 comments I may have 4 comments like replies, then those 4 replies will won't count inside the parent comment, and then I will only have 6 in total, like a 6 parent comment, and from that 6 parents I have 5 loaded. So I will when I will work on pagination, I can only get the remaining one, because the 4 are just the replies, not the parent comment. I hope you get that. If you don't worry, when we will work on replies and the pagination, it will make more sense to you then, so don't worry about that. And since we have created these two states and the is liked by user state in the previous section, what I will do here is I will go to this reset state and I will just call their set function in order to reset all of these states. So I will call set is set what it is, set liked by user, and I will set its default value to be false like this, and then I'll call set comments wrapper and I will set its by default value to false. But remember, right now I'm just setting its by default value to true so that I can work on my comment wrapper and I can see it over here, because this state is for the visibility of the wrapper or the container. And the third state that I want to set here is set total parents comment loaded, which will be 0 when resetting it. And since I have created these two set functions and basically these two states, I have to provide them inside this block context so that I can access it throughout these component, which is like the blog interaction, blog content, and all that stuff. So for that I will just add those states and set functions here quickly. I'll say comments wrapper, set comments wrapper, and total parents comment loaded and set total parent comment loaded. So I have just added these four variables over here so that I can access them in the blog interaction and the blog content and the components that I'm going to work on site this. So what I will do is inside this div, after like before this div, I will render one component and I will call it comment container like this, and I will just close this comment container component. So basically we don't have this comments container, but this comments container will be the container holding our text area and the comments card and the replies cards. So let's work on this now. So open your folder view, and in the components you will find comments.component.jsx. So just open that file and let me quickly make that component over here. So I will say comments container equal this will for now will return an like you can say an h1 saying this is a comments container, and make sure you export this as a default function like this. And now let me just remove this again and use type it again so that VS Code will import this for me. And if I just save it, I should see this h1 before the banner. As you can see, before the banner I got this is a comments container, which means this is rendering. So now instead of rendering the h1, now let's work on the actual UI of the comments container. So what I will do, I will remove this h1, and instead of returning this h1, I will make a div and I will give some class names to it. I will say maximum dash sn, which means till maximum like till smaller screens the width will be full and the position will be fixed, because I want on smaller screens and less than smaller screen sizes I want the container to cover whole page. But over the smaller screens, like if I have medium screen or larger screen, then I want the comment container to come on the right side. So for that I am giving these classes, and then what I will do is I will give a duration so that I can have like the transition effect. The duration will be of 700 milliseconds. I will say maximum from maximum till smaller screens I will have right to 0 so that it will stick to the right side, and I will say a small top to 0, which means over smaller screens I will set the top value to 0 so it will stick to the top size. And instead of opening the terminal, I had to enable my word so that you can see the classes clearly. So yeah, after the top, what I want is I want to set the by default value of it to have like a 30%. So this width will only allow apply if the smaller screen if the screen size is less than smaller sizes, a small screen size. But if we are on small screen or medium screen and the large screen, then this width will be 30%. And I will say minimum width should be like some fixed value. I will say 350 pixels, and then I will say height to be full, so it will cover whole height, and Z index will be 50, so it will be coming above everyone, and the PG will be white in color. I will give a shadow of let's say 2XL, and this is a tailwind class to add shadow, and I will give a padding of 8 from all four direction with a padding X of 16, which means 16 units of padding from left and right. And then after that I will add a overflow Y to be auto, so that if I have any overflow in Y direction, which is top to bottom, then I will get a scroll bar. But if I have any overflow in X direction, which means left to right, then I will hide it by just adding this overflow X hidden. So basically if I just save this, you will see that I have this comments wrapper over here, and basically I am still seeing my navbar. So what I want is I want basically this to be hidden, and I want to decide when this will be visible on the basis of this state, which is this comments wrapper state. So how can I do that? First of all, I need to access this comment wrapper state, right? So what I will do here is I will at the top make a let, and I will restructure things later, but I will set this equals to use context in order to use the context, not use callback context. And the context that I want to use is blog context. Is it blog context or it is blog page? Yeah, it is blog not content. Let me see what it is. I forgot about it. Let me open my interaction so I can see what it is. Yeah, it is blog context. So I over here I can say blog context, write this. Again, it is saying the VS Code suggestion is just not let me doing it. So I will just say block context and I will remove this block context. So basically from block context, I want to destructure what? So let me go over here. I want to destructure this comments wrapper and this set comments wrapper in order to change the value. So I will just say comments wrapper and set comments wrapper like this. And now since I have the comments wrapper value, what I will do is I will add condition in the classes to add or modify the classes according to those conditions. So what I will do is after the fix I will add a space and then I will end it with a quote, and before duration I will add a quote and I will add space. Make sure you add spaces, otherwise whatever we will add in between these from the condition, they will just stick to like this without any space, that and then the class name won't work. So over here I will just add two plus signs, and before in between these plus signs I will evaluate the condition, and that condition will basically be first of all I will say comment wrapper, which basically either will be true or false. So if comment wrapper is true, which means I want to show the comment wrapper. In that case, what class I will give? I will give top to 0. And if I am on the smaller screen, so basically what I want is if I am on less than smaller screen, then I want the comment wrapper to come from below. But if I am on the larger screens, like medium screens and larger screens, then I want the comments wrapper to come from the right. And we already have these these classes which is making our comment wrapper on like the full page or on the right side. I just have to set their initial points. So for that I'm giving here that if I'm like I'm giving top to 0, but I'm also giving for a smaller screen and larger than smaller screen, I'm saying right to be negative 100%. And which means, so if the comment wrapper is true, then the top will be 0, and in these over the smaller screens the right will be negative 100. And in the else block what I will do is and actually it is not negative percent, because negative percent will just remove this comment wrapper from the screen, so this should be 0 like this, right, 0. And when I want to hide this, what class I will add? I will say top to 100% like this. And I want over smaller screen sizes, I want right to be negative 100%. And now if I save and if I come over here, and since my comments wrapper is true, basically this is giving me like top to 0. And yeah, so basically I'm not seeing the comment wrapper. And why is that? Am I getting any error? Let's see. So let me open my like the console, and let me actually refresh it again to see whether or not I'm getting any errors. Yeah, I'm not getting any errors. Let me change this comment wrapper value to false and let me save this. Let me refresh it again. Okay, so basically it is not working. So let's see why it is not working. So actually I will destructure this comments wrapper over here and make sure I have these correctly spelled. Let me refresh this. Actually, you know what, let me find the comment wrapper which is over here, and let's see what sort of classes it has. So you will see it over here. It has top 100% SM right, negative 100%, which means if the comment wrapper is true, then it has to go inside this, but it is going inside this, which means the comment wrapper is not working. So let me first console log the comment wrapper so that I can see the value of the comment wrapper. So now it is saying me false. Yeah, you can see the comment wrapper here is false, but why it is false? I have this comment wrapper over here setting it equals to true, and use effect is just resetting the state and making it false. Yeah, because this reset state is getting called by this use effect, and that's why it is changing the set comments wrapper to false again, and that's why I'm not seeing it. So actually let's do one thing. Let me comment this so that you can actually see this. So if I just save this and refresh, now you will see I got this comment wrapper over the navbar, and if I go on the medium screens and larger screen, then this is the comment container on the right side. So basically this is working, but instead of commenting the line from the code, I want it to show and hide from the UI, right? So what I will do is I will set this comment wrapper default value to be false, and what I will do is I will go in my blog interaction, and let me enable my word wrap over here quickly. And what I will do is I will from this block context I will destructure comments wrapper and set comments wrapper like this. And actually I don't need comment wrapper, I can just have this set comments wrapper because I can get the current value from this function directly. So what I will do is I will go to this comments button, and I will add a on click event to it, and I will run a function. Whenever we will click on this button, it will run a callback, a function, and that callback of function, what it will do, it will run the set comments wrapper, and from there I want its current value, which I will call previous value, and I will just return the opposite of that, which means if I have a false currently, I will return true and store that inside this set comments wrapper, and make sure I add this arrow. And if I have like true, I will return false, and if I have false, I will return true. So if I just save it, and now you won't see the comment wrapper, but if I click over here, you will see the comment wrapper came from below. And if I just refresh it, so the comment wrapper is gone, and expand my screen size, there is no comment wrapper. And if I click on the comments, you will see I'm getting this over here, and if I click on this icon again, this will close the comment wrapper also, as you can see. But in the smaller screens, I can't click on that icon to close this, right? So for that I have to make a X icon over here. So we will create that when we will work on the comments container. So let me close this blog interaction now, because we don't have to do anything. So now let's inside it, let's code more, where we can add like the heading of the blog and the close button. So let's do that. So what I will do is I will make a div over here. I will give it a class named relative. Make sure you spell it correctly, relative, and there I will have an h1, and this h1 will be like comments, saying or indicating that you are on comment section. I will give it a class name. I will say text size should be XL, font should be of medium font weight, and then I will have a paragraph, and this paragraph will display the title of the blog. And obviously I don't have that, so I have to destructure it from the blog. So I will say blog in order to destructure it, and actually the blog is a state, so from there that object I have to destructure the title. So I will do something like this, and then I can say title, and I will get that title. So in the class name I will give some classes, and the classes that I want to give is text to be LG of sizes, LG size, and margin top to be 2 units and width to be 70 units, because on the right side I want the X icon to close this comment wrapper, and then I want the text color to be text dark gray, and line should be clamped to 1 so that I won't see any overflow. Right, so if I just save it, you will see that I got this comments heading, and the edited block title 2 is the heading or the title of the blog that I am currently on. So now after that I need the close button. So for that I will add a button over here, and I will actually inside it add a eye icon, uh, a flat icon. So what I will do is I will search over here for, let's say, cross or X, you can search for, and from there I think I will use this one. So let me just copy that and paste it over here, and instead of using class I will say class name like this. And now I will give some classes to it, but before that I will give classes to this button. So let me add a enter over here, so this will be readable. I will set the position to absolute. I will say top to 0 and right to 0, and I will say flex so that I can align this icon in perfectly center. So So for that, give justify center, align item center, like items center, like this, and then give a width of 12 units and a height of 12 units, and I will give a rounded full class to have 100% border radius, and the background will be background gray. And like this, if I save, I should see the X icon over here. Yeah, you can see the X icon over here, and I can click on it, but it won't close the uh, comment wrapper. So before closing it, let me give some class to this icon. Before, like I will just say text to be of 2 XL size, and I will give a margin top of 1 unit. So if I save, this is how this looks. Yeah, it is good. So now what I want is I want to add a on click event to it. So what I will do is I will add on click event over here like this, and I will again call a function, and what I will do is I will call this set comments wrapper function again, and I will access the current value, call it as a previous value, and I will return the opposite of the previous value. So if it is true, I will change it to false, and if it is false, I will change it to true and update the comments wrapper state. So if I just save this and come over here, if I click over here, it should close this wrapper. So if I click, you can see it's gone, and if I click here, it is appearing again, and if I click, it is just gone. If I go to the smaller screens and medium screens, I can click here, it will come on the right side, and if I click, it will just go on the right side. So now our comment wrapper is working, and actually let me see the comment wrapper so that I can work more. So after this div, what I want is I want an HR which will be covering a line over here. So I will just add a HR over here. Let me add a class name. I will say border to be of gray color and margin from Y to be of 8 units. Width will be of 120% because 100% will not work. I have tried it before. And margin left will be of -10 because I have a lot of padding in this container. That's why I'm giving margin left a negative, and I'm giving width more because I want it to cover the whole thing, and before without it I won't be able to do it. So if I just save it, you will see an HR covering this whole container like this. Yeah. So after this, what I need is I want a text area and a comment button. So user can type there and click on the comment button in order to comment the comment on the block. So for that, what I will do, I will render a component, and that component will be comment field, and I don't have that comment. Yeah. So that's why I'm giving this getting this red line. So since I don't have it, let's create that. So open your folder view and you will see comment dash field dot component dot jsx. So open that and let me quickly make that common field function over here. And this will for now return an h1 saying this is a comment field like this. Make sure the spelling of the field is correct, and export this as a default function, not debugger. It will be a default comment field. Let me save that. And over here, let me retype it again so that VS Code will import it for me. I don't have to do that. So I will just say comment field. I will press enter and close it like this. So it should give me an H1 over here. But now if I click over here, you will see that I got a H1 saying this is a comment field, which means the component is working. So instead of rendering this H1, now I want a text area and a button over here. So let's quickly make that. So just remove that, and I will make an empty component, and this component I will add a text area to create the comment area, like the text field to write the comment. So what I will do here is I will say value equal comment, and this comment will be the comment state because we will use the comment state in order to track the current comment that the user is typing. So for that I have to create a comment state over here. So I will just quickly create that, and I'll say set comment equal use state, not scroll, it should be use state, and by default it will be an empty string like this. So I'm setting the text data default value to be comment, which means since by default the double quotes, like since by default the comment state is empty, it will be empty, text area will be empty. So what I will add is I will add a placeholder over here, and I will say leave a comment like this. If I save and let me quickly enable my word wrap, you will see I got a text over here saying leave a comment. So after this placeholder, what I will do, I will add some class names so that I can style this, and I will say to have a input box classes, and again this input box is a custom class inside your index.css, so you don't have to worry about it. Now what I want is I want some padding from left, so I will say PL 5 units, and I want to style the placeholder, so just select the placeholder and the text should be dark gray, and I will remove the this icon, which is the arrow icon, by giving resize none class. Let's give it a height of 150 pixels, and let's set its overflow to auto, so if there is any overflow it will show the scroll bar. And now this is how this comment text area is looking. Well, this is all that I need. So after that, I can create a button over here, which will be a comments button. So what I will do here is I will make a class. I will give some class name. So I will say btn should be of dark color. So btn dark is again a custom class which will make a button in the black background. And I will add a margin of top from top 5 units, and I will give a padding in the x direction to be 10 units. And yeah, and over here I can say comment, and if I just save, you should see a button saying comment over here. So far this is looking good, but instead of saying a comment here, simply what I will do here is I will just remove it and I will add action variable over here. And what this action variable is, well, I don't have it, but I will create this action variable as a prop over here, and this action will either be equals to like comments, or it will be equals to reply, because what we will do is we will going to use this comment field in order to either leave a comment on the blog or either reply to a particular comment. So in that case we need to track whether or not we have to make a reply or we have to make a comment, because both of the things will have different logics. And instead of making two different components for two different things, I can use this one component for two different things using this action prop. So while creating this comment field, I haven't provided this action prop value. So let me go over here and let me pass this action, and let me say this to be comment, because this will be for comment. So if I save this, you won't see any changes, because basically you are passing the comment in the action value, and this is storing the value inside this prop, and it is just showing in the button. So basically what I want is whenever I type anything over here, now you can see nothing is showing. And why is that? Because you have set the value to comments, which means it doesn't matter whatever you're typing, you can't change the value of text area because it has a value of this state. So what you have to do is whenever you type, you have to update the value of this set comment, like the comment state, with that keystroke, so that it will update the value of this text area. So how can I do that? For that, of course, I have to add a on change event to this text area, and whenever this get run, it will get an event, and that event will just get run will run a function which will be this comment set comment function, which will set this comment. And what I will do over here, let me just make this in new line so that you can see it clearly. Yeah, like this. So basically this set comments, you have to pass what value you need to update it with. So I will say e dot target dot value like this, and if I just save and come over here, now you can see, now if I press anything, I am getting that text over here, because let's suppose if I'm pressing K, this K or this whole value is getting updated and stored inside this comment state, and that comment state value is just reflecting back as a value of this text area. So this is great, and we have actually made our text area also. Now the only thing that I need now is that I can type anything. Let's say that's an awesome blog, and after that if I click on comment, I want to make a comment over here, like I want to send request to the backend and like store this comment in the database and then receive the data and then render the comment card over here with the user profile icon, which will be mine to show everybody that I have commented on here. So let's work on that and let's store the comment in our database. So let's start working on this comment button so that whenever user click on it, we will store that comment in our database. So for that, obviously, we need the on click event on this button. So let me add that quickly. On click, not P, it should be O. So whenever this button gets clicked, what we will do is we will run handle comment function, and obviously I don't have that. So let me create that over here quickly, like this. And once I am in the function, what I want to do is, before storing the data or before sending this written comment to the backend in order to store this in the database, I want to check whether or not the user is logged in, plus whether or not I have something inside my text area, which will be this comment state. So for that, I will add some conditions. So I will say, first I will check for the access token in order to check whether or not user is logged in. So for that, I will import, or actually destructure. So I will destructure the user from the context. So I will say use context, and the context that I want is user context. So from the user context, I want to destructure the access token. So I will say user auth, and user auth is an object which contains access token key. So I will just type access token, and then I can just come inside this condition and I can type access token. So if I don't have access token, then I want to run this condition, then for that I have to add exclamation over here. So if it is undefined, then exclamation will change that undefined to true, which means I will go inside this function, this condition. Then I will return toast, and obviously I don't have toast. So if I just press enter, this VS Code will import that. So I will just say toast dot error in order to show the error, and the error that I want to show is login first to leave a comment, like this. And if you try clicking on the comment to check whether or not it is working, well, you will not see this error because you don't have a toaster component over here. So make sure you add that toaster component as well and import it like this. So now if I'm not logged in and press the access token, I should see this error. So let me quickly log out from here and now go to my comment section. And if I say here, this is an awesome blog, and if I press comment, you will see it as saying login first to leave a comment, which means I have to be logged in first. Okay, then what I will do, I will add another condition saying if comment dot length. So comment dot length will give me any number from 0 to infinite, and if it is 0, which means false, then I want to convert that false to true, which means if I don't have anything inside the comment state, that I will return a toast to show an error. So I will say error, and the error that I want to show is write something to leave a comment, like this. And if I just save it, and if I just remove it and press comment, you will still see login first to leave a comment because this condition is before this condition. So let me quickly log in again and see whether or not it is working. So I will log with different account so that I will not be the author of this blog. As you can see, this is written by different author, different user than the user I am currently logged in. And now if I click over here, I will get this error. Instead of saying login, it is giving me write something to leave a comment because now I have this access token. So suppose I have written here, this is an awesome blog. So now we will bypass all these conditions. So after that, what I want is I want to send this comment to the backend in order to save this data. So we don't have any route. So for that, let's go to the server.js and let's code some routes. So over here, I will say server dot post request, and the route that I want to add over here, I will call that add comment. And if we will make a post request to this add comment, we will be able to add a comment. So before making request to this, what I will do is verify the user before going any further. And you can do that by verify JWT callback, middleware, not callback. So the first thing I have to do is I have to first get the logged in user ID, and that I can get it from verify JWT because this middleware returns me that if a user is logged in. So I'll say let user underscore ID equal request dot user, and this will give me the logged in user ID. And then I will destructure some things from the front end. So I will send some things that I will destructure over here, and I will destructure them from the request.body over here. So what are the things I will be sending from the front end? First of all, I will be sending the ID of the blog. Right, because if I go over here, remember I have to create notifications, and if I go to my notifications, you will see this blog is the object ID to keep track of the actual blog. After that, I need the comment which will be indicating what is the comment I am referring to, and this comment is also the comment ID. But right now this comment will be a text, because instead of creating notification, I will create this comment, and this you can see it has this comment which is type string, which will be a text, and this blog ID will be this underscore ID. And after this comment, what I want is I want replying to, and this replying to, well, basically we will not send it right now, but we will send this when we are actually replying to a particular comment. So I'm just creating it right now so that you don't have to worry about, like, when we will work on the replies, we don't have to edit these things again. I'm just doing it. If you don't want, you can just make it when we will working on the we will work on replies. You don't have to do it now. The other thing that I want is I want the blog author, and if I come over here, I have this blog author which is object ID, and this will keep track of the author of the blog. So I have to provide the author of the blog from the front end as well. So after this, what we will do is, first of all, over here, like I have validated the comment over here, so I will validate it over here as well. So I will just say if comment dot length, and I will add exclamation. So if I don't have any length in my comment, then I will just return from here, and I will just return a status of 200, not 200, 403, because I got an error, and I will send a JSON with an error, and that error will be write something to leave a comment like this, and I'll just save that. And after that, what I will do is, now what I want is I want to send these a lot of data to the backend, right? And what I will do in the backend is I will put all of these data in one place in order to create a comments data in my comments collection, right? So for that, we will do the same thing that we did for the notification, blogs, and the user. We need to create a new comment card, a comment we need to create a new comment document actually. So for that, I will just add a comment here, like creating a comment doc, and then I can make a variable saying let comment object, and this object will contain all of the values. So if I open my schema of the comments in the site so that you can see what are the values I am actually filling, is first of all I need this blog ID, and you will see it is required. So I will say blog ID, and this blog ID will be equals to the underscore ID that we will get from the front end, and this underscore ID will be the blog ID. And after that, I need the blog author, which is over here, and this is the user ID of the author, and this of course I will get from the front end as well, and I'm just calling it a same blog author, so I don't have to do anything else. So after that, what I want is I want comment that will be a text string. So over here you can see comment, and after that I need a commented underscore by, and this commented underscore by you will see over here, this key will basically hold the user ID who has commented. Like if I am person A commenting on person's B blog, then it will store my user ID, which will be person A, not person B. So over here, what I will pass this user ID, which is actually requesting to add a comment. After that, there is one more thing, like is reply, and this is reply is, you will see that is a boolean, and it can be either true or false, and we will use this is reply in order to make sure that this is a parent comment or it is a reply, or we have to create a notification for a comment or a reply. But since I don't have any reply right now, I can just remove it, because when we will work on the replies, then I will add it. So actually, let me remove this replying to also, because this will be in no use. Okay, so after this, once I have this comment object, what I will do is I will create a new comment object. So what I can say is I can say new, actually just say over here new comment, and let me put this object over here like this, like this. So this comment object is equals to the new comment document collection, which is this referring to this comment, and I am just providing everything. So now I just have to say comment object dot save in order to save this document, and once it's done saving it, I can receive that document again in the then block, and I will just say it to be comment file because it's a comment file, and inside this we will do a lot of things. But before that, make sure you this import this comment schema. So let me go at the top, and over here, just like the notifications, let me import the comments from schema slash comment. Let me type it again, comment.js. Make sure you add .js at the end, otherwise it won't work. And I'm getting error, and why is that? Let me see. Yeah, it is from but it should be from. Yeah, now I can close this because I have already created the document. Now what I will do once I have done creating the document, so once I'm done creating the comment, what I want to do is I want to first update my blog so that it can have a latest number of total comments count, and then I will create a notification so that I can show the author a notification for the comment, and we will do the notification part with the along with the comments, so that when we will working on the notification page, we don't have to go through our routes and create the notifications there then. So I will do the notification part also over here. So inside this, what I will do is I will first destructure something. So I will say let, and what I will destructure from, I will destructure from the comment file that we will get after saving. So this is the comment file referring to the data that you have saved in your database. So what I want to get from there, I want to get comment from there, that what comment user has written. Then I want commented at, which is the time the user has commented, and then I need the children, which is an array, which is an array which will keep track of how many replies this comment has. So once getting these three keys, what I want is I want to find a blog or in which I am making this comment, and I will update the total comments count. So I will say blog to find the document inside blog collection, and since I want to find and update, I will use find one and update method, and over here I will just say underscore id, and this will find the blog you based on the id that we will get from the front end. And then since I want to push this comment inside the comments array of the blog, if I just open, or actually not open, if I just go to my blogs collection, and if I just show you any of the blog, you will see that there is a comments array. So what I want is I want to add the comment ID to this comments array once I am done creating the comments document. So over here, what I will do is, since I want to add something in the array, we will do the same thing that we did when we were creating the blog and pushing the blog ID inside the user's profile blog array. So I will do that same. I will say dollar $push in order to push the item to the array. And what item I want to update? I want to update the comments key. So I will say comments, let me type it correctly, and what I want to add in this comments array is comment file dot underscore id, and the reason I haven't destructured it over here because I already have this underscore id. So if you don't want to use this dot id, then in that case you can do underscore id, and then you can type any name over here. So now you can just type ast instead of this to refer this id, but I'm not doing it. So but if you can, if you want to do, you can do that. And instead of comma, I have to add this colon over here. So this will update the blog. Now what else I want to update? After the push, add a comma. And what I want to do is, if I come over here in the activity, I have this total comment. So I want to update this by one. So I want to add one to this number. So I will say $inc to increment. And what field I want to increment? I want to increment activity dot total comment. And let me enable my word wrap over here. And by how much I want to update it? I want to update it by 1. After that, what I want is I want to add another thing which will be activity dot total underscore parent underscore comments, and this will be equals to 1 for now because I am not adding any replies right now. So this total parent comment key will store the actual parent comments which will have no replies in it. That those comments count I will get over here, and the reason I am tracking those comments separately is again because of the pagination. Because if you have 10 comments, but you from those 10 comments if you have 4 as a reply, you can't paginate on a total 10 comments, because otherwise after getting 6 comments you will still get load more button but you don't have any data to show, right? So in that case I have to actually keep track of the parent comment separately and the replies separately, and the reason for the and that's the reason I have this total parents comment which is right now updating because I'm commenting right now. But when we will update like reply, then I have to add a condition over here which will update it only when I am making a comment instead of making a reply, right? So you can just leave it like this. And once updating the blog, what I want is I can run the then method to just get the document once it is done doing all the queries. And once it is done doing all these things, I will get this blog data. And what I will do is I will do nothing much, but I will just add a console log for my server, and my server will just console log new comment created, something like this, because we don't actually need anything from this thing from this update method. But the reason I'm using dot then is if you don't use dot then, this find one and update won't run, and therefore you won't be able to update it. So that's why I have to add dot then and then this console log. So after this I have to create a notification and store it inside this notification collection so that we can show the notification to the user. For that again I have to create a notification variable. So I will say let notification object equal an object, and let me open my notification schema on the side like this so that you can see what keys I am passing. So I am passing type, and for now the type will be comment. You will see that the type can be like, comment and reply, and we have worked on the like. Currently I am working on comment, so I am passing comment. But when we will work on reply, we will add a condition over here, and then I will say blog, which is the blog ID on what blog this thing happened. So I can just pass underscore ID over here, and then notification for is the author of the blog because I want to show the notification to the author of the blog. So I can say blog underscore author, and the user is the actual user who is requesting to create the comment, right? So in the user I can say user underscore ID, and after that in the comment you can see in the notification I have this comment, and this comment will just basically have the ID of the actual comment that we have created, and this is the comment file that we got after saving. So I can just refer this file saying comment file dot underscore ID as we did over here in order to push it inside this blog's comments array. So this way you can add the ID to the comment. And now once I have this notification object, I just have to create this uh, notification and store this inside the database. So for that what I will do, I will say new notification, and I will pass this notification object over here. I'll say dot save in order to save it, and let me just close this now, and I will say dot then to get the document after saving it. And once I got the document, I will say notification, and once I got the notification, again I don't have to do anything. I'm just updating the notification and creating the document. So I just console log here like new notification created, something like this. And what I will do at the very end, I will just return a response with a status of 200 and a JSON, and this JSON will have this comment which we have destructured with. So this will have the comment that we made, the user has written, and then it will have the comment underscore ID, not underscore ID. It will have commented at then it will have underscore id, which will be equals to comment file dot underscore id. So basically we will have the commented at time. Actually, let me correct this spelling. Yeah. So what we want to send in the front end is the actual comment that the user has written, the time of the comment, the time when the comment is written, the ID of the comment, and the ID of the user. So just say user ID, and I want to have its children's value as well, so that I can show the replies of those comments. So if it has one reply, it will show one item inside that children array. So for now it will have zero because you just created the comment. Obviously it won't have any replies, right? So just save this and it should work. So basically if I come over here and refresh, well, you won't see anything because I'm not making request. But over here, if I make an exhaust request and then if I try, then the server should work. So let's test it out by making an Axios, by making a request from here through Axios. So what I will do is I will make a post request using Axios. So I will say Axios dot post and make sure you import the Axios as well. And the domain will be import dot meta dot m dot read underscore server underscore domain plus the root is add comment. Make sure you spell that correctly. The things that I want to send, the data I want to send is first of all the ID of the blog, and obviously I don't have the access of the ID. So what I will do, I will destructure it from the actual blog context. So I will say let, I will destructure things later, but set it equals to use context, and the context that I want to use is blog context like this. And now what I want is I want to destructure some keys from the block. So first of all, I want to destructure the ID. Great. Second, what I want is I want to send the blog author. So for the blog author, I will type author over here, and from the author, I need the ID. So I will say underscore ID, and I'll just rename that ID of the author to blog author. And let me quickly check whether or not I am getting this ID from the get blog function. So if I go get blog root, so if I go to my get blog root and in the populate, yeah, you won't see, you can see I'm not removing the ID from the data. So yeah, I can destructure it over here because I'm receiving it. So after the blog author, what I want to send is I want to send the actual comment, and this is this comment state, and then I will send. Yeah, now I don't have to send anything. Do I have to send anything? Yeah, I only have to send these three things, so I'm done. So after this, I want to set the header so that I can do the verification whether or not the access token is valid. So I will say authorization and make sure this is in single quote. So I will say authorization, and this will be make sure you use template string, and this will be bearer. And since you are using template string, you can use the access the variable using dollar and then curly bracket, and I will just type access token like this to use it and send it in the header. So once I'm done with it, it will make a post request to the root, and once it's done doing that, it will get some data from there. So what I will do for now, I will just console log the data to see whether or not it is working. And in the catch, like if we get any error in the catch block, I will just console dot log the error. So if I expand my window so that I can open my what do you say, the console, and if I clear everything and over here, let me just refresh it again and open my comments repo, and over here if I say this is a test comment, and if I just press comment, you will see that in the response I got object, and this object has a children key which is an empty array, a comment which is this is a test comment, that is exactly the text that I have written here. Commented as a timestamp of when this comment is written, the user ID and the underscore ID which is the actual comment document ID. So if I go to my MongoDB and let me refresh the data to see whether or not I am updating the notification blog ID and all that stuff. So first of all, you will see that I have this comments collection over here, and if I go to there, I will see this comment document where I have this exact same comment, which is this is a test comment. So basically this is working. Let's see I have notification or not. So if I open the notification, you will see that I have a notification over here, and this has a type comment, which means I am able to create the notification as well. And if I go to my blogs and let me find the currently the current blog, which is this edited blog title 2. And if I open my comments array, you will see that yeah, this is not empty. Instead, it has an object ID, which means it has a document also. So this basically means our server is working and I was successfully able to add a comment. So if I close this, you won't see any changes. Yeah, it is still 0 because I am not updating anything after commenting. But if I just refresh, you will see now total comment count is 1, which means I have successfully commented on the post. But if I click over here, you won't see anything because I am not rendering the comment, or neither I am rendering the comment after making a comment. So how can I do that? So for that, close the console, and now in the then block, let's work to render the component card. So how can you render a component card? So before rendering the component card, what I need is I want to change the comment data structure a little bit. So how can I do that? And what I want to change. So we will do step by step. So first of all, I'll call set comment function in order to reset the value of this comment state to an empty string, right? And after that, what I will say is I will say data dot commented underscore by equal an object, because remember from the backend, if you see, I am already receiving the comment, the commented ad, which is a timestamp, the ID of the document, and the user ID, which is the user who has commented, and the children. But I am not getting the commented by, which means who has commented on this blog. So I am not getting those information, and the reason that I am not getting is because since I am leaving the comment, I can just get the user icon, user profile image, username, and full name from the user contact, because this is the user who is logged in currently, right? So I will just come over here. I will say personal underscore info, and inside this personal info, I'll say username, which is coming from the user context, the profile underscore image, and full name. And obviously, I don't have access to all of these, so I will just add username, full name, full name, and profile image over here. And if I just save, let me add a comma. So if I save, I won't see any errors, and I would be able to add this commented by key to this data that we received from the backend, and that will have these value inside it. So after that, what I will do is I will make a variable, and I will say new comment array, and this will be a comment array that we will going to update. So what this is, well, basically what I will do is I will first retrieve the actual comment array from the blog's data over here. So this is the blog, right? So the blog state has actually the comment array. Well, we don't have that, but later in the video, in the fetch block, we will make a request to the server in order to fetch the comments, and then we will store that comment inside an array that we will call comments array, right? And that's exactly the comments array that we will going to restructure over here. So what I want is I will create a new comment array over here, and what I will do is I will just change this a little bit by saying data.children level equal 0. Now this children level key, we will use it to define what is the level of the comment is. So if children level is 0, that means it is a parent comment. After that, if the children level is 1, then this means that it is a first reply to a particular comment. And if the children level is 2, then that means it is a second reply to a comment, which is a reply to another comment. So you can see there is a nested loop. So like if I go to comment number 10, you can say that if the children level is 10, you can say the children level, the comment is a reply, uh, a comment which is the reply of another comment, and that comment is another again a reply of another comment, and so on. So I hope you get the point why I'm creating this, so that I can create that nested thing to track the comments. I hope it's clear to you. So after that, what I will do is I will set this new comment array equals to an array, and over here I will say whatever data I got from this, I will add that as a first item of this new comment array. After that, what I will do is I will destructure the comment array. Well, I don't have this comment array right now. That's why I will just remove it and I'll just save it. So what the reason I have removed it, because I don't have that comment right now. So I've the purpose of doing this right now is to just show you a card over here, and then when we will fetch the comments from the backend, then we will work on the comment array. Then I will add that over here, so don't worry about it. So basically this new comment array will be an array right now with the data that I just retrieved. Just understand this much. Great. So after that, what I will do is I will make a variable saying let parent comment increment value equal, and for now it will be 1, which means I'm saying that I am commenting. So I'm having this 1 so that I can update the parent comment value of this block state, because remember in this block state I have this activity which has this total comments count and total parent count, so I want to update those things as well. Right. So what I will do now, I will just call set block function in order to update the block state. So for that, I have to first destructure the block, and I have to destructure the set block as well. So if I just save that and come over here, what I can do now is I can pass an object saying blog. So I will first destructure the blog, and then I will set a comment with an object, and this object will first destructure the comment that it already had, but I don't have any comment. So again, I will destructure this comment from this blog over here so that I can access this comment, and you will see that this comment uh, I can't use this as a comment because I already have that name as a state. So instead of calling this comment, I will call this comments, and let's just save that. And actually I have this comments in my state, not comment, because comments is an array. So I'll just say comments will be equals to, first of all, whatever data I have in the comments, and this will be a pagination data which will have a result key, and in that result key I will store everything. So I will say a result, and then in the result I will just pass this new a new commentary that I just created. And if you are not getting what I'm doing, just be with me and just do these things for now, and you will get whatever I'm doing in just a moment. So just be with me. So after this, what I want to update is, after updating the comment, I want to update the activity, and from the activity I want to update everything. First of all, I will destructure every key from the activity, like this, and obviously I don't have access to activity, so I have to destructure that as well, like this. And after that, what I will do is I will say total underscore comment so that I can update it by 1 equal total underscore comments plus 1, and obviously I don't have this total comment, so I have to destructure it again from this activity. So I will add comma and I'll say activity, and from there I will just paste this total comments in order to destructure it again. So after that, I will add total underscore parent underscore comments, and again I don't have this key destructure, so I will say add this key after this total comment, because these two keys are inside this activity object. So now I will have that, and I will set it equals to this parent comment increment value. Like I will add whatever existing total parent comments is, and I will add this parent comment incremental value to this. So let me just copy this variable name and paste it over here like this, and this will look little bit cryptic, and believe me, it was when I was creating it, it took me a lot of time creating the nested comments. And well, no, I'm not going to talk about that anymore, but just be with me, you will get everything step by step. There is no hard thing here. So now this basically will update our block state according to the new data that we will create once we have created the comment. This is basically just doing that. so you don't have to worry about it. Now what I want is I want to update the total parent comment loaded state as well. If I go to my state, you will see a blog page, you will see I have the state over here which is tracking the number of parent comments loaded, right? So I have to update this as well if I have commented as a parent comment, not I'm not replying, I'm leaving a comment through this text area. In that case, I have to update that as well. So I have to restructure that from the block context. So I will say set, actually instead of typing it, let me just copy it because it's a too long text and I'm sure I will misspell it. So yeah, now just call this function over here and I will say previous value in order to get the previous value, and I'll just say previous value plus whatever this parent count increment value is. So if it is 1, then I will add 1 to the total parent comments loaded, and if it is 0, then I won't add anything and I will update the state. So if I save, well, it doesn't matter you will save or not and try it, it won't work because whatever you are doing is you are doing under the hood. Basically, this means that you are actually redefining the block data structure and updating the values, but those values are not affecting the UI at any particular point. So before going any further, what I will do over here is once the page loads, I will fetch all the comments written in a block. So if I don't have any comments, still I will have a array which will contain the results. Like still I have will have a object, an object will have which will have a result key, and that result key will be an array, so that I can access that array in order to create blocks. Because remember, here I won't be able to destructure that array because I can't access that array because that does not exist. So if that doesn't exist, I won't be able to render the comments. So I have to create that first. So let's do that. So now let's work on a function which we will call fetch comments, and whenever we will run that fetch comment, it will just fetch the comments from the backend. So let's work on that so that we can have a comment array so that we can start rendering the comment once the user is done commenting. So for that, just go to the comments.component.csx file, and just above this functional component, I will create one more function and I will call that fetch comments, and I will make it like this. And since I want to use this fetch comments from external file as well, I will export it over here. And this fetch comment will basically take two well, it will take an object with two keys, and first key it will take is the skip value, and it will be by default 0. And the reason I'm giving skip is again to create the pagination. So if I have 5 already loaded, I will just pass 5 to the fetch comments in order to skip the first 5 comments and load the next 5 ones. After that, I will give the blog ID so that it knows of which blog it has to fetch the comments. And then I will say set parent comment count function, and basically this set parent count function is just equals to will be equals to this set total parent count comment loaded function, so that we can update the parent loaded count. And after this, the third the last key that this object will have, it will have the comment array, and this comment array will basically by default will be null. But if we already have the comment in our data, like in the front end I already have loaded 5, then this won't be null, and I will add the next comments inside this array by destructuring it. So I hope you got this much. So after this, what I will do inside this function is I will first make a variable and call it response like this. And now I will make a request to backend in order to get the data, and then I will just put those data inside this response and return that response variable. So what route that I want to make request on? Well, I don't have that route. I will make a request, a route which will be get blocks comment, and whenever you will make a request to that with a blog ID, it will just give you the comments written inside that blog. So I don't have that, so instead of working here now, let's work in the server and let's create that route over here. So I will just say server dot post request, and the route will be get blog comment and comments. It will run a callback like this. And inside this, what I will do, I will destructure some things from the body of the request. So I will say request.body. And what I want to destructure is first of all the ID of the blog and the skip count like this. And then I will say set max limit, which will be the maximum limit of comments that I get from this get blog comment, which will be 5. So now what I want is I want to get the comment from the actually from the comments collection. So for that I have to say comments in a comment inside to look into the comment collection and then find in order to find the documents. So the documents I want to find should follow this thing. So in this object I will say blog id underscore blog id, which means the blog id should be equals to the blog id, and is reply should be false, which means it should not be a reply because I am asking for the comments, not for replies. And once I get that, I will populate the fields of the comments, and what I will populate there is I will say commented underscore by, and this commented underscore by is a user, like a user ID. So I have to populate this with actual user data, which will be the username, full name, and the profile image. So I'll say personal underscore info dot username, then personal underscore info dot full name, then personal underscore info dot profile underscore image in order to go get these three keys. And then I will say dot skip, and I can just pass the skip variable that I get from the front end in order to know how many document it has to skip. And then in the limit I will say the limit will be max limit, which is 5, and then I have to sort the comments according to the comment type. So I will add commented at actually in the, let me correct it. So here I have to say commented at, and I have to give -1 in order to get the latest comment first. And then once I'm done running all these queries, I can get the data in the .10 block, and over here I can say comment, and once I get the comment I will just return those comments with a status. So I will say response.status of 200, and I will just return a JSON of that comment like this. And if I just use a catch block to catch the errors if we get any. In that case, if I got any error, I will console log the error message so that we can read that. And also I will return a response with a status of 500, and the code will be the JSON that I will send will be an error, and that will be error dot message. So this is the simple route that we had just created. So we just have to make a post request to this get blog comments route with the blog ID and the skip count in order to get the comments of the blogs. So what I will do here now is, since I have the comment route, I will make Axios request over here in order to get the blog comment. So here I will say await in order to wait over here, because remember this is the response variable, and at the end I will return the response. So I have to wait in order to update this response value. And since I want to use the await, I have to create this function as a asynchronous function. So for that I will add a async over here, and now I can just say Axios to make a Axios request, and this will be a post request. The domain will be pod.meta.and.wait underscore server underscore domain, and the root is get blog comments, and the data that I want to send in the body is blog underscore id, and obviously I don't have this. Do I yeah, actually we will get this whenever we will call the fetch comment function, so you don't have to worry about it. And I will send the skip as well, and after that I can catch the response in dot. Then I will destructure the data over here, and what I will do here is, first of all, I will map through the data using map function because this is an array, and I will get the individual comment, and I will add one key to that comment, which will be children level, and I will just set it equals to 0. And again, remember this children level is same as this children level, and this children level 0 just indicates that it is a parent comment. It is not a reply of any particular comment, right? So once I have added this children level to the data, So after we have added the children level to all of the comments that we got from the backend, what I want is I will call this set parent comment function that we will get whenever we will run this fetch function. So I will just call that function and I will say whatever you have as a current state value, just have that like this preval, and I will just add the data dot length that we received from the backend. So suppose if I already have 5 parent comment loaded and now I got next 5, then this will update it like the current value will be 5 and the data dot length will be 5. So now it will add those two values and it will give me 10. So after this, what I will do is I will say if this comment underscore array is equals to null, which means we don't have any sort of comments array right over here. So if I don't have any sort of comment array, then I have to create that array. So I will say response, which will be this variable, will be equals to an object with a results key, and that result will be equals to this data, which will be the array. So why it is giving me error, right? Because it is not correctly typed. So let me copy and paste that over here, and I will add a else block to check whether or not it is null. So suppose we already have comments in my state, then this won't be null, and in that case I will set the response equals to the result, but this time I, instead of setting it directly equals to data, I will set it equals to an array, which will first destructure the comments array, and then it will destructure the data that we receive from the backend. So this is basically the function that we will use in order to make requests to the backend to get the comment value. So if I just save that, and in the blog page, if I come over here where I'm making requests to get the similar blog, so over here I have to make requests to call this fetch of comments function in order to get the comments of this blog. So how can I do that? So for that, before the set blog, what I will do is I will say blog.comments equal, because I want to add this comments key to this blog, and I will set it equals to await, because remember this fetch comment is asynchronous, so it will take some time to resolve. So I have to wait over here so that I won't go in the set blog and set the blog state. So I will await for the fetch comments function, and over here I have to pass the object, and in the object I can say the blog id would be equals to blog underscore blog dot underscore id, because I want the object id over here, and then I will say set parent comment count function will be equals to this state, which is this set total comment loaded, and if I just paste that over here, now this will work, and you will see that I am getting the error in await. This is because I have to create this callback as asynchronous, so I just add asynchronous before this callback and this won't create any issue. So if I just save this and come over here, you won't see any issue, and you are seeing that I am well, let it refresh. You will see that I am getting this two number over here, but I had only one comment, and this is because before like before recording I added some comments, so that's why it is 2, but still I won't see anything. But now, so now after that, if I type, let's say console.log, and if I log my blog object or blog state over here to see what I'm getting, or actually let me do over here, let's say after, so that you know what we are actually doing. And let me just copy this and paste it above the set block, and let me say it to have before, and actually let me do this before adding this comment so that I can actually show you what I am actually getting. So if I just save this right now, okay, and if I expand my window, and you will see that in the console I am getting this before and this object, and here you can see I have this comments with a result with 0 array, and after that I am still getting this comment with result array with empty array result. So which means I have messed up somewhere, otherwise I would have got one you can say the comment, because I have one comment in my document. So the problem that is why I'm not getting it is because over here in my server.js, you will see that in the get blog comments route, what I'm doing to find the comment is I'm checking for the blog ID as well as I'm checking is reply to be to false. And if I come to my comments in my MongoDB, you will see there is one comment, but there is no key which is defining whether it is a reply or not. We don't have is reply key for this document, and since we don't have that is reply key over here, we won't be able to get that document using this condition. But I still need this condition because I don't want reply. So what I will do is, let's open this comment.js, which is the schema of your data, and here in the is reply key, after the type boolean, write default and then type false. So by default it will be false, but if you provide is reply to true, then it will be true, otherwise by default it will be false. So if I just save it now and refresh, now if I expand, still I'm not getting anything. And the reason I'm not getting anything, let me refresh again. Yeah, I'm not getting anything, and the reason is, even though you have added this default in your schema, this MongoDB data is already saved in your database, right? This comment document is already in your database, so this can't be updated. So for that, what we will do is I will delete this comment again, and what I will do is I will remove the notifications as well. And basically, I'm just removing all the comments so that we can see actually whether or not it is working. So you can see the comments collection is empty, notification collection is empty, and let me edit the blog document as well. So let me find that document over here. Let's go to activity and let's change its total comment count to 0. And let me expand this comments and let me delete this item from there, and let me just press update, and this will just remove the object from the array. So if I come over here now and refresh, you will see the comment count is 0, and obviously I will not get any comment because I don't have anything in my comments collection. So let me just remove this console because it's not clearing anything to me. So what I will do now is I will quickly come over here and make a comment. So I will click on this and I will say this is an awesome blog, and if I press comment, okay, it is saying login first to leave a comment. Let me log in again like this, and now let me open the blog again and let's comment over here. So let's say this is an awesome blog, and if I press comment, you will see nothing happened, but this got back to an empty text area, which means we have saved the comments. And if I come to my MongoDB and go to comments collection, I should see a document over here. You can see this is an awesome blog, and over here you will see that it has a reply which is false, which means by default we have is reply false for this document. And you will see that the comment counter is 1 now. So if I refresh it, now the comment count is still 1. And now if I console.log the blog over here so that I can see whether or not I am receiving data. So now let it refresh, and if I expand this now, you will see that in the comments I got result with one item inside that. So you will see that the result is an array with one item, and this item contains the comment which was this is an awesome blog. So basically we are able to fetch the comments. So now what we have to do is we need to loop through this array in order to render the comment card. So how can I do that? First of all, open the comment container and let's shrink the window size, and let me remove this console log, and let me go to comment component as well over here. Yeah, now what I will do is I will remove this console log of comment wrapper as well. And after this comment field, what I will do is I will add curly brackets so that I can loop through the comment array. So inside this, I need to access that comment array first. And how can I do that? First of all, for that, I have to destructure it from this block context. So let me first enable my word wrap over here. And you will notice that in the blog, I have this comments key, which is an object, and that object contains that results key, which is an array. So I will destructure that results, but I will rename that results to comments array so that I will be more clear that this is the comments array, not something else. So if I copy this and for now, if I console.log the comments array over here and open my console, I should see an array with one object, which will be the comment, and you will see I got an array with one object. And if I expand that object, you will see this is the comment document which has this comment. This is an awesome blog. So basically now I am able to get the array of the comment. So what I will do is now I have to iterate over that array. So over here, what I will do, I will say comments array, and I will add two and sign, and I will say comments array dot length. So basically this condition means if we have a comment array and if we have any length in comments array, which means neither the comment array is null nor the comment array is empty. In that case, I will loop through the array, and what I will do, I will say comment array dot map to map through it, and when we will map, I will get individual comment item, and I will add second parameter the index to get their index. And for now, what I will do, I will return comment array, the comment document comment dot comment key, which contains what is the comment. And in the else case, like if we don't have any comment array, or if we have the array but it is still empty, in that case I will render no data message, and this take a message prop. And what message I will show over here, I will say no comments. And if I just save that and expand this window, and actually no need to expand because we are rendering this UI, so I can just open my comments container, and you will see that I am getting this is an awesome blog because this is the comment tags that I added as a comment. So if I come over here and say comment 2 and press comment, you will see now I got comment 2. But if I refresh and open this, now you will see I got two comments. First is comment 2, and then this is an awesome blog. So basically we are able to render it. Don't worry about the styles because this is not what we will render. So what I will do here now, instead of returning this comment.comment, I will return an animation wrapper to add a fade in effect to the component, the comment card. And I will just remove this and make sure to give key, otherwise it will give you error. So the key will be the index. And after that, inside it, what I will do is I will render one component which will be comment card. And obviously we don't have that comment card right now, but we will create it just now. So let me open my folder view, and you will see here comment card dot component dot .jsx file. So just open that and quickly make a comment card component over here like this, and this will basically return an h1 saying this is a comment card, and make sure to export this as a default function also like this. And now come over here and retype this comment card, and the VS Code will import it for you. So if I just save it now, and I will get the blog page. If I open my comments wrapper, you will see that I got two h1 saying this is a comment card because I have two comments on my blog. Great. So what I will do is I need some props in my comment card in order to access this comment and in order to render these stuff. So what are those? So I will declare some props over here. And the first prop that I need is the index, which will be like in what index this comment card is, because we need this index in order to do some calculation that we will do while we will create the replies, because in that case we need to chop our array from that index and then add some other data in between that index in the array. So you will understand it better when we will code it, so don't worry. After the index, what I want is I want left value attribute, and this left value attribute will be equals to the children level of the comment, so that we can style it using CSS by giving it some mathematical equation, so that we can style the left amount, so that if it is a reply that will come underneath the comment, but in a nested way. After that, what I want is I want the comment data, which will be the comment actually, what is the comment we have to render. So if I just save that and let me pass these prop values over here, so I will say index to be the I, and I will say the left value, which will define how far this card come from the left. I will say the comment will be the comment document, and that document has the children level that we had added in this fetch. You will see this in the handle, you will see that I am adding this children level to 0, and in the components also where I'm fetching, I am adding this children level key, which is by default 0 for the parent one. So I will access that key over here by saying children level, and then I will say multiply it with 4, and after that I will say the comment data will be equal to this whole comment object, so that if I need anything I will get it from there. So if I just save that now and come over here, well, you won't see any changes because even though I'm receiving the prof values, I'm not rendering those. So let's render those prof values and let's make some UI. So instead of returning this h1, what I will return now is I will return a div, and let me give it a class of width full, and what I will do is I will give it a style, and here this style basically will apply the CSS, and what I will do here is I will pass an object with padding left key, and padding left is just providing the value of padding left. So what I will do here is I will get the padding left amount from this left prop, so I will say template string first so that I can use this variable inside the string, and I will say left value, left val, and I will just multiply the amount of the left value with 10, and I will add pixels at the end. So if I say save it, and let me add some border to it also, let me say border 1 and border, yeah, just say border, and if I just save that and open my comment wrapper, okay, you won't see anything. Let me just add a height 12, and let me say a margin bottom 5, so that you can see the cards actually. So you will see that since the children level was you can say the 0, that's why they are coming like this. But if I go to my comments and instead of saying children level, if I say them index plus 1, and if I save, now you will see that they are coming side by side, like let me open that again, and now okay, it is not working. I should be plus, and actually let me plus the 2 over here. Okay, never mind, just leave it, we will see that later. I don't know why it is not working. So basically we are not getting it. So let me see why is the problem. Let me inspect this. You will see it has a padding of 40 pixels from left, and you will see it has a padding of 50 pixels. Yeah, actually what I am doing is I am adding this padding so that I will render the card from this blue area starting point, but I have the border to the whole width, that whole div, that's why you are seeing the 100% width. But actually you will see that this blue area is over 50 pixels now, starting from 50 pixels from left, and over here it is starting from 40 pixels, because you will see at the top the padding amount, at the right it is saying 40 and it is saying 50. So basically it is working. The only issue is we will not see the UI in UI because it is not given that style. So let me just change that back to children level, and let me first enable my word wrap so that we can start working. So let me remove these extra classes that I just added for demonstration. So after the div, what I will do is I will make a div inside it, and this div will be the comment card. So I will say margin y would be 5, and I will say padding will be 6 unit from everywhere, and I will give rounded MD so that it will have some roundness, and I will give a border. The border color would be border gray. Let me open my comment wrapper so that you can see the visual changes side by side. You can see the divs right over here, and what I will do is I will make another div, and I will give inside this div, and this div will contain the user information like user profile, icon, name, username, and the full name. So over here what I will do is I will give some classes saying flex, and give a unit of gap 3 so that the profile icon, profile image, the name, and the username will come side by side. And I will say items to be in center, and margin from bottom will be of 8 units, and inside this I will first render the image of the user. So in the SRC I need the user image, but I don't have it, right? So how can I get it? For that I will come at the top, and over here I will say let and I will destructure the data of the user from comment data, because the comment data, let me delete this comment. So the comment data is this comment data prop, and its value is this comment document. So we have the comment document, and from document, if I come to my this MongoDB, you will see that I have this commented by, which is an object ID. So basically I have the user information over here. The only thing I need is I can just say it commented underscore by in order to access that, and from commented by I need personal info, because that personal info contains profile, image, full name, and username. So if I just save that and add profile image over here, it should render a profile image. You will see I am getting these profile images because the comment was made by me over here. Now let me give it some classes. So let's say width to be 6, height to be 6, and rounded will be full, so it will be a complete circle. So after image I will make a paragraph, and this paragraph will display the full name plus the username. So I will say full name, then space, at the rate, and in curly bracket I will say username. And here over here I can give a class name saying line clamp 1, so it won't overflow. And after that I will add another class, another p element, and over here I will render the time of the commented date. So I will say get day, like this. And obviously I don't have this access, so I have to import that over here. So I will say import get day from comment slash date, and inside this function I need to pass the commented at time, which I don't have, so I have to destructure it from here, commented at. And you will see that VS Code is giving me red lines, and actually it is not error, but it is VS Code error. So you can just come over here in the bulb and you can disable the prop types for the entire file, and this won't give you that error. So if I just save it, okay, it is saying me NaN undefined, which means not a number, and then it is saying undefined, which means this comment, yeah, this should be commented at, not comment at. So if I just save that, yeah, you will see that it's saying 11 November and it is giving me the name, but the image styling is not correct, right? Because I have given one over here instead of W. So this should be W-6, and now you will see the profile icon is much clear. So what I will do, I will give some class name to this paragraph as well. I will say minimum width to be fit, so that this paragraph won't affect this commented at width, and this get clamp instead of hiding this commented at time. So after this step, what I need is I need to render the comment actually. So what I will do, I will create a p, and inside that I can just type comment, and I need to destructure that comment as well from this comment data in order to get the text message. And if I just save, you will see what is the comment. So it is saying comment 2 because I just added comment 2, and over here you will see it is saying this is an awesome blog, which means uh, these two are the comment card. So what I will do after this, I will give some class name. I will say font to be Galasio, yep, and I will say text to be of Excel size, and from margin left it will have 3 units, and this is how it will look. After this paragraph, what we will do is we will make a div, and this div will contain button, and one button will be for loading the reply, and one button will be for hiding the reply, and then it will have another button inside this div. We will create it for adding a reply to this comment. So let's do them step by step. Or actually, before working on this, let's see if I comment right now, am I getting the card over here or not? So if I type, let's say comment 3, and if I press comment, you will see that now I got only comment 3, but the comment 2 and the last comment got removed. And why is that? Because if I go to my comment field, you will see that once I am receiving the data, what I'm doing is I'm just resetting my, in the set block you will see in the comments I am resetting the result to this new comment array, which is basically this data. So I have to add some condition over here, or actually not a condition. What I have to do here is first of all, let me enable my word wrap. Yeah, what I have to do over here is I have to go in the comments and I have to destructure. Actually, let me do this, and I have to uh, select my comments and I have to destructure the results from there, and I have to call that comment array so that it will make more sense, comments array. And what I will do is I will copy that, and in the new comment array I will say have the data, right? And after that what I will do is I will say destructure the comment array. So if we have anything in the comments array, it will get destructured and it will add it over here so that it won't remove or recreate a new comment data. So what I will do is I will close that and refresh. And if I open this, you will see three comments at now. And if I say comment 4 and press comment, you will see now I got comment 4, comment 3, comment 2, and this is an awesome block. So that means if I type anything over here like hello and press comment, it will get rendered over here, as well as the previous comment will also get rendered. So that's great. And if I refresh, and you will see I have 5, and you will see I have 5 comments now. So basically now we can start working on pagination 2 before creating the replies. So let's work on the pagination, and then we will work on this comment card again to work on the replies and all that stuff. So for that, let me add one more comment over here so that I can have more than 5 comment in order to show that pagination. So over here you will see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 comment is loaded, and I'm not getting the pagination because I just created the sixth comment. So if I just refresh it, and now you will see I have total comments, but if I open this, I will only get 5 comments. You will see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm only getting the 5 comments. So now what I want is, if I have more than 5 comments, then I want to render the load more button at the end in order to load more comments. So how can I do that? For that, just go to this comments.component, and after this we will add one curly bracket, and over here we will check whether or not we have more comments in the database. Over here I will say total underscore parent underscore comment, and we don't have access to total parent comment. So I will come at the top, and what I will do is I will destructure this from the activity, and this activity has this total parent comment. Make sure this you add this activity inside this blog object, because this blog object contains this activity object which contains the total parents key, and this total parents key just contain the numerical value of total parent comment, and we are doing the parent comment pagination. That's why I am accessing this variable. And if I'm saying if this is greater than the total parent loaded, actually we need to destructure that also. So if I go to my block context over here, you will see I have this total parent comment loaded as well, and this is a state which keeps track of loaded comments. So what I will do, I will destructure this, and I will just check whether or not the total parent comment loaded is less than to the actual comments we have in the database. So if it is less, then obviously we need to show the load more button to load other buttons, other comments, right? So for that I will make a button over here. But if it is not greater than if the total parent comment number is not greater than the loaded comments, then in the else block what I will do, I will render nothing. And in the button what I will do is I will just type load more, and if I just save, you will see a load more button, because I have 6 comment in my database, but I'm still loading only 5 comments in front end. So if I just refresh it and open my comment wrapper, okay, I'm not getting anything over here. And why is that? Total parent comment and total parent comment load. Let me check my database whether or not I have access to this total parent comments. Actually, in the activity, this total parent comment is 1, and actually you will see that this total parent comment is not getting updated, and since it was not getting updated, that's why I wasn't able to see it. And why is that it is not getting updated? Let me see. So let me go to this add comment, and over here what we will do is I will find the object, push it over there, and I will do this. And in the total parent comment I will, yeah, actually you will see there is a mistake, and that is what I am doing is this active total parent comment is outside this object, which is for this increment method. So I have to add this key inside this increment method, so that this Mongo knows that inside this increment method object, what it needs to do is have to add one to both of these keys. And I had this outside this object, that why it was setting it equals to 1. So now it is fixed, but again I'm not going to comment all that again. So what I will do, I will just retype that number to 6 over here, and I will just update it manually. And now if I come over here and refresh, if I click on the comment wrapper, now you will see I got load more, because the total parent comment is greater than the loaded comments. So what I will do now, let's give some style. So I will say the text should be of dark gray color, and padding should be 2 units from all 4 direction, and for X direction I will give 3 units of padding. And if I hover over the load more button, I will say BG to be of gray color with 30% opacity, and I will give a rounded of MD, so it will have some roundness. And I will give a flex so that I can use items center, and I will give a gap of 2, and just save that. And let's see how the button is looking. So if I open that comment wrapper, you will see this is how the button is looking, and if I hover over it, this is how it is looking. So this is looking great. Now what I want is, when I click on this button, I want to load the next 5 comments in the database. And since I only have one extra comment in the database, it will load only that one. So I will add a on click event to this, and I will say whenever you get clicked, just call this load more comments function. And I don't have that function, so just copy that, and let's create this load more function over here just after before the return. And I will just create that function over here, and this will run asynchronous, because in this function we will call this fetch comments method, this fetch comment function, which is obviously in asynchronous, so it will take some time to run. So over here what I will say let new comments array, so that this new comments array will be equals to await fetch comments. And I will just say skip skip amount will be total parent comment loaded. So what how much comment is loaded, I will just pass that as skip, so that the fetch comment knows this much document it has to skip from the database. And in the blog id, I will just pass the id of this blog, and obviously I don't have access to it, so let me destructure that over here. So what this will do, it will fetch the document next comments, and it will store that inside this comments array, because you will see that in the results, in the response is equals to the results with the existing comment array and the data. So after this, what I need is actually I have to provide some more keys over here. So I will say set parent comment function, and set parent comment function I have to pass here this which is actually, let me see what it is. Yeah, it is set total. Let me go to my blog page, and let me just copy this. So just copy this and paste it over here in the use context, so that you can destructure it from the blog context, and just pass that over here, so that the fetch comment knows that this is the function that it has to run in order to update the total parent comment state. After that, it needs one more parameter, which is this comment array. So what I will do here, I will say comment array, and I have to pass the comment array that it will be rewriting on. So the comment array, I don't have that right now, or do I? Yeah, I have this comments array, so I can just pass that over here saying this, and now it will create a new comment array, and I can just set my block state using calling the set block state function. And obviously I have to destructure it from here also, and I have to destructure the block also in order to destructure the block at first like this. And now I can add this new comment array in place of the existing comments field. So I will say uh, comments, and that comments will be equals to new comments array. If I save that and open my let it refresh, if I open my comments wrapper, if I click on if I click on this load more, it should render me the last comment document, which was this is an awesome blog. So if I click over here, you will see it rendered me a card which is saying this is an awesome blog. So let me add two more comment over here. I will say comment 7. Let me comment that, and then let me say comment 8, and let me comment that, and let me just refresh it so that I will only get the 5 comment. You will see I only got 5 comment, but in the database you will see I have 8 total comments. So if I click on the load more, I should see 3 more comments, and the last comment is comment 4. So if I click over here, you will see now I got comment 3, comment 2, and this is an awesome blog, which means our pagination for the comments card are also working. So basically with this, we are actually done with the comments. Now we have to work on the reply functionality, where we will able to reply to a particular comment, and we can like show and hide the replies, and I can also delete the comment by just clicking on the delete button over here. So let's do that. So for that, just remove this comment, and what I will do is I will render a button instead, and that will just display a reply text. So now over here, let me give some class name. So I will just say underline. So this text will be underlined. So if I just save that, you will see that in all the cards I will get this reply button, but the styling is off little bit. So what I will do is I will create a div over here, and I will put this button inside that div like this, and let's style this div a little bit. So let me give some class name to this div, and let me say it to have a flex and a gap of you will see 5 units, and I will say the items will be in center, and from margin top I will have 5 units. So if I save that, this is how the reply button looks. Now what I want is whenever I click on this reply, I need the text area just below this comment. I don't want to type over here. I want whenever I click on this reply, I want the text area to come over here so that I can type and reply for this comment. So how can I do that? First of all, for that I have to give on click event, and when I will click on this reply, I will say call this handle reply click, and obviously I don't have this function, so let me just copy that and let me code this function just before this return. So let me make this function over here like this. So basically this handle reply click, what it will do, it will first check whether or not you are logged in, because if you are not logged in, we won't show you the text area, right? So if I check for here for the access token, so I have to get the access token from the user context. So that I will say let, and here I will destructure it later, but I have to use the use context hook in order to use the user context. Let me type that again, user context, and I didn't got the suggestion, so let me just import that manually. So I will say user context from it is in the app, I guess, yeah, and over here I can say user auth, and from user auth I want to restructure the access token key. So now I can access the access token. So if I don't have any access token, what I will do is I will return an error, and to show an error I need obviously a toast element. So first of all, I will say toast dot error over here, and I will just prompt login to login first to leave a reply. Let me just save that, and let me see whether or not it is working. So right now I am logged in, so I don't actually, it is giving me error, and the error is user auth of user only, it is as it undefined. Okay, I guess I have to do this like this, and now it should work. Yeah, it is working. So if I open my comment wrapper and click on reply, well, you won't see anything because I am logged in. So let me just sign out quickly, and now let me click on reply. You will see that I got alert saying login first to leave a reply, and you will notice that in this component I don't have that toaster component, but still I am getting the this alert. If I click on this, I am still getting this alert, and this is because where I am rendering this inside the comment wrapper, and I have the component inside this component this comments wrapper, so I don't have to add
the toast everywhere. I can have that in the parent component and it will work. So now what I will do is, if the user is logged in, then what I will do is I will say set replying, and before doing that I need to create a state over here which will tell whether or not the user is replying. So I will create a state over here, and that state I will call is replying. So this will track whether or not user is replying. So either it will be true or it will be false. And the set function I will say set replying like this, and I will set it equals to use state in order to use the state, and by default value will be false. So what I will do is, if I click on handle reply, I will set the replying, like I will change the is replying value to whatever I have previously. So if I have false, I will set it equals to true, and if I have true, I will set it equals to false, so that I can click on this reply button again in order to hide the text area. So I will say previous value to get the current value. You can call it current value or previous value, it doesn't matter, and I will return the opposite of that value. So I will just save that, and this will update the state. So now I am able to update the state while clicking the handle reply click. So what I want is, I want to render the component according to this state. So how can I do that? So for that, after this div, I will add curly bracket, and here I will check for a condition whether or not is replying is true. So if is replying is true, that means I need to render a text area in order to give the user typing functionality. So over here I will render a div, and I will give some class name. I will say margin from top will be of 8 unit. I will close that div over here, and in the else case I will render nothing. So if the user is not replying, then I won't render anything. And inside this div I will just say comment field, render this comment field, and the action for this will be reply. And with this action reply, I want to send some more details to the comment field, otherwise we won't be able to process the reply, but we will see that later. So right now you can have that only. And what I will do here is, I will just save this and come over here, and if I click on reply, you will see I'm getting login first to leave a reply. So let me just sign in quickly. Let me sign in, and now if I go to the blog, and if I open my comments wrapper, and if I click on reply, you will see that after that I got this leave a comment text area, and I got a reply button. So I can type here anything, I can click on reply. But if I type here, let's say and before typing anything, you will see that if I click on the reply button again, it will just remove the text here. So we can hide and show the text area. And over here, if I say replying to a comment, and let me just say what comment I'm replying in, because I want to show you something. So I will say comment 8 because I am replying to this comment 8, right? So if I click on reply, you will see that now I was replying for this comment 8. So after the reply, I should see the comment over here, right? But I got another comment over here which has the text area, and it has this replying to a comment 8. And why is that? Because by default this comment field accept think whether or not, whenever you click on this comment button in the comment field, it just process it as a parent comment. It does not know how to process a reply comment, how to process a reply. So we need to code it again in order to process the reply differently other than processing comments. So if we are like making a comment, then it should process the data in different way, and if I'm replying, then it should process the data in different way. So let's do that, and now I can just leave it here, it doesn't matter. So what I will do is, I will open the comment field, and after the action I need some more props in order to work with it. So what I want is, first I want the index, and the reason I want the index, because I want to break the array from that particular index, so that I can insert the reply to add the particular point of that array. Because you will notice here, even though I was replying for the first, I got the reply at the very first of the array. So like it is the first element of the array, but it should be the second element of the array, because first was the comment 8. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So after the index, what I want is, I want a replying underscore
to, and actually underscores leave underscore, just say replying to, and this replying to will be the ID of the comment, so that we know that we are replying to this particular comment. And by default just set the index to undefined, so we don't have to provide index if I am creating this comment card. And by default set this replying to undefined also, so when you are creating this comment text area, this won't create any error. And after this, what I want is, I want a set replying, and this set replying will be the function which we will come over here. This set replying will be this set replying function, which will change the state of this is replying. So when I am done replying, I will call this in order to hide the text area and render that card. So I will use that this set replying for that. So after adding these props, I need to provide their value over here. So I will say the index would be the index that I am getting while creating this comment card, right? After that, I will say replying to will be equals to the comment actually, and then its ID. So I will say dot ID, or actually instead of saying comment dot ID, what I will do is I will destructure the ID from the comment data, and I can just say ID. And the last prop that I want to give is set replying. So I will say set replying, and I will just give set replying function inside it, so that I can access that function in order to change the state of set replying. So once it's done, what I want to do is, you will see that whenever you will click on this action button, it will run this handle comment function. And if I come over this handle comment function, this is what I am doing. So over here I am saying add comment. I am making request to add comment. So first of all, I have to tell our server also that it's not a comment, it's a reply. For that I have to change some things over here. What I need to change is with ID, blog author and comment, I want to give also one more thing, which will be replying underscore to, and which will be equals to the ID of the comment, which will be this replying to. So just set it equals to this. So what I will do is, in the server, I will check for this replying to, and if it is undefined, then I will create a parent comment. But if it is not undefined, then I will create a reply instead of creating the comment. So let's do that first, and then we will work over here. So let's go to the server, and let's get inside this add comment root. And over here, let me first destructure the replying underscore to, and by default it will be undefined if you are commenting, not replying. But what if it has some sort of ID? In that case, I need to add a reply, right? So what I will do here is, after this, what I will do is, I will remove this new comment from here, and I will actually, I have to change it a little bit. So let me remove this new comment over here, and I will set this comment object equals to this object. And over here I will say new comment, and now I will call this. So the reason I did this, because I will check over here whether or not I have replying to. So I will check whether or not I have replying to. So if I have any replying to, which is like the ID of the comment, in that case I will say comment object dot parent equal, and I will just set it equals to this. So if I have any ID, then I will set that ID equals to this parent. And if you go to the comment, you will see that it has this parent, which is the object ID, which is referring to the comments collection. So basically, if I don't have replying ID, I won't add parent. But if I have ID, I will add the parent. So if I just save that, and I will if I save that, you won't see any changes, because you need to make request for that. But by doing this, it will add a parent key to the comment, so that we know that it's a reply. And after that, what I have to do is, and you will see that we are updating the total comment by one, but we are also updating over here our total parent comment. But I don't want to update it when it's replying to, right? So what I will do over here is, I will add a condition here saying replying to, and add a question mark. So if replying to is true, in that case I won't add anything. But if it is false, which means I am not replying, then it's a parent comment, then I will add 1 to this total parent comments activity number. And then what I will do is, in the type, I don't want to say the type would be comment. I will say whether I will check for this replying to, in order to set the type to either replying or comment. So I will add replying to and then question mark. So if replying to is true, which means I am replying, then the type will be reply, otherwise the type will be comment, and the other thing will be same as it is. And the other thing that I want to do is after this notification, what I will do is I will check for conditions saying if replying to. So if I have like if I am replying, so what I am doing is before creating the notification, if I am replying to a particular comment, then over here I will say notification object, and then I will say dot replied underscore on underscore comment equal this replying to. And if I just open my notification schema for you right now, you will see that I have this replied on comment key, which will store the object ID for the comment that you are actually replying. So if I am actually replying, then I am adding this notification, I am adding this replied on comment key to this notification object before saving it, so that I can have the comment parent ID, so that by looking the notification I can tell which comment I have replied. And after that, what I will do, I will wait over here because I will run a find and update method for one collection, which will be comment dot find and one, not delete, find and update. So I need to find one document which will be this replying to. So like whatever comment you are replying, I will find that and I will update their children, and I will store this comment ID to that children, and it will take some time. That's why I'm have to await over here, so that I don't save the notification and return the response. And it is giving me error because in order to use the await, you have to create this callback asynchronous. So if I just add async before this comment file, this will create it as a asynchronous function, and over here I have to give the query in order to find the document. So over here I will say the ID of the comment document will be equals to this replying to ID that we will get from the front end. And what I will do is I will push, so I will just use push method to push this comment ID that we just created over here, that you can get from this comment file, inside this comment that we are finding using this replying to a query. So what I will do, I will say children. So children is an array which contains all of the you can say all of the replies object IDs. So I will just pass here comment file dot underscore ID, so that this document ID get inside this children, because it's a reply for this comment, this replying to comment. And once it is done, what I will say dot then get the reply, and I will say once you have the reply, I will say notification object dot notification for equal reply dot commented underscore by. So this reply actually it is not a reply, it is the comment file. So what I can say, I can change it to uh, replying to comment doc, which means this is the document that you are particularly replying. So copy that and paste it over here. And what I'm doing is in the notification you will see that I have this notification for key, which is just telling that this notification is for this user. So what I'm doing is once I get the document of the parent comment, I am just getting the comment like the user who commented at, and I'm storing that inside this notification for, so that I can show the notification to that parent comment user. And once done with this, what I will do is I will check for one more condition. I will say if notification underscore and actually just let me remove that and just save that. So after this you don't have to do anything, I guess. And now what we can do is if I come over here uh, and instead of doing anything over here, let me just comment it and let me console.log the data, so that we can test whether or not the server is working for replying. So now if I just refresh it, open my comment wrapper, if I first of all, let's see whether or not it is working for parent. So if I say parent comment, and if I just comment it, okay, I can't see the UI because I have disabled the console. So I have to open the console in order to see the object. You will see that I got an object saying the comment is comment, right? So which means I am able to add the comment. Now I will say I will just refresh so that I can get the card, so I can reply to it. So this is the parent comment, and if I click on reply and say reply to parent comment, and if I click on reply, you will see that in the console I got one more object which has this comment, reply to parent comment. And if I go to my notifications, you will see that at the very end I got one notification which is of type reply, and it has all of the fields that I need. And in the comments, if I find the latest comment, which was this parent comment, you will see in the children array I have this object ID, and if you see it is ending with 2e63, and you will see that this is the ID of this document 2e63, which is this reply to parent comment. So which means our replying is working in our server side. Now we just have to render the UI in order to show that yeah, this is a reply and this is a parent comment. So how can we do that? Let's see. So now in order to render the reply over here, what I will do is, first of all, I will uncomment all of these code because we needed to render the comment made by from this text area. And I will just remove this console logging. And what I will do is, after this new comment array, I will add one condition saying if replying to underscore to, or actually the capital 2, because I'm checking for this replying to prop. So if it is undefined, then this will be false, but if it is not false, then we will do the replying handling over here. But if it is false, by default it will be false. Then what I will do is I will cut all the these two lines, and I will paste it inside over here like this. So if I save, well, it will give me error because I don't have anything in the if. But if I save, it will work the same way. So if I come over here and if I say this is a parent comment and press comment, you will say that I got this is a parent comment over here, and I can hide and show the comment box, the reply box. So it is working. Now what I want is, once I click on this reply, I want to render the reply over here. For that, I have to work inside this replying to condition. So what I want to do is, first of all, I will select the comments array, and I will select the index item. So like I have this index, right? So what I'm doing is I am selecting the comment document, so that I can get the actual comment on which I'm replying using this comments array index. And once I got the comment on which I am replying, then I will say it's dot children to access its children. And since that children is a array, I will say dot push in order to push the data in that array, and the data that I want to push in that array is will be data dot underscore id, because remember this is UI, so you won't be able to fetch it again, fetch the data from backend again. So that's why since I was adding or adding the data in the children's array in the backend, also I am adding the children's data in this array also, so that we can update the count of the children when we will work on it. But anyway, so after this, what I want is I want to set the children level of the reply. So I will say data dot children level, and I will set it equals to whatever comment I am commenting. So I can select that using comments array of index, and I will access its children level. So if I am commenting on the parent index, parent comment, that children level will be 0. And basically what I want is I want to just add 1 to that children level. So if I am replying to parent comment, that will be 0, so this children level will become 1. But if I am replying to a reply, then that reply will become a 1, and this children level will become 1 plus 1 2. I hope you got that. And after that, I will say data dot parent index, because I want to keep track of the parent index also when I will delete the data. So over here, I will just store the index so that this reply knows that its parent comment is inside this index of this whole comment array. And then I will say comments array to access the whole comments array. And from there I want this particular index comment array, which will be the parent comment whom you are replying right now. And then I will say dot is reply loaded equal true. and this is reply loaded equal true. Well, is reply loaded is the key that I will add to this particular comment on which you are replying, and I will set it equals to true so that I can check while creating the card whether or not I have to show a card underneath or not. And you will this will all make sense when we will work on this comment card also after this. Just type it like this, the way I'm typing. So now after that I will say comments array to select the whole array, and I will say dot splice to like slice it up from the particular point. So what I will do, I will say from where I have to slice it, I will say index plus 1, and like how much I have to go further, so I will say 0, and then I will say data. So what this basically will do, so suppose if you have an array of like 1, 2 and 3, and suppose you are replying to the second comment. So this second comment you are replying, and you are replying 4. So you are replying 4 to this 2, and which means this 4 should create before 3, right? So what the splice will do, it will have a track of this 2 index, so it knows that where this 2 is inside this index using this index. So what I will do is what this splice will do, it will go like this 1 2, and then on the third index what it will do, like this index plus 1 is just saying wherever the comment is, just go after that. So if the 2 is here, it will go over here where the 3 is, and just before that it will add a comma like this, and then I'm saying 0, which means how many you have to left, and I'm saying 0 because I don't want to left any item from you. And the third argument is just saying the data which you want to insert. So what data I want to insert, I want to insert the 4, so I will say this. So basically when you will comment 4 on 2, this array will change into this array. So basically I have tried to explain you the array reformation by this 1 2 3 4, but it is more complicated. When you will open that, it has a lot of objects inside that, but I think this should make sense to you. So now I think it is more clear to you, right? So after that I will just set the new comments array equals to this comments array, and after setting that it will just update the set block and do everything else. Now I just want to do one more thing, is I want to change the parent comment incremental value, because I want to add one only when this is a parent comment, but if it is a reply I don't want to add one to the parent comment loaded. So I will say it here like if replying to is true, then I will say it to be 0, otherwise I will say it to be 1. So if I just save that and if I come over here and I'll say reply 1, and if I reply, well, you will see that I this didn't hide, but I got a reply over here which is saying reply 1. So if I hide this text area, you will see that I got this is a parent comment, and since I replied on this parent comment, I got another comment below this which is looking that it is inside this comment. So technically we are rendering the comment over here, but this is hard to tell whether or not I am rendering the reply, because I don't see a hide reply button to hide the reply, and I don't see anything more detail over here. So let's work on this button over here which will show you hide reply, so that you can hide this reply, so it will make more sense whether or not the reply is loaded or not. So by looking at it, you can say that this is the reply of this comment, right? And if I click over here and if I say reply to and click over here, you will see that okay, we will work on this, we will hide this, but you will see that this reply 3 is coming underneath reply 1, which means that it is a reply of reply 1. So basically the reply is working. Now we need to work on some more things. So let's go to the comment card, and the thing that I want is I want to remove this comment field. And how can I do that? For that I will come over here, and what I will do is in the else block, what I will say set replying, and I will just set it equals to false. So it will just change the replying state to false. So now if I if I reply, let me just make another parent. So if I say hello and add a comment, you will see this is the reply. And if I click over here and say reply to hello and press reply, you will see that the text area is gone now and I got the reply underneath like this, and this is how the nested replies are looking. Now I just need a button to hide and show the replies. So just go to the comments card and let's work on that. So to create a button over here which will say hide reply, what we will do is inside this div, I will add a enter, and over here I will add curly bracket to check for a condition. And what condition it will be, I will say comment. So this comment will give you access to the comment which is this comment data. So actually you have to say comment data, so you will get all access to the parent comment data. And what I will do here is if you go to the comment field, you will see that you are setting is reply loaded equals to true to the parent comment using this index. So what I will do is I will check for that key over here. I will say is replying. So not replying is let me just copy that key name and let me paste that over here. So this is just checking or not checking whether is reply loaded is true or false for the parent comment. So if it is true, that means I want to hide the what you can say, hide the comments replies. In that case I will render a button, and if it is false, when I will don't render anything. So if it is true, then I want to hide it, so I will just say here hide reply. And if I just save it to see whether or not I am getting this text, if I open that, and you will see I didn't got anything because I don't have reply over here. So if I click over here and say reply to, and if I click on reply, you will see now I got this button over here which is saying hide reply, so that if I click on it, it should hide this reply, and I'm still getting this reply so that I can add more reply if I want. So I want to make this hide reply functional. So before that, let me add some class name to this button. So I will just say the text should be dark gray color, and padding will be 2 from all direction. From x direction it will be 3. On hover, the bg color will change it to bg will change to gray and with opacity of 30. And I will say rounded empty to have a little bit of roundness, and I will give a flex box with items center, and I will say a gap of 2. Actually, yeah, gap of 2. And what I want is beside this hide reply, I want one icon over which will be the comments icon. So I will just search for comment over here, and I will use this icon. So let me just copy that, paste it over here, change the class to class name, and if I just save that, you will see that I got this hide reply button and it is looking like this. So now I just want to hide the reply when I click on it. So for that, just add on click event to it and just say whenever we click on it, run hide replies function, and obviously we don't have that, so just copy that and let me make it just above this handle reply click like this. And what this function will do, it will hide all the replies that is inside it. So what I will do here, first of all, what I will say is I will say comment data dot is reply loaded equal false. So so basically I am showing this hide button only if this is reply loaded key is true. So when running this hide reply, I am resetting this is reply loaded back to false. And after that, I will call one function which will be remove comments card cards, and here I will pass index plus 1. So I don't have this function, but basically this function, what it will do, it will remove the data from the array, and I have to give it a starting point. So I am giving it a starting point of index plus 1, because the index is the parent component and index plus 1 will be the reply of that component. So that will be its starting point, and it will go until it won't until it finds a new parent component which is not a reply. Then it will stop and it will remove all those items which will it find in between two parents component. So that way, if I restructure, like if I delete items from the array, then if I re-render the stuff, I won't see the reply cards because it is rendering based on the arrays, right? So I don't have this function over here. So let me just code it above this. So let me just create this function like this, and I need a starting point. So I will say it a starting point, and this starting point will declare from where you have to start removing the item from the index. So what this function will do is I will say if comments comments array, and I don't have access to comments array, so let me just destructure this from the block context so that I can access this comments array. So I will destructure it over here. I will say let blog, and from blog I have comments, and this comments has results, and which I will call comments array, and I will set it equals to use context, and the context that I want to use is blog context like this. So now I have comments array, so I will say if this comments array, and I will pass a starting point to check whether or not I have any item in that index. So if I have any item in that index, then I will get inside this condition, and over here I will run a while loop. So I will run a while loop, and inside a while loop I will say comment array starting point dot children level is greater than comments array index dot children level, or you can just say instead of this the comment data. So basically this comment data is referring to the parent comment, which is this card is rendering, and this comments array starting point is telling you from where it is starting looking for the replies. So obviously the children level of reply will be greater than the parent comment, because parent comment will have like a children level 0, and the reply will have a children level of 1. So obviously it will be greater than the children level. So I want to run this while loop until I have a children level 1 which will be greater than the parent children level, which will be 0. So if I go in the while loop, if I go to like one item which has a children level of 0, then this will not be true, which means if the comment that I am actually checking is a parent comment, so I will not remove that, and I will just break this while loop so it won't run for like infinity. So I hope you got this condition. So if this condition is true, what I will do is I will say comments array dot splice to cut the comment array from there, and what I want is from where I want to cut, I want to cut it from starting point, and by how many I want to remove, I want to remove the first item, so I will say first one, so it will remove one. And remember, in the comment field I use the splice, but I just passed 0 because I didn't want to remove anything from the array. But over here I want to remove the one item from the starting point. So if a starting point is 2 and I'm saying 1, it will remove the item on the second index. I hope you get that. So after this, I will just check for another condition saying if comment array dot not dot, I will say starting point, and I will just say break over here. So basically this condition is just checking that before going out of the loop to at the top to check for the condition, if I don't have anything in my array next, just break it, because if you don't have anything in your array and if you try to continue this loop, it will give you error. So for that I am just adding it so that I can break it before going and checking for the condition, because if I don't have anything, it will give me undefined, and the loop it will create a lot of errors. So, well, this will actually remove the data from the comments. So after this, what I want to do is I want to update my blog state with the current new comments array. So for that, I will say set blog, and inside it, I will just destructure the blog, and obviously I don't have access to these two. So I will destructure the blog over here, and I will destructure the set blog over here. So in the set blog, I will destructure the blog, and then I will say comments, and in the comments I will say destructure the results, and that results will be equals to this comments array that I just spliced. And yeah, after that I don't need anything. So if I just save that and if I click on hide reply, this should hide this reply too. So if I click on hide reply, you can see the hide reply is gone, but I got this reply too. Actually, I think there is some issue. Let me just refresh and go over here. You will see I have reply 2. If I click over here and say reply 3 and press reply, it will add a reply 3 to reply 2. And if I click on hide reply, you will see that reply 3 is gone and I am only getting reply 2, which is the parent reply, and I am getting only reply button, not the hide reply button. So basically it is working, but you will see there is a lot of errors and issues because this reply 2 was the reply for some other parent component, and like there is a lot of issues. So what I will do here is I will just stop working on this blog, and I will go to some other blog because now I will not have any comments over here, so I can start working here. And the reason you are like seeing a lot of issues because we are still building this comment functionality. So after at the end of this functionality, like at the end, if we have done our comment section, then it won't do anything uh, unexpected. So if I say here like 01 to track the comments, I will say 01, and then in the reply if I say 02, then this 02 is a reply of 01, and if I click on hide reply, you can see it is gone. Now what I want is I want a load reply button over here, so that if I click on that, it will load the replies. So let's work on that. So I will come over here, and in this condition where I'm checking whether or not I have is reply loaded, what I will do in the else block, instead of returning an empty string, I will return another button, and that will button will show a load reply text. And once you click on that, it will load the replies related to the comment. So I will create a button over here, and what I will do is actually I will just copy this all whole class name and on click, and I will paste it over here. And actually on the on click I will remove it because I need to run some other function, and I will copy this also and paste it over here, but this time the text will be, instead of hide reply, it will be uh, in the brackets. First of all, I will say reply, and in the bracket I have to show how many reply this has. And the way you can get it is you can just say children dot length, and you will notice it is giving me error because I don't have this children right now. But you have to destructure it from this comment data because your comment data has this children key, which is an array, or and that in that array you have all the replies document ID. So I will destructure that over here. I will say children, and this children is an array. So if basically if I have two replies, the children will have two items in it. So I can get that by just saying dot length. And if I save, I should see a 01 and then reply. You can see, so which means it is telling me that I have one reply to this particular comment. So now what I want is when I click on it, I should see the replies. So for that, I have to add on click event to it, on click, and once I click on that, I will call load replies function, not like this. So I will call load replies, and obviously I don't have that, so I will copy that and I will make that function just above this hide replies like this. So inside this function will take an object, and that object will have one key which will be skip. So like we can tell how many reply it has to skip, so that I can work on the pagination with this load replies function. So by default this skip will have a 0 because I will call it fresh when I will call this click on this one reply button. So what I will do here is I will say if to check whether or not I have any reply. So how can I do that? For that I will just say children dot length, because I have this over here, this children, which is coming directly from this comment data. So if I don't have any length in the children, I won't go inside it, but if I have any children, then I will go inside it and I will fetch those replies from the backend. So what I will do here is, first of all, I will call hide replies like this. So suppose if you have already reply loaded over here, then I want to hide that in order to render more replies, right? So for that I'm just calling this hide replies so that it will hide the replies. And after that what I will do is I will make a request to the backend in order to get the replies, but I don't have any route there. So let's first create that route and then we will work over here. So let's go to the server, and just above this listening I will make server.post to get a post request on
What route? The route that I will create is get dash replies. So whenever you will make a request to get replies, I need some replies. So in the callback, I can just say request and response like this. So in this get replies, what I will do is I will destructure some data from the body. First of all, I have to destructure the ID of the comment on of what comment I am getting the replies, and second the skip, like how many documents it has to skip. So I will just set it equals to request.body like this, and then I will make a variable saying max limit, and I will set it equals to 5 so that I will only get a maximum 5 documents. And then I have to find the replies in the comments collection. So I will say comments, not comments, comment dot find 1 so that I will get that parent component, parent comment, and I will just say ID will be equals to the ID that I will provide from the front end. So this way I will find the parent component of which I want to get the replies. And once I got the document, what I will do is I will populate, like I will call this populate method to populate some keys. And what I want to populate, let me come over here. You will see that I have this children, which is an array. So I want to populate this children array. So instead of having a object ID inside this array, I will have whole object document inside this array. Instead of the ID, I will have the whole document inside. So I will say, and instead of we will populate the keys differently over here. That's why you will see that I have this object over here, and here I will say path will basically tells you what key you want to populate. So the key that I want to populate is children. Then the second key is option is just like what you want to do, like how many limit you have to set, the how many documents you have to skip, how you want to sort the data. So I will say the limit will be the max limit, and the skip will be obviously the skip, and the sorting, like on how I want to sort the data. I want to sort the data with commented at key with -1, so it will give me the latest comment first. And after this I want to populate some more strings, so I will call populate like this. And basically by calling this populate, what I'm doing is I am uh, populating other data of the document which will be inside this children, and the data I want to populate is the commented by. So I will say commented by, so that I can get the user information, like the user profile image and the full name and username. And I should have given like this because it's a path like this. After that I want to use like select, like select key will tells how, or like what keys you want to select from the document. So I will say it like this: personal info dot profile image. Without any comma, I will write personal info dot full name to get the full name, and I will say personal info dot username to get the username. Make sure you type those correctly. And after this, just after add a comma and then say select, so that now you will tell what you want to select from the children document. Like children is an array of other comments document, and you have declared like those comment data you have to populate the commented by information and select this. But now what you want from the whole array, so what you want to select from there. So what I want is I want to remove the blog ID, because obviously I know these all comments belong to the same blog ID. That's why they are replies to this. And then I will say remove the updated at also. After that I can say select in order to select the things, and that I want that the only key that I want to select from the comment document is the children key. And after running all these queries, I can just say get all the replies like this. So this replies will be the array which will be the children's array. So inside here I will just say return a response with a status of 200 because everything went well, and I will return a JSON. That JSON will have replies. I will say replies, which will be this, and replies dot children, actually not like this, replies, actually you don't
don't call this reply because this is the document. So just call this document, and then I can call doc.children in order to get this children key and store that inside this reply key. And if I get any error, I will catch that using catch. And if I get any error, I will return a response with a status of 500, and I will send a JSON with an error, and that error will be error dot message. So basically this is how this get replies is looking, and this is what we are running as a query to get the replies. So now if I come over here, and now I have to make the request to the server in order to get the replies. So I will say axios dot post, and it is giving me error because I don't have imported Axios. So axios.post to make a post request, and the localhost 3000 is inside the port.meta.and wait underscore server underscore domain like this. And the route that I want to make a request on, it is get replies like this. And what sort of data I want to send in the body is I want to send the ID of the comment. So I will say underscore ID equal the ID of the document. So you will see that I have destructured this ID from the comment data. So I can basically just leave this like this, and it will send the underscore ID of the document by this. And after that, I want to send the skip amount, and skip amount I will get when I will call this load replies. So once I have sent the data to the backend, I will use dot then to catch the response, and from the response I will destructure the data, and from the data I will destructure the replies, because that data is an object contains this replies key, because you can see I'm getting this replies key from the backend. And inside this callback, what I will do is I want to add these replies in between the array, like in between two parent comment, and the starting point will be the parent comment you want to add a reply, and the end point will be the next parent comment directly to the that comment, right? So what I will do is I will say comment data to select this current comment card whom for which I am loading the reply, and I will say dot is reply loaded equals to true, so that now instead of rendering this one reply, I will render this hide reply button like this. After that, I will make a for loop. So I will say for let I equal 0. I will say I is less than replies dot length. So I will run this loop until I am covering all the replies, and I'll just say I plus plus so that I can increment or loop through the replies. And inside this I will say replies of that index dot children level equal. What I will say is I want to add this children level key to this replies, right? So I will say here set it equals to the comment data dot children level plus 1. So if this children level is 0, it will store this replies children level to 1, and if this children level is 1, it will set it equals to 2, and so on. So after that, what I want to do is I want to add this reply data into my comments array. So I will say comments array dot splice in order to cut it from where I want, and I will say index because this is the index I'm getting from there. And once I got the index, I will say index plus 1 to go to the next of that, and after that I will add this I also because I am inside this loop. And I will also add the skip because if I'm skipping some replies, I want to keep track of those as well before splicing the array. So I have to give all these, like I have to add all these values as a first parameter for this splice to start to declare the starting point. And then I will say 0 because I don't want to remove any data, but I want to insert the data, and the data I want to insert is replies of that particular index like this. And after this for loop, I can just call the set block function, and over here I can destructure the block first, and then I can select the comments, and inside this comments I can destructure the comments first like this. And I don't have access to comments, so let me just destructure the comments from this as well over here like this. Make sure this is comments will be inside this blog object but will be outside to this, otherwise it won't work. So after destructuring the comments, I will say the results would be equals to the comments array that I just spliced like this. And if I get any error, because I am using .then, so if I get any error in the catch, I will just console.log the error like this. So if I save now, if I click on one reply button to show the one reply, this should show me the reply, and instead of seeing this, I should get the hide reply button, and everything should work. So let's see it is working or not. So if I click over here, you will see now I got a reply over here, and I got the hide reply button, and if I click on hide reply, it will just hide the reply. So if I click on reply and let's say 03, and I add this 03 as a reply, now I got the hide reply button to hide my reply that I just replied. And if I click on hide reply, it will go, and now I will get this two replies. And if I click over here, you will see I got two replies. The one is 2 and the second is 03, which means it is working. And if I click on over here and let me reply for this 2, and if I click on reply, this will add 4 as a reply of 2, and if I click on hide reply, this will remove that 4, and if I click on this one reply again, it will import, like it will show this 4 reply as well. So basically this nested reply is working. I am able to load the reply and hide the reply. Now the only thing that I want is I want to delete the comment, and not only I want the author to remove the blog. Like if I am the blog author, I can remove any comment, or if I am the writer of the comment, like I am the one who made the comment, then I can delete the comment. So how can I do that? First of all, let me just hide all these replies, and let's make a delete button over here. One more issue I want to address before working on delete is you can see I have refreshed the page, and in the total comments I am seeing 4. So if I click over here, you will see that I got 4, 3, 2, 1. But you can see in the one I have these two replies, which was 2 and 3. So basically these 3 and this 2 comment, these two are replies, not the parent comment. But still I am getting them as a parent comment. Why is that? Because while creating the comment, if I go in my this post add comment while creating this, I was setting the parent to replying to, but I wasn't setting the is reply to true, and that's why it has is reply equal false, and that's why it is giving me that. So I will just say you that over here where you are setting the parent, select the comment object and then say dot is reply equal true. So set that equals to true, so that whenever you add a reply, that will add as a reply. So what we will do now is you can check this whether or not it is working by just deleting your whole notification and comments collection, and just deleting the array from the blog. So for now I will test it on another blog. So I will open this blog, and you can see I have 0 comments. So let me add some comment. I will say 0 1, I will comment it, and over here I will reply 0 2, and then let me just reply like 0 3. Let me hide these 2 3, and you will see that I have two replies over here, which is 2 and 3. I can hide it. That's great. So now what I want is when I refresh it, I should not see those two reply, but instead I should only see the parent comment. So if I click over here, you will see that now instead of getting those 2 and 3, I only got 0 1, because those 2 and 3 were reply and their is reply key was true, and therefore that's why I'm not getting them right now. And I can load the reply by just clicking on this reply button, and now I can see the replies, and I can even reply to any particular reply or any particular parent. Okay, so let's start working on the delete feature, and before that what I want to access is I want to access the logged in username. So for that, what I will do in the user auth where I'm destructuring the access token, I will destructure the access not access token, I will destructure the user name also from this user auth. But remember, I already have this username over here from the comment data, and I'm using this in order to render the username of the user on the comments card. So I will rename this username to commented by underscore username, so that I will be more specific that this username is belongs to the one who commented on, who made the comment. So just copy this name and I will go to this particular div where I am rendering the username of the commented person. So I will just replace this username with that, and therefore I will be able to render the username of the comment user, and now I can access the logged in username on this username variable. So why I did that is to add some condition over here. So after is reply, so we need to create the delete button over here, and we will create that inside this div. So after this reply button, let me add curly brackets so that I can check for the condition whether or not the user is has the ability to delete. So what I will check here is like if the username, like this username is referring to the user who is currently logged in. So if this username is equals to the commented by username, like if so this condition basically means that if I made the comment, then only this condition will be true. After that I will add or sign to evaluate other condition, and that condition will be if username is equals to, and after that I need the blog author username over here. So what I will do here is I will destructure the blog author username from here. So this comments, it has author, and that author has personal info, and that personal info has username, which I will going to call it blog author. So this is the blog author username. So I will paste that over here. And this basically means if I am the author of the blog, I can delete this comment, or if I am the one who made this comment, then I can delete it. Otherwise, no one else can delete this comment, or neither no one will see the delete button. So if any of these conditions are true, in that case, I will render a button over here. Otherwise, I won't render anything. So in this button, right now, actually, I have to render the delete icon. So let me go to flat icon, and let's search here delete, and let's see I am getting any icon or not. So I think I will use this one. Yeah, I am going to use this one, the rounded one. Let me just copy this I element and paste it over here and change the class to class name. And if I save, I should see a delete button over here because I am the one who commented at they made this comment, and also I am the author of this blog, so I can see this delete button. So what I will do now, I will style this a little bit. So let's give some classes to this button. I will say padding of 2 from all directions, padding from x will be 3 units, and rounded will be empty, so like it will have some roundness. I will give a border, the border color will be gray, and I will say margin left to be auto, so it will stick to the right side. And when I hover over the button, I want the BG to change its color to red, and the opacity of the background will be 30. And on hover, I will change the text color to red also. I will give it a flex property so that I can align the items in center, which is the delete icon. And if I save, you will see this is the delete button, and I will give one class to this class name, this icon, and that will be pointer event none, because I don't want this icon to interact with the you can say the mouse. So if I just save that, you will see this delete button, not this. So you will see this delete button. And why you are seeing this delete button? Because if I just close this, you will see the author of this blog is this Kunal, and you can see the profile image over here. I am logged in with that account also. So if I sign out and let me sign in with some other account, so let me sign in with some other account, and now you will see I am signed in with different account. So now if I access my blog, which was this 10 easy step of mastering. So now in the comments, if I go, you will see I'm not getting the delete button, because you will see the comment made by this user, and I am not that user who is logged in currently, and neither I am the author of this blog. So you can see I can't delete this. But if I type here, let's say test comment, and if I comment it, now you will see that I can delete this comment, because now I am the writer of this comment, so I can delete this. But if I sign out again, and let me sign in with the author's account, and let me quickly navigate to the blog and go to my comments wrapper. Now you will see it doesn't matter I am the user who made the comment or not, because I am the author of the blog. I have the rights to delete the comment because I know what comment should be here and what should not be stick to this blog. So that's why I have the permission, because I am the author. So once I have done creating the delete button on these conditions, now let's make this functional. So what we will do is when I will click on this button, I have to run some function. So first of all, I have to give on click event to that. So I will add on click to this delete button. And when I will click on this button, what I will do, I will run comments delete comment function. So just copy that, and obviously we don't have that. So I will create it above hide reply. So I will say const delete comment equal a function. So this function we will call whenever we will click on this delete button in order to delete all of the comments and the replies related to that comment. So for that, first of all, add e over here so that you can access the button using the event. So I will say e dot target dot uh, set attribute in order to set the attribute, and the attribute that I want to set will be disabled, and I will set it equals to true, and this we will call whenever we will click on this button. So make sure you have on click event over here with the delete comment. So now if I just come to this function, and after disabling it, let me just console log click so that we can see whether or not this disable is working. So if I expand my window and open my console over here like this, let me expand this. Yeah, so if I click over here, you will see that I got click, and if I click here again, now it is disabled. That's why I'm not getting this click animation, click console. And if I click over here, you will see one console log over here. So if I click here, you will see that one click is still logged, but if I click here again, this won't log anything, which means the disable thing is working. Now we want what we want is we want to delete the comments. For that, we will make a request to the backend in order to delete all the comments. So for that, obviously, we don't have that root, right? So let's go to the server and let's code that root so that we can delete all of the comments. So over here, just before the listening, I will create one more root, which I will call server.post, and I will make a post request to slash delete comment, and this will run a callback with request and respond like this. And what I want is I want to verify the user before deleting anything from the database. So that's why I will call verify JWT middleware before going to this callback. And over here, I will then get the user ID from this verify JWT so that I can verify whether or not the user requesting to delete the comment is the writer of the blog or the writer of the comment. Because if the user that is requesting to delete the comment is neither the author of the blog or nor he created the comment, then I won't delete the comments. For that, I will use this verify JWT middleware, and over here I will say let user underscore id equal request dot user to get the user who is requesting to delete it, and I want to destructure the id from the request.body that we will send from front end, and this id will be the comment id that we will send from the front end to back end to tell that you want to delete this comment, and then we will delete all the childrens of that comment as well. So I will find the comment over here in the comments collection. So I will say find comment dot find, and since I have the id, it will be one document obviously, so I will say find one, and the query I will write is will be this id. So once I got that document, what I will do is I will get the document like this, and once I have that document, what I will do is I will say if user underscore id is equals to comment dot commented by, or user underscore id is equals to comment dot blog author. So basically what I'm checking is the user who is requesting to delete the comment is the commented by user or the blog author. Then only I will go inside it and I will render, like I will delete all the comments. Otherwise, in the else block, what I will do, I will return a response with a status of 403, and in the JSON, I will return an error saying you cannot delete the this comment because you don't have permission, right? And if I am the author and I can delete the comment, then what I will do is I will call delete comments function, and I will pass this ID inside this delete comments function. Obviously, I don't have this delete comment function, but I will create it next. What this function will do is we will pass the ID of the comment to this function, and this function will run a lot of loops in order to check their children's and children's of their children's and children's of their children, so that it can remove all the nested comments. So after that, what I will do is I will return a response with a status of 200 and a JSON, and that JSON will be status saying done. So basically it will say that it is done and the data got deleted. So what I will do is I will create this delete comment function in order to delete all the comments. So what I will do is I will just create this function over here just before this root. So I will say const delete comments equal, and it will take id as an argument. And what I will do inside this function is, first of all, I will find the comment using this ID. So I will say comment dot find one, and I will write the query like this to get the document. And once I got the document, I will catch that document in the comment in the then block. And then here will say if comment dot parent like this. So what this comment dot parent is, so if you remember, like if I go to this add document add comment, you will see that if I am replying, then I am setting its parent to the ID which the ID to the comment whom I am replying. So basically what I am checking over here is I'm checking whether or not the comment has parent key. So if the comment has parent key, which means this comment that I am deleting is reply. So in that case, I have to remove this comment from the array of children from its parent component, a parent document, right? So in that case, I have to do that inside this condition. So I will say comment dot find one and update, and here what I will find is I will find the comment with the ID which will be equal to comment dot parent. So because comment dot parent is equals to the ID of that parent document, so I can get that document by this. And what I want to update is I want to pull. Now instead of pushing, I want to pull now from the children array. So I will say children because that's the array that I've from where I want to pull, and the ID that I want to pull is just this underscore ID because this is the document. And once I'm done with this, I can say dot then to get the data, and I can just console.log the data, and I can say comment delete from parent. And if I get any error, I can catch that using catch block, and if I get any error, I can say console.log error like this. And you will see that obviously this will take a lot of time to find the document and then find and update and delete the document, but still I'm not making this asynchronous, neither I am awaiting over here before returning the response. Because if I wait over here and let's say I have a comment which has 2000 replies and a more than that, so it will take a lot of time to delete. So what I am doing is I am deleting it in the server, but I am saying to the user that it is deleted, because in the background I am deleting. If it is not isn't deleted, if you refresh, you will see, then just click on that again to delete it, but I won't make you wait. That's just the reason I am not adding a wait over here. So after this condition, what I will do is I want to delete this comment from notification as well. So I will say notification dot find one and delete, and here I will say find the notification whose comment is equals to the ID that I am deleting. And once you get that document and delete, then just get the notification and console.log the this thing k comment notification deleted like this. And you can just call it like notification dot find one and delete again to delete the reply if I have any reply. Because if that is not inside this comment, then this will be a reply, right? So I will find that reply and I will delete that reply as well, like this. I will console.log reply deleted, deleted, and let me add notification so it will be more clear, like this. So right now I have deleted the comment, I have deleted the notification. Now what I want is I want to find the blog. And actually this should not be find one, this should be find one and delete, because I want to delete this comment as well. So add here find one and delete instead of find one. So it will delete the comment, it will delete the comment ID from the children of the parent. If it has a parent, it will remove the notifications also. Now what I want is I want to remove this comment from the blog comments array, so that I won't see that in the numbers. So I will say blog dot find one and update, and I will find the blog with the ID, and the ID will be, if I just say comment, it will give me this comment, and this comment has the blog ID. So I can just say comment dot blog ID to get the ID of this blog. And once I have the blog, what I will do is I will pull. So just write type pull, and I will pull the ID from this comments key. So I will just say comments, and the ID that I want to pull is this ID which I am deleting, like this. And what I want to do is after pulling, make sure you add comma over here, not here, because it's the end of the update. So after pulling, what I'm doing is I am removing one from the total comments and total parent comments as well. So I will say inc, and over here I will say that activity dot total underscore comments. So I will remove -1 from there, and then I will say activity dot total underscore parent underscore comments, and that I will say whether it has to remove one or it has to remove nothing. So basically what I'm doing is I am removing the numbers from the total comments and total parent comments count, but I don't want to remove one every time from the total parent comment, because maybe this can be a reply instead of parent comment. So in that case I don't want to remove the parent comment, because I have deleted reply, not a parent comment. So in that case I have to check over here. So I will say if comment dot parent. So if comment has a parent, which means it is a reply, in that case I won't remove anything from parent comment. But if doesn't has a parent, which means this is a parent, then I will remove one from the total parent comment. So after that I can say dot then, and once it is done updating all these fields, I will get the document and I will store it as a blog. And once I get that, what I will do is I will say check for a condition saying if comment dot children dot length. So basically what I'm doing is this comment is referring to this main comment document that I have deleted, and after that I have deleted notification blocks and all that stuff, but this comment is referring to the main file that I want to delete. So this comment dot children dot length is basically checking whether or not it has some replies, because if it has some replies and if I'm deleting a parent component, then I also want to delete the replies, right? So if this is true, like if it has some sort of replies, then I will loop through those replies by saying comment dot children dot map, and once I got their child, or you can call it child or you can say replies, whatever you want to call that. And what I will say is I will call this delete comment function inside it again, and I will pass this replies, because this replies will be the ID. And if you pass the delete comment the ID, it will go through this again and delete everything else, everything, and then it will come again in this condition and it will check whether or not it has some nested replies. So it is sort of a recursion which where you are calling a function from inside the function. So it is creating that loop and it will run till this condition is true. So once I reach a point where there is no reply in a particular comment, then this function won't call itself, and we won't be able to delete anything because we have deleted everything. So like I hope you got this function. This is a little hard to understand, but it's not that hard. If you go back and watch it again, it will make sense to you. So after done with this, what I will do is after dot then I will just at the end add a dot catch, because it can give you error. So if it gives you error, instead of stopping our server, I will just console log error dot message like this. So I have done this and I have the root. So now in the front end, let's make the request to the backend in order to delete this comment. So over here, I will say axios dot post, and the domain will be import dot meta dot and dot wait server domain, and the route that I want to make request to will be delete comment, and the id the thing the body I want to send is the id. So I can just say id because I am destructuring the id over over here from the comment data, so you don't have to worry about that, right? So oh yeah, over here, and make sure you correct spelled this import. So after sending this, obviously I want to send the headers because I am verifying the user using verify JWT middleware. So in the headers, I will send authorization, and in the template literals, I will type bearer, and in the bracket, I will say access token like this. And once I get the response from the backend, what I will do is I will say e.target.remove attribute to remove the disabled attribute from here. And the reason I'm removing it is because if I delete this one, then this will become the first element of the array. And basically, if you have given the set attribute, what React will do is it will add the disabled to the first element of the array. So if this delete, it will consider this as the first element of the array, and then it will add disable to this. So then you won't be able to delete that. That's why you have to remove the disable attribute, right? So after that, what I will do is I want to remove the UI also, like I want to delete the UI. So for that, I will say remove comments card, because again I have this remove comments card which was removing the data from this array in order to hide the replies. But now instead of hiding the replies, I want to delete it. So we will work on this again to make it work for the hiding, like for delete. So over here, first of all, I have to give the starting point. So the starting point will be the index plus one, and I will say a second argument as true because I want the second argument to clarify that whether or not it is for deleting. And I will just add a catch block, because if we get any error, I will just console log that error like this. So let's work on this remove comment card. So let me open this, and after this, let me make another argument, and I will say is delete. So basically is delete by default will be false, so that we can use it to hide the replies. But if is delete is true, that I am passing when I'm calling this from delete comment, then I want to delete these from the array, and I have to do some more things. So that I will do over here. So let's do that. So what I will do is after this condition, which is actually removing the data, then I will say if is delete is true, which means I have to delete the comment. In that case, first of all, I need parent index. So I will say parent index equal get parent index like this, and I don't have this function. But what I'm doing is, suppose if you are deleting the reply, then in that case you need the parent index in order to make sure that from your parent the reply count subtract one, and all the replies that you have deleted, it subtract that values, right? So for that I need this parent index, and for that I need this function. So let's call this get parent index. Let me make that over here. So let's say const get parent index, and let's create this in order to get the parent index of any reply. So what this will do is I will say let starting point equal index minus 1. So basically what I'm saying is the starting point of the parent index will be index minus 1. So if I'm clicking on a reply, then obviously its parent will be either it will be either the above of it, or like obviously, like if I'm deleting any particular comment and it is a reply, then its parent will be above it, right? So that's why I'm saying index minus one. And after that, I will add a try block over here, because I'm typing, what I'm going to type here will give you error in some cases. So that's why. And I will run a while over here. I will say while comments array comments array starting index, like in starting point, dot children level is greater or equals to the comment data dot children level. Then I want to go inside this loop. So basically what this loop is saying is, if the one before the current comment children level is greater than the current children level. So suppose if you have a comment 1 and its reply is 2, so this 2 has a 0, has an index of 1, and this one has an index of 0, and this has a children level of 0, and this has a children level of 1. So obviously the 0 will be less than 2, right? This won't be greater than 1. 0 can't be greater than 1. 0 will be less than that. In that case, this will become false. But if it is true, then I will go over here and I will subtract 1 from the starting point, so that I can go above and above and above and up. Like I can go above, one step above every time, to check who is the parent of this reply. I hope this makes sense. So what I will do is I will say starting point minus minus. So it will subtract that, and again, if this condition won't work, then this will throw error. So I will catch that using this catch block, and here I will just say the starting point will become undefined, and I will just return the starting point like this. So basically this get parent index now will return you the parent index of the reply. So if you have the parent index now, what I want is I want to delete that comment, and I want to update the parent reply count. So I will say if parent index is not equals to undefined, because remember this get parent index can return you undefined if this while loop gets an get into error. So if it is not undefined, then what I will do is I will say that comments array, which is the whole comments array, select the parent index of that item. So like I'm selecting the parent of this reply, and I'm setting its children equals to, I will just copy this again and paste it over here. So basically I'm setting it equals to comments array parent index dot children, but I am filtering this children array like this. And on what condition I will filter? I will say child, and I will say child is not equals to underscore id, because this children has the ids of all the replies, and if I'm deleting the reply, then I will be having the underscore id as a reply. So this condition will remove this particular reply from the children array of the parent component, parent comments. And after that I can add another condition saying if comments array parent index dot children length, children dot length, and I can add exclamation. So like if I don't have any sort of length in my children, then I will say comments array dot like comments array parent index dot is reply loaded to be false. So suppose if I only have one reply for a comment, and delete that comment, then in that case I will not have any sort of reply, and then in that case I have to set these reply to back to false, so that I can get this zero reply button instead of the hide reply button, right? So for that I have added this condition, and after that, after this condition, I will just splice the comments array. So I will say comments array dot splice index and comma 1 like this. So this will just restructure the comment array. And after that, before setting the block state, what I will do, I will add one more condition saying comment data dot children level equals to 0, which means if the current data that I am deleting, the current comment that I'm deleting is a parent comment, and is delete is true, because I don't want, like, if I'm hiding, then I don't want to go inside this condition, but if I'm deleting, then I want to go inside condition, which means if I'm deleting a parent comment, then what I want to do is I want to call this set total parent. And actually, let me just go to my blog pages so that I can copy this function name. Let me copy this and let me destructure it at the top from the block context after this, and I will just call this function in order to like update the total parent comment loaded. So I will just call this and I will just say get the previous value you have and just subtract 1 from there. So I will say subtract 1 from there like this, and now I have to set this block data. So I want to first restructure the block, then I will set the comments equals to the comments array. After that, I will say activity. I will destructure activity, and I will say total parent comments, and I will set it equals to total parent comments minus comment data dot children level. I will write a condition over here. So I will say if comment data dot children level is equals to 0 and is delete is true, which means I want to remove 1 from there. So I will say 1, otherwise I will say 0 like this. And obviously I have to destructure this again from the activity from the block state. So I will go over here and I will add activity over here like this, and I have to destructure the activity also. So I will say activity like this, and I will save that. And with this this will delete everything. So I hope this all makes sense to you. If it doesn't make sense, you can watch the video again and feel free to comment, ask me questions in comment. I will be glad to answer them. So now let's see whether or not it is working. So if I click on this delete, it should delete this test comment. So if I click over here, you can see that is gone, and I only left with this one comment which has these two replies, 2 and 3. And if I delete one comment from here, now I only have 1 and 2 comments, and it will have only now 1 reply instead of 2. So if I hide, you will see that I am only getting 1 reply instead of 2. And so I had total 4 comments in start. And if I close this, so now if I just refresh, you will see now only I have these two comments. And if I click over here, I will only get these two. And if I click on the parent comment, then it will remove the reply. And if I click close it and refresh it again, you won't see any sort of comment. So by this, the commenting is also done. So now let's work on the pagination so that we can load more than 5 replies. If I have like 10 replies on a particular comment, then I can load 5 first, and then I can load 5 next if I click on the load more. So let's do that. So that's it for today. We worked on a lot of things today. We made fully working blog page with all blog interactions such as blog like button, edit blog, and nested comments system. The only thing left in comments is to add pagination on replies that we will do on next part, because while recording I got some bugs that I need to fix before telling you guys how to make it. So anyway, in the next part and final part, we will work on our final pages like dashboard page to manage blogs and notification. We will work on setting page also so that user can update the profile details. So if you don't want to miss that, make sure to subscribe the channel, and if you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and leave a comment if you have any doubt. With that, thanks for watching.